I saw 007 flash over quickly, and the knife was stuck on the ground, and he even saluted him. Everyone in the audience was stunned. Can anyone tell me what the hell is going on? Hasn't this zombie been turned against us? F***ck? Is he playing a backstab on us again? I don't understand, but I'm shocked. At this moment, Tianheng's face was twisted with anger. He never expected that things would develop in this direction. I spent so much effort brainwashing and feeding the zombies, but they surrendered to the enemy in the blink of an eye. In other words, he never really had the idea of obeying, and everything he did before was just pretend. Tianheng couldn't help but recall the various things him had encountered with the players before, and then he understood. Damn it! What kind of master deserves what kind of servant? What a great actor. The two guilds that were wiped out before were deceived by him's acting skills. Tianheng didn't expect that they escaped him's deception but failed to escape his younger brother. While all the players were shocked, Su Yuan was a little dazed at this moment. When 007's throat uttered the two words "my king," Su Yuan seemed to be connected by some kind of bond. A virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of me. Various clips were playing on the screen like a kaleidoscope. These clips show fragments of 007's memory of all the important moments from the beginning of his consciousness to the present moment. The beginning of these pictures is the picture when Su Yuan first named 007. Just call me 007. Roar. Then came the scene where Su Yuan lectured them. Your destiny is to kill the players. The more you kill, the stronger you will become. Next is the scene where Su Yuan gives 007 a diamond suit. Then it was time to say goodbye. Stay alive and come see me. Take good care of it and return it to me when the time comes. Su Yuan couldn't help but feel touched when he saw this. My figure can be seen in all these pictures. 007 also participated in the Battle of the Triumph Guild, and he was very brave in that battle. But that battle was not recorded in his memory fragments. For him, the important memories are all about Su Yuan. Su Yuan's heart couldn't help but be moved, and he continued to check. Although Su Yuan's figure is no longer in the memory after separation, the wolf cub that Su Yuan gave to 007 runs through everything. They hiked together, played the eyeball-throwing game together, and rolled around on the ground carefree together. In this memory, even the border of the picture turned golden. It can be seen that 007 is very happy during this period. The only regret is that his master is not around. The next scene is what happens after they discover the players from the Eternal Guild. The wolf cub seems to have become a spy, helping 007 to find out the news of the guild. Everything was going well, but suddenly one day, they were surrounded by people from the Eternal Guild. When 007 saw the wolf cub again, its 4 legs had been chopped off by the people of the Eternal Guild, and it was thrown to the ground dying. After seeing this, Su Yuan couldn't help but clench his fists. Then the wolf cub's body gradually dissipated, and 007 tore open his mouth, broke his lower jaw, and swallowed it. After that, for some reason, he became extremely weak. It was not until he saw this that Su Yuan suddenly realized. Death Knight, it's you. When Su Yuan saw the backs of 007 and Wolf Boy leaving, he always felt a sense of familiarity. Only now do I realize that 007 is actually the Death Knight. He was the first person to follow him and also the most loyal subordinate of him. He has a pair of glowing red eyes, the appearance of a wolf, and the way he holds the sword is also very special. Just like 007 at this moment. Su Yuan suppressed his inner excitement and continued to watch 007's memory scenes. He really wanted to know what happened to 007 after that. But the following scene broke Su Yuan's understanding of the dark side of human nature. Lava baths and repeated brainwashing are physical tortures that are enough to make people uncomfortable. Su Yuan never imagined that the Eternal Guild would use the death of Wolf Cub to mentally torture 007. After seeing this, Su Yuan glanced at the players present. An evil thought is slowly growing in my heart. Thank you for giving me a good suggestion. Indeed, mental torture is more painful than death. It took about 1 minute for Su Yuan to watch all of 007's memory clips. Before he knew the situation, Su Yuan thought 007 must be having a great time these days. Now it seems that this should be the darkest day of his life. Although all this is pushing 007 to grow into a Death Knight. But it was still a bit too cruel for 007, as he was originally just a carefree and happy zombie. All of this is naturally due to Su Yuan. If I hadn't faked my death, there probably wouldn't be so many problems. Maybe it's accidental, maybe it's inevitable. Now that it has happened, Su Yuan can't change it. What we can do now is to compensate 007. Let 007 double the pain he has endured during this period of time by inflicting it on these beasts. Su Yuan was thinking about this when he was interrupted by 007's words. My king. Please punish me. Little BCH is dead. 007 kept in mind what Su Yuan said, but he didn't do it. He didn't take good care of the little bug, so 007 is hanging on to his life. Just to be able to see the master again and ask for his forgiveness. At this moment, it was obviously a very touching scene, but when Su Yuan heard the wolf cub's name, he almost couldn't help but complain. Little BD, who gave you this name? At this moment, Peng Peng, who was broadcasting live, suddenly sneezed for some reason. After hearing 007 calling Little Bug, Peng Peng couldn't help but hold his forehead. Maybe it's hard for him to pronounce these little bugs since he's just learning to speak. 007 knelt on the ground with his head lowered, like a child who had made a mistake, waiting for Su Yuan to punish him for his mistakes. But at this moment, Su Yuan just shook his head. It's not dead. After hearing Su Yuan's words, 007 raised his head and looked at Su Yuan in surprise. Really? Where is it? As soon as 007 uttered the words my king, Su Yuan clearly felt that there was some kind of connection between the two spiritual elements and himself. These two spiritual elements originally came from one body, but they are currently rather messy and have not yet merged. It wasn't until he saw 007's memory fragments that Su Yuan knew the reason. The little bug is not actually dead, or it has changed its way and will be with 007 forever. Before, 007 had endured the torture of lava baths every day, but his skin was not corroded at all. It's just a small bug that protects it secretly. The reason why 007 didn't feel the little bug was because he was immersed in the grief of the little bug's death. That's why their powers cannot be fully integrated. After thinking about this, Su Yuan looked at 007 and gave him a reminder. Let go of your obsession and feel it. After hearing this, 007 was instantly enlightened. Before, he had been immersed in sorrow, thinking every day about how to avenge little bug. Later, with the help of Pang, although 007 walked out of the obsidian cage, what he wanted in his heart was still revenge. Ever since little bug died, he hasn't thought about them together for a long time. Because he didn't dare to think about it, he couldn't accept the death of the little bug. In other words, he felt very guilty towards the little bug and guilty towards his master. So he didn't dare to face it. It was only after he heard Su Yuan's words just now that he reacted. After thinking about this, he immediately relaxed his mind, closed his eyes and began to recall and feel the little bug. As soon as 007 calmed down, he heard a voice. Hey, big idiot, can you hear me? You idiot, I've been calling you for days, why can't you hear me? Humph. I should have let you be burned by the lava? I won't protect you anymore. So boring? It's all your fault, you big fool. 007 was startled when he heard the voice. Although he had never heard this voice before, it was extremely familiar. He could feel that this was the sound of the little bug. I'm here. At this moment, the voice seemed to be surprised after hearing 007's voice, and did not react for a long time. 007 was about to say something else when the voice finally appeared again. Ah, you finally heard it. PR. Ahem. Do you know how I've been spending these days? After hearing the sound of little bug again, 007 finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing its excited voice, 007 could even feel that its tail was shaking like a propeller. Sorry. I failed to protect you. 007 had always felt guilty about the little bug, so even though he knew it still existed, he still wanted to apologize to the little bug. After hearing 007's apology, little bug was silent for a moment, and then he smiled heartily. I knew you didn't have that ability. I'm still better, so now it's my turn to protect you. After Xiaobug finished talking, 007 didn't have time to say anything, but suddenly I felt that something was slowly changing inside my body. After awakening his higher consciousness, 007 had always felt that there were two forces in his body that were constantly colliding with each other. And at this moment, the two forces actually began to slowly merge. His appearance was also slowly changing at this moment. The hair on its body grew rapidly as if stimulated, its ears gradually faded, and a pair of upright ears grew on the top of its head. A fluffy tail slowly grew out behind it. His hands gradually turned into sharp claws. The whole thing was slowly changing into the form of a werewolf. When Su Yuan saw the changes in 007, he knew. The first and most loyal subordinate to follow him, the Death Knight, has awakened? At this moment, all the players on the battlefield were dumbfounded. They had not yet recovered from 007's betrayal, and now they were all stunned when they saw the changes in 007. What the hell is this? What about transforming here? Wolf, werewolf. For you I turned into a werewolf? For you I burned with madness. Hiss, the color scheme of this wolf, why does it look so much like the one that died before? What the hell? Wolf spirit. What exactly is this game made of? How could something like this appear? Are they merging? At this moment, Pang, who was broadcasting live on the side, was so excited that he was shaking after seeing the evolved 007. Little bug. Great. You're still alive. Although Pang didn't know the reason for 007's evolution, he was sure that he must have merged with the little bug. And he just heard what him said. Him said that little bug was not dead. Thinking of this, Pang instantly burst into tears. Glad to see that you're okay. I don't know if you still remember me. Pang couldn't help feeling sad when he thought about this. He also treated the little bug sincerely. After Little Bug merged with 007, he didn't know whether Little Bug still had any of his previous memories. Just when Pang was thinking about this, I saw 007 suddenly looking over here as if he sensed something. Just an exchange of glances and Pang burst into tears. You still remember me. Just with this one look, Pang felt that everything he had done was worth it. At this moment, the players in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded after seeing this scene. This game is so awesome, the monsters can even transform. Holy crap, zombies turned into werewolves? They even changed species. According to rumors, this zombie originally had a pet wolf. He sent it to the Eternal Guild as a spy, but it was discovered and then killed by the Eternal Guild. Hiss. So, this wolf could be the soul of that pet wolf. It's a fusion, right? I have to say, this game is really awesome. Is him so awesome? Before him showed up, there was no way to merge and transform the forms. Indeed. And just now, him didn't even try to dodge when he saw the zombies attacking. It seems like he has thought of everything. Has he figured it out for me again? Well, the monsters tamed by the Eternal Guild have rebelled in an instant. It looks like this battle is going to be difficult. Not necessarily. Isn't there a dragon? At this moment, the players in the live broadcast room also focused their attention on the Ender Dragon. After all, the only trump card of eternal glory is the Ender Dragon. After 007 and Little Bug merged, the suppressed power was released. But the impact of fusion on the physical body is too great. 007 was still a little overwhelmed. At this moment, he has not yet reached his best fighting condition. But he still straightened his body and stood up. My king, please give me the dragon. Before 007 could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Yuan. No hurry, I'll give you something more important later. Su Yuan could also feel that 007 had obviously not yet adapted to this body, although the Ender Dragon is the only trump card for eternal glory. But in Su Yuan's eyes, the Ender Dragon is just a younger brother. 007's body has not adapted yet, so it should be quite difficult for him to deal with the Ender Dragon. It's not a question of strength, it's mainly because the Ender Dragon can fly, but 007 can't. 007 has no air superiority. After thinking about this, Su Yuan teleported to the sky opposite the Ender Dragon. Seeing him appear in the sky opposite, Yang Hui and Kang Long, who were sitting on the dragon's back, felt their hearts tighten. They also witnessed the scene of 007's transformation just now. From the moment 007 knelt down and called out my king, Yang Hui and Kang Long both knew that they could only rely on the Ender Dragon now. Fortunately, 007 is currently in a weak state.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
After the transformation and has little combat power. Otherwise, in a 2-on-1 situation, even if the Ender Dragon is very strong, it would probably be a disaster. Damn it, fight him. Kang Long, let the Ender Dragon start spraying. Shot. Kang Long immediately ordered the Ender Dragon to breathe dragon breath towards him. As soon as Kang Long's order was given, the Ender Dragon opened its mouth wide, and purple flames gathered more and more in its throat, forming a purple flame ball. The purple fire ball is 5 blocks high. The huge ball of fire flew towards him in the air opposite at a rapid speed. The distance between him and the Ender Dragon was not far. In addition, the purple fireball was moving very fast, and him had no time to dodge before being hit by it. After the purple fireball hit him, it immediately dispersed and formed a purple potion cloud. This is also the so-called dragon's breath. Yang Hui and Kang Long were so happy to see the Ender Dragon attacking him, but at this moment, him's reaction hit them in the face like a slap in the face. Him just frowned and patted the remaining purple drug cloud on his shoulder as if nothing had happened, as if he was disgusted by the dragon's breath that had stained his clothes. He didn't look injured at all. Yang Hui and Kang Long's brains froze when they saw this. Can't the dragon's breath hurt him? How is this possible? This is dragon breath. The reason why Yang Hui and Kang Long were confused was that they had let 007 try the power of dragon breath before. Dragon's breath can cause damage to 007. This also gave them the confidence to defeat him. After all, him and 007 belong to the same type of species. If 007 can be hurt, him should be able to get hurt too. I can only say that they are still thinking too much. What they don't know is that 007 and him are not on the same level at all. Although they are both monsters, 007 was created by him. Can the ingredients be the same? They naturally don't know about the passive abilities him possesses. Fire immunity, potion immunity. To put it simply, the dragon breath in the original MC is equivalent to the Ender Dragon throwing a lingering instant damage 2 potion at you. There should be some changes in this game, and the fire damage should be increased. But it didn't matter to Su Yuan, he was immune to everything. It's a good thing that Su Yuan didn't lose any blood. If he had lost some blood, after this dragon's breath is sprayed out, it is possible that the blood will be restored due to the instant damage effect of the purple medicinal cloud. Even Yang Hui and Kang Long, who were not losing blood, were so scared. I wonder what kind of expressions would be on their faces if they saw a breath of dragon coming towards them and him recovered blood. Even 007 who was watching the fight below was shocked by the scene just now. He had experienced dragon's breath before, but he was burned by it. Just now he was a little worried about his master's safety. But at this moment, he realized that he was overthinking. It's been such a short time since we last met, but the master's strength has grown to such a level. It seems that my worries are completely unnecessary. The master can slaughter everyone here by himself. At this moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room was full of question marks. This? Immune to dragon breath. Wasn't he only immune to arrow damage before? How long has it been? He's even immune to dragon breath. Although I don't know the power of the dragon's breath, but looking at the posture, such a large mass, and such cool special effects, I know it must be extraordinary. I really didn't expect that it couldn't cause any harm to him. So, the question is, how can we hurt him? That's a good question. Then we can only call the GM. Su Yuan patted the dragon's breath medicine cloud on his shoulder and glanced at the ender dragon in front of him. After thinking for a moment, he turned on the deterrence system. After seeing an additional option of young ender dragon in the system bar, Su Yuan finally understood. I was wondering how the ender dragon could be tamed. It was probably hatched from a dragon egg. Since a young ender dragon is shown, there is only one possibility, that is, the dragon was hatched. After all, the ender dragon will drop dragon eggs, although the setting is slightly different from the original MC. But this setting is indeed more reasonable. As the final boss, the ender dragon only drops some experience points and a decorative dragon egg which is of no use at all. After the game, players will inevitably contact the official to greet their families one by one. Moreover, the ender dragon in this game world seems to be stronger. It is reasonable that the exploded dragon eggs can be hatched. But Su Yuan didn't know whether only the first kill would yield a dragon egg that could be hatched. After all, many games have a first kill mechanism. Su Yuan was thinking about this, and then glanced at the deterrent power needed to unlock and control the young ender dragon. Only 50 million. You know, it takes 100 million deterrent power to unlock the control rate of an adult ender dragon. Su Yuan had seen this before and complained about it. We must take advantage of this. It's easy to deal with the ender dragon. Just one fatal axe blow will kill it instantly. But after killing this ender dragon, you can gain skills. But if Su Yuan wants to tame another ender dragon, he has to go to the end of the world again and resurrect another one. Moreover, Su Yuan is not sure whether the ender dragon can leave the end after unlocking control of it. After all, the ender dragon hovers around the end crystal all year round. If there is no way to leave the end, Su Yuan can only hope to hatch the ender dragon egg. This brings us to the issue of the first kill mechanism. Therefore, Su Yuan guessed that this dragon egg was most likely dropped by the first kill and could only be hatched. Otherwise, once players find a way to revive the ender dragon, wouldn't everyone have an ender dragon as a pet? Since there are so many uncertainties, and the ender dragon is right in front of us, Su Yuan still decided to take the ender dragon. Do you want to spend 50 million deterrent power to unlock the control of young ender dragon? Yes. Unlocked successfully? What happened just now undoubtedly shocked Yang Hui and Kang Long. Although they already had a premonition that they might lose the battle. But as leaders, they certainly cannot give up easily. No matter what, we have to fight to the death? Damn it! Fight him. If you can't hurt him with long-range attacks, then use close-range attacks. Kang Long, command the ender dragon to charge forward. After Yang Hui gave the order, Kang Long immediately commanded the ender dragon to dive towards him. The ender dragon is extremely fast, and coupled with its huge size, the force of its swooping down is definitely very strong. But at this moment, him still had no intention of dodging. Just when the ender dragon was about to hit him, he raised his hand upwards, made a stop gesture. The ender dragon was still accelerating and diving the previous second, but after him's gesture appeared, it immediately braked and stopped in front of him. Yang Hui and Kang Long were dumbfounded when they saw this. What's going on? Why did you stop? Yang Hui and Kang Long were at a loss when they saw this. They looked up at him who was so close. This was the first time they observed him so closely. Both of them glanced at him and no longer dared to look at him directly. At such a close distance, the feeling of oppression is pressing down on me right in the face. Even Yang Hui, the president of the first guild who has seen countless people and a lot of the world, didn't dare to look him in the eye. The aura around him was so strong that people couldn't help but tremble. Yang Hui just glanced at him, and his heart sank when he saw the way he looked at him. With just this one glance, he knew there was no chance of winning this battle. Moreover, he also saw endless darkness and evil in his eyes. Completion. Yang Hui was late to realize the situation. Before Kang Long could react to what was happening, he felt the body of the ender dragon beneath him begin to tilt. At this moment, him's raised hand turned half a circle in the air. As him's hand turned, the ender dragon also flipped half a circle in the air. The entire ender dragon flapped its wings and hung upside down in the air. Yang Hui and Kang Long, who were sitting on the dragon's back, were thrown off the dragon's back in an instant. At this moment, the players in the live broadcast room saw this and exclaimed in surprise. Holy shit! Him can even control a dragon. I'm so confused. Him, how many surprises do you have that we don't know about? History always repeats itself in a surprising way. The only difference is that the opponent of him last time was a group of wolf cubs. It has only been a short time, and the opponent has become a powerful being like a dragon. As the battle started, I was thinking, wow, eternal glory is awesome, two such powerful monsters. Now it seems, oh, sorry, they are all him's men. After all, my vision is too narrow. Him, didn't expect that? All your trump cards are my little brothers. It's so brutal. It's so brutal. If you fall from this height, you will be smashed to pieces, right? I wonder if there's such a special effect in the game. Yang Hui and Kang Long were falling rapidly, and they had both given up resistance. Just close your eyes and wait for death. Just as they were about to land, they stopped in midair. When they opened their eyes, him appeared beside them. Before they could react to what was happening, they saw the scenery in front of them suddenly change rapidly. By the time they reacted, they landed safely among the group of players. Yang Hui and Kang Long were stunned for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, it was him who saved us just now. FK, what on earth does he want to do? Although the two were rescued by him, they didn't really think that him would let them go. On the contrary, it was because him rescued them that they were even more terrified at this moment. The only outcome they expected was death, and that was the end of it all. But him wouldn't let them die. Although they don't know what him is going to do, they are sure that him will never let them go easily. At this moment, the players in the live broadcast room were all shocked to see this big reversal. WTF? Him saved both of them. Why do I feel that saving someone may not necessarily be a good thing? Indeed, him is best at manipulating people's hearts. Death is not the biggest punishment for us players. It's just a few items being dropped. We players know this very well, but how did he know that? Oh my god, isn't this too FG suffocating? If I were Yang Hui, I would FG commit suicide right now. They are probably confused too. Besides, even if they want to commit suicide, they have to ask him for his consent. At this moment, 007 was a little puzzled when he saw him suddenly rescue Yang Hui and Kang Long who were about to fall to death. Before 007 could speak, him spoke. It's your turn. After saying that, him suddenly disappeared from the spot. In less than a second, he was back. At this moment, there was an extra horse beside him. When 007 saw the horse, it was as if some kind of switch was turned on in his body. Originally, 007 would not dare to act on his own without him's permission. But at this moment his body could not help but move. He immediately jumped up and got on the horse's back. The moment 007 touched the horse's back, waves of heat began to emanate from his body. It was as if the power of molten lava gathered in his body, and it exploded the moment it touched the horse's back. The horse under him was instantly burned all over by the power of the lava. In less than a second, only a skeleton of the whole horse was left. But the strange thing is that even though the horse was burned like this, it still did not die. On the contrary, it is more energetic than before. It's like being given new life. At this moment, 007 on horseback was also a little stunned. He didn't know what was wrong with his body. There is a constant flow of molten lava power in the body. At this moment, 007's body finally recovered to its peak. On the back of the skeleton horse, he was finally able to control the tremendous energy in his body. After seeing this scene, the players in the live broadcast room became a little numb. Okay, now I wouldn't be surprised even if that zombie turned into a Sailor Moon. This zombie, oh no, it's not a zombie anymore. What should I call it? Wolf Demon King. It's not impossible for Wolf Demon King, but he's riding a horse, so he's obviously a knight. Then the Wolf Knight. This is too unsound, isn't it? Calling the naming hero. Name it Xiaolaya. I heard that this zombie became like this after merging with a wolf. The wolf seems to be dead. So, let's call it Wolf Knight. Death Knight, so cool? No objection. Just like that, what players used to call him zombie brother suddenly became a monster with its own title. Wolf Lord, Death Knight. Su Yuan looked at 007 who had evolved into a complete form, and felt relieved. From the very beginning, Su Yuan felt that 007 was special. Unexpectedly, he really grew up to become his first and most loyal subordinate. The Death Knight has already appeared. I believe that his minions such as Null, Entity 303, and the Dreadlord will also appear slowly. Su Yuan didn't think any more about it. He glanced at 007 but didn't say anything. 007 then understood what Su Yuan meant. My king, leave these people to me. Su Yuan also noticed that after 007 evolved to his complete form, he no longer stuttered when speaking. Hearing 007's words, Su Yuan nodded. But he did not forget to remind 007, take it easy and save their lives. After hearing this, 007 was a little confused. Seeing this, Su Yuan glanced at the players present, and a hint of darkness appeared in his eyes. For them, death is the best relief. Don't you think it's a pity to kill them? What the Eternal Guild did to 007 was totally beyond the capability of a human being to do. 007 was originally a zombie, and physical torture didn't work on him, so they switched to mental torture. Over and over again, wolves that looked exactly like Little Bug were thrown into the cage, rubbing salt into 007's wounds over and over again. Moreover, they knew that 007 was conscious, and they knew that he had deep feelings for Little Bug, but they seized upon his sore spot and poked down hard. If Su Yuan didn't know this, perhaps today he would just do what he did to the Triumph Guild and the Yuntang Guild before, massacring the city and taking the kill points and leaving. But what they had done did not deserve such a quick death. Since they treated 007 with both physical and mental torture, then Su Yuan will give him a taste of his own medicine. After hearing Su Yuan's words, 007 didn't quite understand what his master wanted to do, but he would not ask any questions and would just obey his master's orders. Yes. After 007 rode on the skeleton horse, he immediately rushed towards the group of players. At this moment, his whole body exuded a fiery aura, and even the knife in his hand was burned red by the temperature in his hand. With a swing of the sword energy and the rolling magma splashed towards the players in front of him. Since the game is in holographic mode, there are 5 senses settings in the game for the gaming experience. The sense of pain, smell, and taste are all as real as possible. This is also why the game took 10 years to develop. Therefore, for players, the most merciful way to die is to be killed instantly. This way there won't be any pain. What players fear the most is lava, which feels as real as if their skin has been burned through. At this moment, a group of players who were splashed by the lava were screaming, "AFK, it hurts. AFK, the lava got into my eyes. Hurry, hurry, hurry." Who brought water? After the players were splashed by the lava, flames immediately began to appear on their bodies. Although some players are wearing iron suits, the game setting is like this. Even if you are wearing an iron suit, you will still burn. In an instant, the aroma of barbecue wafted everywhere. Seeing 007's attack, everyone in the Eternal Guild was stunned. How can he have skills? He couldn't learn any skills after such a long time. This skill, using the power of lava, reminds me of the scene at the beginning when the president made him take a lava bath. No wonder its skin wasn't burned. Did it absorb the magma and use it for its own benefit? So we are the ones who created this monster. When the players of the Eternal Guild saw this scene, they finally understood what had happened. Every detail of 007's growth can be traced. Moreover, as long as one step is not developed along the current path, it will be impossible to achieve the 007 in front of you. If Tianheng didn't cut off the 4 legs of Little Bug, but killed Little Bug instead, then 007 will not swallow the small bug and merge with it. If Tianheng doesn't let someone give 007 a lava bath, he won't use the power of lava. If Tianheng didn't use the little bug to stimulate him again, perhaps he would have continued to be depressed and would not have merged with the little bug. Therefore, everything has a traceable path. Tianheng was full of regret at this moment. He never expected that the torture he inflicted on 007 would become his weapon. 007 rode a skeleton horse and quickly shuttled among the group of players. Every time you pass a player, lava fire will spread all over the place. Although most of the players of the Eternal Guild were wearing iron suits, they were still burned by the lava. A full set of iron suits can only last about 5.5 seconds. This is exactly the point that players are struggling with. Without armor, a life can end in 2.5 seconds. With the iron set, you need to hold on for 5.5 seconds. In other words, you can live longer with an iron cuff, but you will also suffer more. This also made the players suddenly not know how to make a choice, whether to take off the iron set or not. After 007 started attacking, Yuan slowly floated into the air and landed on the back of the Ender Dragon. The screams of the players below him became unusually pleasant to Yuan's ears. He had specifically emphasized that 007 spared their lives. 007 also performed very well otherwise with 007's power. He could easily kill a large number of players in seconds. Seeing that the battle below was progressing well, Yuan also opened the kill value mall. From the last time he killed the Yuntang Guild until now, except for spending 2.5 million kill points to upgrade the teleportation to speed up the journey, Yuan's kill points have never been used. Now is the time to spend. Yuan took a look at the current battle situation, and then began to select the skills that needed to be upgraded. Potion throwing LV4, can throw poison, weakness, slow, instant damage, and healing potions, cooling down 5s. Consume 100,000 kill points to upgrade. This potion throwing is pretty good. After spending 100,000 kill points to upgrade to level 5, the potion throwing skill also underwent a qualitative change. Potion throwing LV5, can throw lingering poison, weakness, slowness, instant damage, and healing potions, cooling down for 3 seconds. Potion range 15x15. Consume 1,500,000 kill points to upgrade. Yuan was also very satisfied with the effect of throwing the 5th level potion. The thrown potion is equivalent to directly adding Dragon's Breath, turning it into a lingering type, and the range is also quite large. After seeing the upgraded effect of potion throwing, an evil idea came into Yuan's mind. Thinking of this, Yuan temporarily shut down the system. Then he rode the Ender Dragon and slowly landed above the players' heads. At this moment, the battlefield was filled with the screams of the Eternal Guild players. The firelight made the place exceptionally bright. Seeing the players' painful expressions, Yuan actually felt a little bit of pleasure in his heart. Their cries and shouts sounded like a symphony to Yuan's ears. Yuan, who was on the dragon's back, was enjoying the players' shouts while keeping a close eye on their health. Once Yuan sees a player whose health is almost running out, he will immediately fly over on the Ender Dragon. Then a healing potion was thrown down. The players finally endured endless torture and were about to die, but were suddenly saved by a potion that fell from the sky. But this potion can only increase their health but cannot extinguish the magma-like hot flames on their bodies. The players of the Eternal Guild originally thought that it was a friendly force arriving. When I looked up, I found that the person throwing the potion over my head was him. At this moment, the players of the Eternal Guild finally understood what him was going to do. He doesn't want us to die. He wants to torture us. Does he want to use the same method we used to deal with his younger brother to deal with us? Have we even been deprived of the right to die? At this moment, this scene on the battlefield was also seen by the players in the live broadcast room. Seeing the pain and wailing of the players of the Eternal Guild, they finally felt what it meant to be oppressed by the Demon King. Really, I don't know what to say. He is so powerful that he can kill them instantly, but he didn't do that. Instead, he tortured them slowly. Have you ever been burned by lava? I still remember the feeling vividly. The point is that even with the lowest pain setting in this game, it's still very hot. Everyone who has been burned knows this, so this is the most desperate thing. They want to die but him won't let them. Is he already strong enough to control the life and death of the players? Looking at it this way, him was too lenient towards the Triumph Guild before. Because he is good at guessing people's hearts, he knows that death is a relief for the Eternal Guild. According to rumors, this is how the Eternal Guild treats the Death Knights. They bathe them in lava and torture them mentally. Him is using his own medicine to retaliate. At this moment, the entire battlefield was filled with despair and screams. The players of the Eternal Guild really wanted to just die and be done with it. But they couldn't do it. At this moment, even their right to die was deprived by him. The Death Knight fights on the battlefield, while him stays behind to extend the lives of the players. Let their pain and suffering continue. Yang Hui, Kang Long, and Tian Heng were also struggling in the flames. The expressions of Kang Long and Tian Heng were already one of despair. Only now did they realize how stupid they had been. He actually thought he could compete with someone like him. Until him had them in his hands and they had no chance to resist. Then they suddenly realized that they had offended the wrong person. Seeing the expressions of Kang Long and Tian Heng, Yang Hui knew that they were useless. Although Yang Hui knew that he could not win this battle. But at least we can't lose so shamefully. You can't be manipulated and applauded without any power to resist. No matter what, as the leader of the association, he must stand up in this matter. Everyone, don't panic. This is just a game. You guys are not really being roasted. Everyone with a bucket, come here. Although he was suffering from severe burns, Yang Hui still forced himself to command the players. Since players have only recently entered the game, they don't quite understand the importance of bringing a bucket of water with them when they go out. Only a few players brought buckets. They were a little confused by the series of events and even forgot they brought buckets. Yang Hui gathered this group of players with buckets. Immediately, a 2x2 square was built on the ground. Then have two players pour 2 buckets of water on opposite corners. In this way, infinite water is directly formed. After doing all this, Yang Hui immediately gave the order. Hurry up, collect the water and pour it out. The larger the area, the better. Yang Hui's response was still good. At this moment, many players with iron buckets came over and started to collect water and pour it on the battlefield. After the players of the Eternal Guild soaked in the water, the burning sensation finally disappeared. Seeing this, Su Yuan in the sky glanced at 007. 007 happened to be looking at him at this moment. Although 007 didn't say anything, Su Yuan immediately understood what he meant. He knew the problem at a glance, and he looked at Su Yuan to seek Su Yuan's consent if he could go over and destroy the infinite water. Seeing this, Su Yuan thought for a moment. Then he opened the skill panel again, searched for a while, and finally stopped. Hide level 5, can hide in any block and can drive stones to move. Consume 1 million kill points to upgrade. When this skill is upgraded to level 5, you will have the ability to manipulate stones. Su Yuan estimated that if he continued to upgrade, he might be able to upgrade to obsidian. If he could upgrade to control obsidian, Su Yuan would have a better way to deal with the people from the Eternal Guild. What they had previously endured was physical torture, but with this skill, it would rise to the spiritual level. After thinking about this, Su Yuan immediately started to upgrade his stealth skills. Hide LV8, can hide in any block and can drive obsidian to move. Consume 3 million kill points to upgrade. Upgrading stealth to level 8 cost Su Yuan 7 million kill points. Fortunately, Su Yuan had sufficient financial resources, and all the kill points he had obtained before were useless, otherwise he really couldn't afford it. However, even if you use up all your kill points, it is still profitable to upgrade this skill. Controlling obsidian can be regarded as him's classic skill. Moreover, at this moment, this skill is also very useful. After upgrading his skills, Su Yuan winked at 007 and then shook his head. Signal him not to act rashly and just continue attacking the players. Since 007 did not destroy the infinite water, the players of the Eternal Guild poured out buckets of water at a rapid speed. At this moment, the entire battlefield was covered by water. Su Yuan just waited silently in the air for them to smooth the water. At this moment, Yang Hui rescued the players from their pain. But when he saw him looking down at all living beings calmly from the sky, he was extremely panicked at this moment. Damn it, what on earth is he thinking? To be honest, Yang Hui is really not afraid that him will suddenly appear and kill him instantly. This is fast, painless, and does not require any suspicion or scheming. Him's current performance is what Yang Hui fears the most. Those eyes emitting white light seemed to be filled with endless evil. Although Yang Hui knew that him would definitely do something, the painful thing was that he didn't know what him would do. This is what makes people feel most helpless. Yang Hui couldn't guess him's thoughts at all. Every action of his was beyond Eternal's expectations. Damn it, can't you just give me some quick relief? At this moment, the players in the live broadcast room, like Yang Hui, were unable to figure out him's thoughts. I'm not afraid of him killing me, I'm just afraid of him using his brain. This is really a psychological game. He clearly has the ability to kill you in an instant, but he doesn't. I will make you suffer and torture, and make you unable to guess how you will die in the end. I feel like him probably won't let them die, right? Death is the best relief for them. If he wanted them dead, he would have done it a long time ago. Could it be that him wants to lock them up? Is it possible to lock them up? I don't know. No one knows what his true strength is. Did anyone notice? Although it's not very clear through the mosaic, I feel that him's eyes have changed. I wanted to say that too. It feels a little darker and more evil than before. Previous. Next. Even the players in the live broadcast room could feel the darkness and evil in him's eyes through the mosaic. How could the players present not understand this? At this moment, they no longer had any desire to fight. The only thing they wanted was to die quickly. Every minute and every second on the battlefield was torture for them, because they have to guess every minute and every second what him will do next. What kind of torture will they endure next? And there is not even a chance of winning this battle. The only thing they can do is to use their own methods to alleviate the torture a little when him tortures them. Just like standing in the water now. Damn it, this is too much torture. I don't even want to play anymore. I finally understand why the Yuan Guild was disbanded. I should have known better than to mess with that wolf cub and the zombie. In the end, it's all the fault of the Yuan Guild. Damn it. While the players were discussing, him riding on the dragon's back finally moved. He just glanced at the Death Knight and then nodded, although he didn't say anything. But the Death Knight seemed to understand everything. He rode his skeleton horse high up and came to the center of the players. After jumping high on the horse's back, he jumped to the ground. At this moment, the ground was covered with a layer of water. I saw the Death Knight thrust the iron sword in his hand into the mud in front of him. As soon as the iron sword touched the water, a large amount of white mist was produced. This is enough to show how high the temperature of the iron sword is. Roar. Then the Death Knight let out a loud roar. The ground around the sword began to crack. The cracks gradually spread and the area became larger and larger. The entire ground was shaking, as if a huge amount of energy was about to surge up from the ground. At this moment, lava began to gush out from the cracked ground. One of the Death Knight's skills, Lava Burst, able to use extremely strong lava power, and even cause lava earthquakes. Refer to the fanfiction. The moment the lava came into contact with water, it merged into obsidian. As the magma from the ground continued to surge upward, all the places that were just filled with water turned into connected pieces of obsidian. Since the players' feet were soaked in water, they only discovered it after they reacted. Their feet were directly stuck in the obsidian and they couldn't move at all. The players on the battlefield were all stunned when they saw this. What the hell is this? Card model. Is this reasonable? AFK? I can't pull my feet out. What kind of power is this? Controlling magma at will. Damn it! We shouldn't have let him take a bath in the lava. At this moment, the players on the edge of the battlefield saw the situation in the center of the battlefield and they didn't want to stay here for even a second. Seeing that the obsidian had not yet spread to their side, they immediately ran away. Su Yuan was on the dragon's back, observing the battle below. In fact, Su Yuan is well aware of 007's strength. It can control the power of lava, so Su Yuan asked Yonghui to cover the area below with water. In this way, 007's lava power plus water turns into obsidian. And Su Yuan can control the obsidian, so he can trap them in it. Su Yuan glanced down and saw players trying to escape at the edge of the battlefield. After thinking about this, Su Yuan turned on the system again. After flipping through the skills, I immediately found a skill that could restrict their escape. Strong Spider Silk LV5 launches a ball of spider silk with a hardness of 50 to trap creatures, slowing down their movement speed by 150%. Consume 1 million kill points to upgrade. Su Yuan also directly spent 1 million kill points to upgrade the powerful Spider Silk to the next level. Strong Spider Silk LV6 launches a ball of 15x15 Spider Silk with a hardness of 100 to trap creatures, slowing down their movement speed by 200%. That's enough. Su Yuan was also very satisfied with the effect of the upgraded powerful Spider Silk. The upgrade not only increases the control range of the Spider Silk, but also increases the hardness of the Spider Silk. Furthermore, this skill has no CD. With this skill, in today's battle, no one can escape without his permission. Even if Su Yuan didn't want the kill value, he had to let them know the consequences of offending him. As the skill was upgraded, Su Yuan controlled the Ender Dragon to fly over the heads of the players who were about to escape. Su Yuan raised his hand and saw a huge spider web falling down. When the players came into contact with the spider web, they were instantly stuck to it. They reached out to pull at the spider webs, but found that they were harder than iron and their hands were immediately scratched. They tried to run away, but found that they couldn't even lift their legs. This spider web was like a rope that trapped them and made them unable to move at all. Seeing that the spider web was so effective, Su Yuan took advantage of the Ender Dragon to spread layers of spider webs around the battlefield, tightly blocking the entire battlefield. No one can leave here today without him's permission. At this moment, the despair on the faces of the players on the battlefield has overflowed the screen. The players in the live broadcast room felt chilled when watching these scenes. Isn't he going to kill them? Why do I feel like I've been watching for so long, but it seems like the real horror has just begun. What does him want to do? It's because there's no way to guess what he wants to do. This is the most painful and desperate thing. Is this really spider silk? Why does it look like steel wire to me? Can it tie people up so they can't move? At this moment, there were so many people in the live broadcast room, but no one could guess what him was thinking. But they all knew one thing, the time was about to come when the players of the Eternal Guild would be truly tortured. Yang Hui, Kang Long, and Tian Heng are like prodigal dogs at this moment. They finally understood that him was not on the same level as any other monster in the game. At this moment, they had no power to resist. But like other players, they still couldn't guess what him was going to do. At this moment, him teleported a few times and brought the surrounding players who were not restricted by obsidian to the place covered with obsidian. He suddenly disappeared with the players, and when he appeared again, the players were already stuck in the obsidian. After doing all this, he just raised his hand towards everyone. Everyone only felt that their bodies were slowly moving upwards along with the obsidian. All the players were dumbfounded when they saw this. What the hell is this? If I'm not mistaken, he should be controlling the obsidian. That's why we are rising. FK, where's the GM? GM, come out here. Give me a reasonable explanation. What on earth is he going to do? Can't he just give us a quick death? Him led everyone to slowly rise. After reaching a certain height, it finally stopped. The players looked down and saw the interior of the Eternal Guild headquarters beneath their feet. From this angle, you can clearly see the panoramic view of the Eternal Guild's headquarters. Just as the players were looking down, they saw him raise his hand again, and then they saw that the guild headquarters was suddenly cut into a cross-section. All the blocks on the upper layer floated up. The entire internal structure of the Eternal Guild was exposed. It's like a flat-top view. Players can clearly see the various structures within the guild and where the various supplies and treasure chests are. After seeing this, the players became even more puzzled. What on earth is he going to do? If you want to destroy the base, just destroy it? Why do you have to do this? FK, if you want to kill him, just kill him. Don't waste your time. Damn it, I'm going crazy. This is FG torture. At this moment, the players' spirits were about to collapse from the torture. It was a simple matter of just dying, but him wouldn't let them die. Moreover, they still don't know what him is trying to do by doing this. At this moment, the players in the live broadcast room did not have such a high perspective, and they did not know what was happening inside the Eternal Guild's headquarters. But they could see the obsidian floating in the air and the various blocks of the Yonghui Guild's headquarters buildings floating in the air. Newton, rising from his dying coffin. As we all know, the game Minecraft is not under Newton's control. Is this game really jumping back and forth between reality and virtuality? Him is really FG outrageous? He can control all these blocks. I'm already numb to him's abilities. The lava earthquake caused by the Death Knight just now was enough to shock me, and it was him's little brother. What I'm more curious about is, what is him doing by doing this? It seems that bringing them into the sky is to restrict their movements? To trap them? But why did they lift up the guild headquarters? At this moment, Peng Peng was also a little confused when he saw the scene in front of him. He didn't care about anything else and immediately raised the building a few levels higher. Only then could he see clearly what the Eternal Guild's headquarters looked like. After seeing this, Peng Peng immediately realized what him wanted to do. After thinking for a moment, Peng Peng made a very risky decision. After he dug out the blocks under his feet, he slowly began to approach the Eternal Guild headquarters. Peng Peng had just taken a few steps closer when him's eyes turned over. The Death Knight on the side seemed a little anxious, as if he was afraid that him would hurt Peng Peng. But he didn't dare to disobey him's orders. My king. Seeing this, him did not attack Peng Peng, but just retracted his gaze and stopped looking at Peng Peng. Judging from him's reaction, he should have acquiesced to Peng Peng's behavior. Seeing this, Peng Peng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he ran quickly towards the Eternal Guild headquarters. At this moment, the players in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Why did him let the anchor in? Him didn't attack the anchor. What the hell? What's going on? By the way, why did the anchor have to go in? The more I watch, the more confused I get. As soon as Peng Peng appeared, he was discovered by the players of the Eternal Guild. After Peng Peng entered the base, he ran straight to the warehouse. He opened the boxes one by one and stuffed all the good things inside into his backpack. After taking the things, Peng Peng began to destroy things wantonly, smashing anything that displeased him. He even went straight to Tian Heng's room, took out a TNT, and blew up Tian Heng's room. After the explosion, he even spit out a mouthful of saliva. After doing all this, he still felt unsatisfied. He turned around and looked up, making an international gesture to the players of the Eternal Guild in the air. TMD, aren't you crazy? The first guild, huh? You have high standards, huh? You really have high standards now. Isn't the scenery up there pretty? But the guild's supplies are really good. You guys can't come down anyway, so it would be a shame to waste these supplies. I will accept it without any grudges. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I'm a big anchor now. There are a lot of people watching me in the live broadcast room. I believe more people will come here soon. You must receive them well. After Peng Peng finished speaking, he switched the perspective to the third person and spoke to the players in the live broadcast room. Brothers, the host is giving you some benefits today. I'll tell you the address of the guild's headquarters in a moment. These supplies are on a first come, first served basis. After Peng Peng shouted these words, he felt so happy. The moment he saw the interior of the guild headquarters, he immediately understood him's intention. Him wants to keep everyone in the Eternal Guild trapped here, and they would have to watch helplessly as the supplies in the guild headquarters that they had worked so hard to develop were looted. Watching the guild's defeat, they should be trapped here, to be despised and looked down upon by everyone who comes. Every time someone comes here, they are humiliated by this memory, just like they use small bugs to stimulate 007. This is the mental torture him puts on them. At this moment, after seeing Peng Peng's behavior and hearing his words, the players of the Eternal Guild finally understood him's intention. He wants to keep us trapped here forever. Does he want us to just sit there and watch as our guild's belongings are taken away? AFK, damn it, give me a good time. It's over. These are all the supplies for the 3 guilds? What will we do if they are all taken away? You're still thinking about the future? Do you think we can get away with this? At this moment, Yang Heng, Kang Long, and Tian Heng saw everything him did. They just felt their scalps tingling. Such behavior is undoubtedly the greatest mental torture for them. You know, Yang Hui and Kang Long brought most of the guild's supplies and manpower for this battle. If all this was destroyed directly by him, then they would accept it. After all, they were not capable enough. But at this moment, they had to watch helplessly as those guilds, or those individual players, whom they had always looked down upon, came to their territory to act wildly, rob, and even ridicule them. And yet they were trapped here, watching all this and unable to do anything. This is more painful than killing them. AFK, I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to play anymore. How are you going to explain this to the consortium above? Shit, what should we do? We are trapped here and there is no way to explain ourselves. Eternal Glory is different from the Yuntang Guild. There is a consortium investing in Eternal Glory. They can't just say they don't want to play. At this moment, the 3 of them were in despair. After the players in the live broadcast room understood Peng Peng's approach, they all took a deep breath. Him is so cruel. What is more painful than death is to let them see with their own eyes the city they carefully built being burned, killed, and looted. And, every time a player goes there, it's a humiliation for them. Although they are controlled by the obsidian, half of their bodies are still exposed. Isn't him afraid that someone will come and kill them? Wouldn't they come out this way? Who dares? Who dares to kill? Brother, do you dare? Yeah, who the hell dares to go against him now? Next. The players of the Eternal Guild who were trapped in the obsidian finally realized what despair was. Yes, this is indeed just a game and players can log off. But at this moment they are in a combat state, and the system shows that there are monsters wandering around. So they can't get offline at all. Many players previously thought that this game mechanism was very good and realistic. But at this moment, they were cursing the game's offline mechanism. AFK, what a lousy mechanism. It won't let me log off. Combat state? Do you think I'm in combat state now? I'm being kidnapped. Damn, I'm beginning to miss those games that aren't in holographic mode. At least I can force quit them. Due to the game's mechanics, players cannot log off at this moment. They wanted to take out some flints or TNT from their backpacks and end their lives. But they found that the obsidian under their feet was slowly rising, and they hadn't realized what was happening yet. They saw that the obsidian was stuck right where their hands were and they couldn't move at all. Next, although the game has a satiety system, you will automatically lose blood when the satiety reaches 0. But when the health volume drops to half a heart, it will no longer drop further. So they couldn't expect to starve to death. They also have no way of placing their hopes on other players. There is no PvP mechanism in the game yet. If other players want to come over, they can only climb up the platform and use flint and TNT. This is indeed a solution, but they really can't think of anyone else in this game who dares to save them. Even if they are from the same guild, they probably wouldn't dare to do that, right? They who provoked him ended up like this, who would dare to provoke him again? At this point, the only solution is to forcefully unplug the device. But because the game is holographic and connects neurons, forcibly disconnecting them will cause some minor effects on the nerves, commonly known as brain damage. Just like forcibly shutting down the computer will damage it. Although this is the case, many players have tried to contact their friends in the game to help unplug the power supply. The power supply was indeed unplugged and the game was indeed offline. But when they came online again, they were still in the same place. In other words, as long as they come online, they will be trapped here and tortured. At this moment, everyone in the Eternal Guild finally understood what true despair was. They can do nothing but let him control them. But what makes them feel frustrated is that this is just a game? Didn't we say that players are the masters of the game? Whose master is so miserable? At this moment, they who were trapped in the obsidian suddenly felt extremely ironic. At the beginning, they also used obsidian to make a cage for 007. Unexpectedly, things changed and all these came back to haunt me. Su Yuan was still worried about how to completely trap the players, but after hearing what the players said, his mind suddenly became clear. Previously, Su Yuan was worried that players would be forced to log off, and in this case, all his painstaking efforts would be wasted. But I didn't expect that there are prerequisites for logging off the game, and it cannot be forced to log off. Isn't that simple? After arriving under the obsidian platform, Su Yuan directly summoned his clone. Then he hid his clone among the nearby rocks. That way, there's no need to worry about them going offline. After doing all this, Su Yuan came to 007. Have you let it go? Su Yuan was naturally asking about 007's hatred towards the players of the Eternal Guild. After hearing this, 007 shook his head. Never let go. 007 is not afraid of physical pain, but this is the first mental trauma 007 has suffered since he became conscious. And for him, it was a pain that went deep into his bones? Although he knew that Little Bug was still with him, he would never forget or let go of what they had done to Little Bug and what they had done to him. Hearing 007's answer, Su Yuan nodded with satisfaction. 007 can only become stronger in the future if he remembers the evil of human nature. I'm leaving? Su Yuan teleported 007 and the skeleton horse away from the Eternal Guild's headquarters. This is where 007 grew up and also where he suffered. Su Yuan also felt that 007 and the little bug in his body wanted to leave this place. Only after Peng Peng saw him leave did he finally dare to approach the obsidian platform. Although he knew that him would not kill him, he still felt an indescribable sense of oppression when facing him. After seeing him leave, Peng Peng also started to get busy. As the sky gradually darkened, Peng Peng immediately dug a few pits under the obsidian platform. Then he lured some zombies around and dropped them into the pit. So you guys can't log off now, right? I have to say that Peng Peng is still very careful. The deep pit is under the obsidian platform, and the zombies in the pit will not spontaneously combust even during the day. In this way, there will always be monsters roaming around the players of the Eternal Guild. Even if they are out of the battle, they can't log off. What he didn't know was that him's clone was actually hiding nearby. After doing all this, he slowly moved up and landed on the obsidian platform. At this moment, after seeing Peng Peng, the players of the Eternal Guild didn't know if they had a problem with their brains or were just stupid. Some of them actually asked Peng Peng to save them. Brother Peng, please save us. We can reconcile everything that happened before. Peng Peng, give us a quick death. Then we can consider giving you the title of Honorary Elder. There's a lot of TNT in the guild supply box, go get some? Otherwise, flint and steel will do. Peng Peng has been playing games for so long, but this is the first time he has heard such an excessive request. Someone actually asked him to kill them. Seeing the expressions of the people in the Eternal Guild, Peng Peng smiled. How can that be possible? You are all members of the largest guild in the game. How dare I, a mere individual? I just saw that it was getting dark, and I was afraid that you guys were afraid of the dark, so I came here to light some torches for you guys. After hearing Peng Peng's words, all the players of the Eternal Guild were stunned. As soon as they realized what was happening, they started cursing. AFK, monsters won't spawn if I put a torch in. AFK, you're him's dog, right? Yuan at Yuan hashtag Yuan at hashtag Yuan percent hashtag Yuan percent at hashtag at Yuan. Originally, the only hope for the players of the Eternal Guild was to wait until night when monsters would spawn on the platform. This way the monster will kill them. They thought him hadn't thought of that. In fact, him had already hidden his clones around him, so even when monsters were spawned, the clones could still control the monsters. So there is no need to worry about this happening at all. Unexpectedly, Peng Peng actually ran up and lit the torch. The lit torches completely extinguished the hopes of the players of the Eternal Guild. If possible, they would have cut Peng Peng into pieces through the internet cable. But at this moment, they could only rage helplessly. After filling the obsidian platform with torches, Peng Peng nodded with satisfaction. Hey, this makes it much brighter. Thank you for teaching me what to say. Shrimp and pig heart. Peng Peng had promised before that he would avenge the little bug, but as an ordinary person, there is little he can do. All he could do was try his best to fulfill this promise. What Peng Peng didn't know was that he was actually a very important part of the entire revenge plan. Without his persuasion, 007 would not have pretended to be obedient and might still be suffering from mental torture. If he hadn't posted the coordinates on the forum, him wouldn't have found the Eternal Guild headquarters so quickly. So he did a lot. It is said that good people will be rewarded. Peng Peng's reward is probably the supplies and equipment from the Eternal Guild. Originally, Peng Peng just wanted to take some for himself and give some of the others to others. But at this moment, Peng Peng changed his mind. In the past, he had always been a nobody, both in life and in games. Whenever Peng Peng encountered any difficulties in the past, the first thing he thought of was to escape. Because escape is the easiest. Just like when he saw Tian Heng killing the little bug before, although he wanted to stop it, he didn't dare. So Peng Peng always felt that he was useless and couldn't do anything well. But after this incident, Peng Peng no longer thought so. He found that as long as he had a firm belief in his heart, no matter how hard he tried, he would find ways to achieve this belief. Just like he wanted to avenge the little bug before. If it were in the past, he would definitely think that this was an impossible thing to achieve. How could a common man like him possibly go against the #1 guild in the game? But after his efforts, this thing was actually accomplished. Although it was done with the help of many external factors. But no matter what, he successfully avenged the little bug. He also severely slapped the faces of those in the guild who bullied him. Then let's set another goal. The next goal is to see the little bug again. Just after 007 and little bug merged, he looked towards Peng Peng. Peng Peng then realized that the small bug was still there. It's a pity that Peng Peng didn't get to talk to him. However, this also became the motivation for Peng Peng to continue playing the game. He needs to grow up well and see little bug again. You never know when he will be able to help with a small bug again, just like this incident. After thinking about this, Peng Peng also said in the live broadcast room, "Brothers, I am going to set up a guild. For now, the name is Demon King Reserve. The guild is recruiting players who like him and the little Death Knight. As you can see, with the supplies behind me, the guild will develop quickly. We don't even need to build a base. We can just repair it and use it. You can also enjoy the round-the-clock care of the players in the first guild. I want to come as soon as possible." Peng Peng's actions can be described as a cuckoo taking over the magpie's nest. I have to say that Peng Peng really understands shrimp and pig's heart, and even knows how to draw inferences from one instance. The people of the Eternal Guild already hated Peng Peng. If I saw Peng Peng taking over their guild and using their resources to develop his own guild, I guess he'll faint from anger. and if Peng Peng became the president, he would definitely come and mock them every day. Being tortured by him is fine, but how can the players of the Eternal Guild stand being ridiculed by a low-level player and traitor of the guild? After hearing Peng Peng's words, the players of the Eternal Guild kept hearing various national treasures. The louder they cursed, the happier Peng Peng laughed. What is this called? This is called impotent rage. At this moment, some players in the live broadcast room saw this and did not quite understand Peng Peng's behavior. Why does it feel like this anchor has a deep hatred with the Eternal Guild? The Demon King's reserve army? This is the first time I've encountered a monster licking. How cool. What do you mean by licking a monster? A lot of people like him? Isn't that normal? Please allow people who like villains to exist, thank you. Why do I feel that the relationship between Peng Peng, him, and the Death Knight is not simple? Indeed, he just rushed over so suddenly, and him didn't do anything. Rumor has it that the anchor is the one who exposed the location of the Eternal Guild's headquarters. Hiss. I see. That makes sense. Streamer, wait for me. I'm here to surrender to the enemy. Ugh. So him won't kill the anchor and his guild members. Holy shit. Here I come. Although many players disagree with Peng Peng's decision to gather players who like him and the Death Knight to form a guild. But players dare not underestimate Peng Peng. Everyone saw it with their own eyes when Peng Peng ran over just now, and him did not attack Peng Peng. This is the second player who encountered him but was not killed after the group of players who told him the location of the Eternal Guild. Steve, thank you, don't queue. And the Death Knight seemed to want to say something, which seemed to be related to Peng Peng. Furthermore, players also learned from various rumors that Peng Peng was the one who released the coordinates of the Eternal Guild. These kinds of things can't help but make people think. For a time, many players who liked him and the Death Knight were also interested. With the first guild's supplies and the protection of him and the Death Knight, won't he be able to walk around the game with ease from now on? It was precisely because of these events that the guilds that had their eyes on these materials gave up the idea. Originally, they thought that Peng Peng was an isolated individual over there, so it should be easy for them to steal supplies. But when I thought about the relationship between Peng Peng and him, and then looked at the faces of the players of the Eternal Guild, all of whom looked hopeless, they all gave up the idea. They can't afford to offend him, and they also can't afford to offend the people around him. The Eternal Guild is the best example. Having offended him's younger brothers, they ended up like this. After Peng Peng closed the live broadcast, he began to busy himself with repairing the guild headquarters. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, this place became his territory. In the jungle next to the Eternal Residence. Master, 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 I miss you so much. PR. I saw 007's drooping tail suddenly stand up, and then shake rapidly, so fast that even the shadow could not be seen, just like a propeller. He stuck out his tongue and began to rub it on Su Yuan's face. Seeing this, Su Yuan quickly pinched the wolf's mouth. Although he knew that it was a small bug's behavior just now, it used 007's body. 007 sticking out his tongue to lick himself like this, Su Yuan really can't accept it. As soon as 007's mouth was pinched, he reacted immediately. He quickly half knelt down, and then started chatting with himself as if he had a split personality. You can't offend my king like this. Humph. I used to be like this. It must be because of you, a big fool. The master doesn't like me anymore. Woo you. But you're sharing a body with me now. You can't do this anymore. Got it. I won't. I will lick my master's face. PR. 007 was seen with his tail drooping at one moment and wagging it wildly at another. Sometimes his eyes were calm, and sometimes they became watery. Su Yuan couldn't help but hold his forehead. Will this really not cause schizophrenia? At this moment, a fierce voice suddenly appeared in my mind. They offended you. Kill them. After hearing that voice, Su Yuan's eyes instantly became fierce. At that moment, he really wanted to kill 007 in front of him. But the feeling was fleeting. What's wrong with me? The voice just now was obviously Su Yuan's own voice. But the voice was more sinister. The moment that voice appeared, Su Yuan seemed to be possessed. Fortunately, I recovered immediately. Otherwise, the 007 in front of him might be in real danger. 007 seemed to have noticed something was wrong with Su Yuan just now. He was originally arguing with Little Bug, but he stopped immediately. He lowered his head, fearing that the Little Bug's behavior just now had angered Su Yuan. Seeing this, Su Yuan calmed down a little and spoke. Get up. 007 raised his head and glanced at Su Yuan. After seeing that his expression had softened, he dared to slowly stand up. Little Bug was so frightened that he dared not make a sound. After 007 stood up, he looked at Su Yuan, as if he wanted to say something but didn't dare to open his mouth. Su Yuan also guessed what 007 was thinking. Go ahead. 007 thought for a long time before finally speaking. My king. Can I stay with you forever? 007 was very afraid that Su Yuan would ask him to leave again. So many unpleasant things happened after he left Su Yuan. 007 also wants to follow Su Yuan no matter what time or where. After hearing what 007 said, Su Yuan thought for a moment. Then the system panel opened. As soon as I opened the system panel, several messages popped up. Fear value +12. Fear value +21. Fear value +17. Ding. the fear value reaches 1 million, and the fear value mall will be automatically opened. The fear value mall is now open. Faith value plus 11. Faith value plus 5. Faith value plus 2. Ding! The faith value reaches 100,000, and the faith value mall will be automatically opened. Su Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw the 2 shopping malls opened. He opened the 2 malls immediately. Fear value mall. Note, fear value can be exchanged for kill value. The exchange ratio is 1:10. Current fear value, 15,247. There is only this one line of comments in the fear value mall, and it is completely empty, with nothing in it. Seeing this, Su Yuan opened the faith value mall again. Faith value mall. Current faith value, 2,403. I didn't expect that there wasn't even any explanation in the faith value mall. But since the system has given these 2 values, they will definitely be useful in the future. It may be because Su Yuan has not yet unlocked some abilities related to these 2 values. But then again, this fear value is a good thing. It can be exchanged for 10 times the kill value, and it seems to accumulate quite quickly. As far as Su Yuan was concerned, the price had increased by nearly 10,000 yuan in the short time it took for the system to work. See what comes out of the research with these 2 new values. Su Yuan also came to the kill value mall. I took a look at the current kill value. After upgrading a wave of skills, there are only more than 4 million left. Su Yuan intends to create a mod for the remaining kill points. After all, I can't always look for players aimlessly like this. If the mod is turned on, the kills of monsters in the mod should also be counted towards Su Yuan. But if Su Yuan were to open a mod, the first mod he would open would not be Dusk Forest. Although Duskwood is the cheapest, it is not a pure monster mod. Although it is indeed difficult for players, it will indeed bring a lot of benefits to Su Yuan. But it will also increase the strength of the players. Weapons in the Duskwood, such as the Diamond Minotaur, Dusk Scepter, Zombie Scepter, Vampire Scepter, Shield Scepter, Ice Sword, 3-shot bow, Ender bow, Tracking bow, etc. These weapons are all very powerful. After players get these weapons, the monsters in the main world will basically pose no threat to them. Their kill count will also increase rapidly, and they will also activate mods. Su Yuan would definitely not do such a thing that would not benefit himself. When it comes to creating a mod, Su Yuan's first choice is definitely a pure monster mod. After thinking about this, Su Yuan scrolled down for a while. I immediately saw 2 mods that I liked. Rare Elite Monsters and Epic Sieges. The kill value required for the 2 mods is similar, both are 10 million to activate. If Su Yuan were asked to choose between these 2 mods, he would definitely prefer the Epic Siege one. In Su Yuan's opinion, the strength of Epic Siege is still higher than that of Rare Elite Monsters. After opening the Epic Siege mod, Su Yuan did not expect that this mod was actually divided into 3 stages. Epic Siege I, Epic Siege 2, and Epic Siege 3. Each upgrade requires an additional 5 million kill points. After seeing this, Su Yuan finally understood. Why is it so cheap? Are you going to use Huobi installment payment? But regardless of whether it is in installments or not, this mod is stronger than Rare Elite Monsters. The mere fact that a monster can dig and place blocks is much stronger than the buff attributes that increase the properties of Rare Elite Monsters. After thinking about this, Su Yuan also made a decision. This is the first mod I decided to make. Although he still lacks a lot of kill points, Su Yuan is not in a hurry. The growth rate of the fear value plus the monster spawning tower, plus the kill value provided to Su Yuan by the batch of monsters released before, should be able to collect them soon. Furthermore, if there is still some shortage, Su Yuan can get it from the players of the Eternal Guild. That adds up to more than 70,000 people, and each of them must have provided a lot of kill value. After all, it is the #1 guild. But Su Yuan would definitely not kill them now. He would wait for a few days. After making a preliminary plan, Su Yuan also shut down the system. Then he agreed to 007's request. Well, you can follow me from now on. 007 did suffer, and 007 also provided Su Yuan with considerable kill value before. There's nothing wrong with giving him a holiday. As Su Yuan and 007 were talking, the sunlight cast a very long shadow on them. Under the light, his shadow had some subtle movements. 0 Point Company Customer Service Department. Minister, is there still no news from above? I'm going to be driven crazy by these players. Damn, I really want to be employee number 9527. My chat box is flooded with messages from him. I don't even need to read a message now, because it's about him's problems. These people are amazing. They can send me 30 messages in 1 minute. Each message is different and has more than 10 words. They even curse at me without repeating a single word. After Yang Hui and his friends were upset, they had no way to vent their anger on him, so they had to take it out on the customer service staff. After the battle just now, it was no use for the customer service staff to use the excuse that there were no bugs in the game to fool Yang Hui and the others. As the president of the first guild, Yang Hui still has some power, so he naturally has to seek an explanation from the gaming guild. At this moment, Minister Xiao Wang saw the folder of more than 20G on the desktop and fell into deep thought. It seems that the previous estimate was too cautious. Faced with the players' bombardment of customer service, Xiao Wang could no longer withstand the pressure. He immediately packed the folders and sent them to senior management and the technical department. And also added emphasis. Must read this folder. Must read. Must read. Here it comes. The author unfortunately got infected with influenza AQAQ, just came back from an 4 drip, my head is buzzing, and my lungs are about to cough out, so I will only update 3 times a day for the next few days. Everyone please forgive me, I will resume updating 4 times a day after I recover. 0 Point Company usually summarizes player feedback once a week. There is still 1 day left until the next player feedback summary. But Xiao Wang couldn't stand the criticism from the players anymore. In the past 2 days, Xiao Wang and everyone in the customer service department. The players greeted them one by one, with parents as the center, relatives as the radius, and ancestors as the destination. The viciousness of his words has already pushed the visual and auditory limits of these people. Xiao Wang was also very curious about what happened in the game that caused the players to attack indiscriminately like mad dogs. Fortunately, many of the players' feedback include live videos. Xiao Wang also clicked on the video out of curiosity and watched the entire video. It took him a long time to recover. Xiao Wang has also witnessed him's growth. From the moment players first discovered the white-eyed monster, Xiao Wang received feedback. The white-eyed monster at that time was not very strong. At most, it was a conscious monster with some skills. But slowly, since he was named him by the players, his growth seemed to be on a roll. As a member of the company, although Xiao Wang has not played the game, he still has some understanding of the various data in the game. As for customer service, when players ask questions, you have to give them answers. When Xiao Wang first saw the white-eyed monster, he thought it might be caused by a game bug. But after seeing him grow up slowly and become the man with the strength and cruel methods of a devil, Xiao Wang no longer thinks he is a bug. How can a bug grow? How can a bug understand people's hearts? So Xiao Wang doesn't know what him is. This can only be handled by the technical department. What Xiao Wang can be sure of is that if this matter is not handled properly, a large number of players will probably quit the game. It is obvious that him has grown into an unrivaled existence among players. After Xiao Wang sent the folder to the senior management and technical department, he also made a special phone call to them. I repeatedly told them to watch the folder about him. After receiving a positive response from the other side, Xiao Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soon after the file was transferred to the senior management and technical department. The senior management then threw the problem directly to the technical department. After all, the top management doesn't understand these things, and matters related to the game have to be referred to the technical department. Technology Department of 0 Point Corporation. The technical department director, Lao Wu, was smoking alone in the office. Thinking back to the meeting with the top management just now, when they criticized him harshly, old Wu felt very aggrieved. The top management knows how to pass the buck, so they put the blame directly on the technical department. The key point is, can he blame the technical department for this? 1 month before the game was launched, we tested it every day. In addition, all the people in the technical department took turns to conduct internal testing of the game. There are no bugs in the game at all. If there is anything, it is the features that come with the game. Therefore, it is impossible for any conscious monster to form. Old Wu also looked at the documents sent by the customer service department. It is undeniable that such a monster already exists in the game. And it is definitely not the original game data. According to Lao Wu's many years of experience, this monster was most likely caused by players invading the game system and maliciously rewriting the game program. This matter is not difficult to deal with. Just perform a full disk scan to disinfect. After thinking about this, Old Wu got up and walked out of the office. The technicians were busy developing a new game, and Old Wu glanced at each workstation. I just happened to see a technician taking a nap. Old Wu came to the technician's workstation and took a look at his work badge. Employee number, 303. Name, Mojang. Old Wu was already very unhappy after being scolded by the higher UPS, and now he saw someone slacking off. My anger rose instantly. Knock knock knock. Old Wu knocked heavily on Mojang's table several times. Mojang was suddenly awakened. He was about to curse, but when he saw it was Old Wu, he instantly wilted. Minister. Ahem, what's the matter? Mojang felt a little guilty after being caught slacking off at work. The game must have been hacked by players or technicians from another company. Go and sort it out. I'll send you the specific documents later. The technicians at 0 Point Company are not vegetarians, many of them are born hackers. The only way to deal with this kind of technological invasion is to sprinkle some water. Okay. Mojang also stretched his body and prepared to start working. After a while, Old Wu passed the file to Mojang. Mojang fell into deep thought when he saw the folder of more than 20 GB. These 20+ GB files, are they my information? Mojang never imagined that a technical invasion could contain more than 20 GB of data. At this moment, he was very suspicious that Old Wu was playing a trick on him, but he had no evidence. Although Mojang was very reluctant to take this task, there was nothing he could do as he was caught slacking off. I have no choice but to do it. Mojang spent about an hour simply looking through the contents of the folder. I also roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. I guess it was done by another company who was competing maliciously and hired hackers to do this. Obviously, him's behavior pattern is not a code. His behavior patterns are the same as those of humans. Strong logic and careful thinking. This is very consistent with the characteristics of a hacker. In addition, Mojang also observed that the skills he used in the early days were basically the skills of the monsters in the game itself. This can be achieved by copying the game data yourself, then tampering with it and strengthening it. These behavioral patterns are indeed consistent with the patterns of hacker intrusion. After thinking about this, Mojang asked Lao Wu for the game database permissions and started working. Generally, this kind of data intrusion will leave obvious traces, and it is very easy to find. It just takes some time. After about 4 hours of data searching, Mojang was completely stunned. Which hacker is so powerful? They hacked into the game without leaving any trace. Mojang was born a hacker and is considered one of the best hackers. Even he couldn't invade without leaving any trace. Because once you hack into it, you will leave your IP address at that time. After all, it was hacked through the internet. Seeing this, Mojang did not give up and searched carefully again. Another 4 hours passed, and still no progress. How is this possible? Mojang had searched very carefully but still found no trace. We did find a lot of information about attempted intrusions that were intercepted, but not a single successful intrusion. In other words, the formation of him is not caused by external invasion. Thinking of this, Mojang couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. Hiss. Could it be generated by the origin of the game? Mojang checked over and over again but found no signs of intrusion. Moreover, even if there is an invasion, 0 Point Company's defense system is top-notch. Almost all of the world's best hackers, except those recruited by countries, are under the command of 0 Point Corporation. An intrusion incident is possible, but the probability of it happening is definitely less than 1%. Moreover, with this 1% probability, there is a 98% chance that it will be intercepted by the system. Even if there is still that 2% that has not been discovered, it will be discovered by Mojang's system check just now. From this, we can infer that him cannot be the product of external invasion, although Mojang was 100% sure that his inference was correct. But he couldn't believe that his inference was correct, because this proves that him is a product of the game. In other words, monsters with human consciousness formed inside the game. This property is equivalent to AI having thoughts. After thinking about this, Mojang felt goosebumps all over his body. Mojang was thinking, but was interrupted by Old Wu's voice. Is it done? It has been more than 8 hours since Old Wu issued the task, and Mojang has not yet sent any message. Old Wu is getting a little anxious. Seeing this, Mojang had no choice but to tell Old Wu the truth. When Old Wu heard Mojang's words, he immediately felt it was absurd. He suddenly felt that Mojang was just going through the motions and didn't want to solve the problem. Can you do it? We are all technical people. What the hell are you talking about? How can you tell me that consciousness is generated inside a game? Why don't you say that AI has thoughts? If our company can develop this thing, why do we need to develop games? If the database can't find the problem, then go look for it in the game. Doesn't that him have a physical body in the game? Can't you just go in with administrator privileges and find a way to erase it? Old Wu was also being urged on by his superiors and was very angry. As a result, Mojang continued to talk to him about these nonsense, so he naturally had no patience to listen. Mojang could only endure Old Wu's scolding. Who made me a worker? However, the suggestion given by Lao Wu is indeed a solution. If him has no entity, then this problem is really difficult to solve. But him has a physical body, so it can be erased by just killing him. After thinking about this, Mojang also silently entered the game cabin. Seeing that Mojang was about to enter the game, Old Wu said no more. Before leaving, he did not forget to give some instructions. By the way, don't forget to rescue Yang Hui's men. Before Old Wu could finish his words, Mojang walked into the game cabin. Seeing this, Old Wu didn't want to interrupt him anymore. Mojang is not a newcomer anymore, so he doesn't need to be taught how to deal with players' emotions. Pengpen's live broadcast also made him famous. In addition, he openly opposed the first guild and appeared under him's nose but was not killed. Many players think that Pengpen's identity is not simple. In addition, Pengpeng holds all the assets of the first guild, so the players also feel that following Pengpeng is still promising. The most important thing is that there is someone above Pengpeng. No, there is a god. As long as you follow Pengpeng, you don't have to worry about being in trouble with him. Therefore, many players came to the old Eternal Guild headquarters and the new Demon King Reserve Team headquarters. Ding, check in at famous attractions. Please watch in an orderly manner and do not touch any items on the attraction. If you break something, you will be compensated tenfold. Funny. How did the Terracotta Warriors come into being? After watching the film, it's not too much to write an 800-word review, right? Let me write first. Ha 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 ha. 800 words. Dot. Hey, why are you guys provoking him? How's the scenery up there, everyone? Does anyone need some food? I have some spicy noodles here. Although most of the people in the Eternal Guild found a way to unplug the power, but after quitting the game, I felt empty. This game is a new experience for many people, and everyone thinks it is very fun. I also spent a lot of time in the game. Suddenly I can't play this game anymore, and I feel really upset. I don't know what happened. Not long after I downloaded the game, I logged into it again without realizing it. After logging into the game, I saw Pengpeng occupying the magpie's nest. Various players came to check in and mock him, but I couldn't help but unplug the power cord. Then I couldn't help but want to come in again. The players of the Eternal Guild have been tortured during this period. Not only was it mentally devastating, but my brain was almost going crazy from being forced to shut down. They can be said to be completely subdued by him. They now have only one wish, that is, GM can rescue them. They don't want revenge or anything, they just want to play the game peacefully. After all, the consortium above the guild has already reported this problem to the game, and the game has also promised to give them a reasonable explanation and make compensation. Even though the guild's reputation was ruined, most players were not as famous as the guild leader or higher UPS. At worst, they can just quit the guild and start over. No one knows them, so it's not embarrassing. At this moment, many players are also holding on online, waiting for the GM's rescue. Peng Peng saw all the players coming and entertained them enthusiastically. Since everyone is here, please help repair the guild headquarters. We will all live here in the future anyway. Don't check in over there. What's the point of checking in at your own home? You can see it every day from now on. Peng Peng was an ordinary player before. Even though he had obtained so many supplies and had him's support, he did not become arrogant. As soon as he appeared, he immediately got along well with the players. Everyone was chatting happily when they saw a figure slowly appearing beneath the obsidian platform. That person's ID name is Red, and the ID is called Administrator 303. I have to say that he looks quite handsome, with delicate features and wearing a pure white hoodie. The players were all stunned when they saw this. When they realized that it was the GM who arrived, they all surrounded him. What the hell? A living GM? Take a photo? I actually met a wild GM. Administrator 303, are you here to give us benefits? When the players first saw 303, they were extremely excited. But then I thought something seemed wrong. The game has been open for so long, and this is the first time I have encountered a GM, and the GM even appeared near the obsidian scenic spot. This inevitably makes players wonder what the purpose of this GM entering the game is. Wow, it's been so long since the server was launched, and this is the first time I see a GM. Could it be because of him's matter? Hiss. Don't tell me, it's really possible. This. Is he here to hunt him? Damn it. We just found a backer and it's gone in the blink of an eye. You know, most of the players who come here basically come here because Peng Peng has him as his backer. At this moment, the appearance of GM made the players start to worry. Some people have always said that him is a game bug, but there has been no official explanation for this before. But after the Eternal Guild incident, the authorities finally sent someone to intervene in the matter. The power of the GM in the game is still very powerful. They can use any items in the game and tamper with various data in the game. As long as he wants, he can possess the skills of various monsters in the game. And he is still in invincible mode. Seeing the GM coming, the players felt their hearts sink. Although him is very powerful, him is a product of the game after all. The GM is the one in charge of the game. If the GM finds him and directly deletes him's data, they will lose a powerful backer. And after him is deleted, all the members of the Eternal Guild will be rescued. With their strength, it would be easy for them to take back the guild from Peng Peng. When the players thought about this, they immediately felt a little regretful. Damn it, I shouldn't have come so early. My mom is calling me to eat, I'll go first. GM, what are you doing here? These people are stuck in the obsidian by themselves. Seriously, this is definitely not a bug. When Peng Peng saw the arrival of GM, it was impossible for him not to panic. You know, if the GM solves him, then the Death Knight will also suffer. By then, you won't see any small bugs. But in front of GM, Peng Peng could do nothing. Thinking of this, Peng Peng's heart ached. I hope GM is not him's opponent. At this moment, the players of the Eternal Guild who were trapped in the obsidian saw the GM coming, and they all cried and screamed. What the hell? GM? You made us wait so long. GM? GM? How can we live without you? Please save us. Go kill him? Erase him. It's settled. The GM is here. It won't be a big problem. Seeing the GM coming, the players of the Eternal Guild finally breathed a sigh of relief. What can be above the game GM? The answer is no. As long as it is a product of the game, it is under the control of the GM. No matter who you are, him or Death Knight. When you encounter a GM, it will just be a string of codes, and it will be cleared directly for you. Faced with the players' enthusiasm, 303 was a little overwhelmed. Everyone should just go about their own business. This time we are just doing routine maintenance. After 303 finished speaking, he directly input the command to teleport the player. The players surrounding him were instantly teleported to the entrance of the guild headquarters. After teleporting the players away, 303 started scanning the monster data around. As soon as I opened the scan, 303 made a discovery. I saw a monster appear in a stone under the obsidian platform. If you look closely, isn't this a clear version of what him looked like in the 20+G folder? 303 was also very excited when he saw this. He originally thought it would take a long time to search, but he didn't expect to find it so quickly. Seeing this, 303 immediately removed the blocks on top of that block. Then he came to the block where him was hiding and was about to break it with his bare hands. Then I saw him suddenly appear on the stone. Seeing him suddenly appear, all the players present were panicked. What the hell? Him has been here the whole time. It's the GM. He found him's location right away. Oh my god, is this going to start a war? Hurry up and start a live broadcast, this will definitely go viral. Seeing him fighting GM face to face, it's obvious that this will be a big battle. After this battle, him will either disappear from the game world forever, either him will achieve greater success again and defeat the game GM. Players naturally would not miss this popularity, and many of them started live broadcasts. Surprise! The battle of the century, GM vs HIM, GM 303 is online? Him has arrived at the battlefield? The war is about to begin? Click in to see how GM beats him. 1 minute ago, this was a world ruled by him. 1 minute later, this is a world ruled by GM. Various titles instantly flooded the forum. The players also clicked in out of curiosity. After seeing the content in the live broadcast room, everyone was excited. What the hell? Brothers, isn't this better than Boran? Hiss. This really is the battle of the century. I'm on GM's side. The game is finally going to deal with this? That's right. How can him play the game in the future if they don't deal with this? I hope the GM will give us some bonus after killing him. Although there are many players in the game who still like him. Everyone knows that him is very strong. But only at the gaming level. GM can be said to be the manager of the game, and his existence is above the game level. No matter how strong him is, he is probably no match for GM. Therefore, many players think that this battle will be the battle of him's downfall. Players reposted the post all at once. The popularity of the live broadcast room immediately soared to the top of the forum. More and more players are paying attention to this battle. Steve was one of them. Steve had carefully studied everything related to him. He was also shocked by the rapid development of him. He thought that by warning the players he would be able to curb him's development. The truth is, he was overthinking it. There are definitely more ways for him to grow than just killing players. However, seeing that the game GM finally showed up, Steve finally felt relieved. He still believes in GM's ability. After all, him also originates from the game. Is it finally over? Yuan has been quite idle recently, mainly leaving the Eternal Guild players alone while waiting for the kill count to accumulate enough to activate the Epic Siege mod. Recently, Yuan also went to the Underworld, mainly to get some carrion. After all, he had unlocked control of the young Ender Dragon before, and Yuan wanted to feed him until he grew up. The main reason is that Yuan felt that this Ender Dragon was a little special. It's hard to say what's so special about it, but I just have a strange sixth sense. It's just like the sixth sense about 007 and the little zombies before. During this period, Yuan was also feeding the Ender Dragon and occasionally feeding 007. It's just that they all don't seem to like the look of rotten meat. Fortunately, the Ender Dragon was able to force it to eat. It's just that 007 is not very easy to take care of. Sometimes I really like to eat it, and sometimes I really resist it. After stuffing a handful of rotten meat into the Ender Dragon's mouth, Yuan also felt the unusual movement from his clone. When he saw the words Administrator 303 appearing in front of him, he was stunned. Huh? 303 is actually the game administrator. I believe many MC players know the name Entity 303. In fact, his real name is Entity_303, which is translated into Entity 303. His story is considered to be quite legendary among MCS. To be honest, his appearance is somewhat similar to him. His specific source is said to be that there was a programmer in the game company called Mojang at that time who was fired by Notch because of code errors. Full of resentment, he used his familiarity with the Minecraft code and superb IT skills to implant a creature called 303. He invades the player's world, constantly killing players or hacking into players' computers. If the player encounters him in the game, a 303 error code will immediately appear on the screen. However, this matter was officially debunked, just like the rumor about him. Since then, Entity 303 has become the hottest legend after him. There are also many fan works about him. If him is the most powerful one among these legends, then Entity 303 is another terrifying legend whose strength is second only to him, or in other words, his strength is comparable to him. Legend has it that Entity 303 has 4 lives in total, and becomes stronger each time it dies. The initial Entity 303 is very weak, but after dying once, its attack power increases significantly. By the 3rd life, his appearance began to change. When you get the 4th life, you will be invincible. Basically, any player who encounters him will be killed instantly. In some fan works, Entity 303 and him do have some connection. They had a great battle, and finally him defeated him by teleporting him into the void. But he won't die, so he is just restricted. Even a powerful demon like him took 14 minutes to defeat him. This is enough to show the strength of Entity 303. Yuan also didn't expect that the Entity 303 in this world was actually an administrator. Is history going to repeat itself? Although the current appearance of the Administrator 303 and the Entity 303 is similar only in the clothes. But Yuan doesn't think this is just a coincidence. Now that the Death Knight has appeared, the remaining legends should slowly emerge. This Administrator 303 is most likely Entity 303. It's just that he needs to go through some things before he can become Entity 303. Just like the original 007, he also went through many hardships before becoming the Death Knight. After thinking about this, Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it's just Administrator 303. Although Yuan's current strength is very good, this kind of strength would only be giving him experience if he faced the 4th form of Entity 303. However, this Administrator 303 is not easy to deal with. It's like he's in creative mode. It would be no fun if he just typed in the command /kill him. However, this is also something that Su Yuan is not very clear about at the moment. That is whether the administrator can kill himself in creative mode. Su Yuan had never thought about this problem before, but now we have to consider it. After all, this is a game, and there will definitely be official intervention in the future. They will also intervene in the game in creative mode, which is undoubtedly a threat to Su Yuan. The main reason is that Su Yuan has not yet learned data intrusion, so even if it is Su Yuan, he will not be erased by GM. I don't think I can hurt the GM. After thinking about this, Su Yuan was also a little worried. But now that the GM had shown up, there was no point in worrying anymore. I can only test the waters with my clone first. Originally Su Yuan was planning to upgrade his clone, but then he thought better of it. GM is in invincible mode. Even if the clone is upgraded, Su Yuan's skills probably won't be able to cause any damage to him, so there's no need for that. It's better to save the kill value for using mod. After thinking about this, Su Yuan immediately controlled his clone and began to act. Administrator 303 was also somewhat surprised when he saw him appear automatically. But he is still not inferior. I am in creative mode, and him is nothing more than some incomprehensible game data. After thinking about this, 303 didn't want to waste any more time. Although he really wanted to play more with this him, Old Wu was pushing him too hard. So just find the code and enter the /kill command. After thinking about this, 303 immediately opened the search engine and began to search for the code source of the him in front of him. Since it was a physical scan, 303 quickly found him's code. But when he saw this string of code, 303 fell into deep thought. A1/4 AENSE plus or minus 01. This string of code 303 also recognizes 01. 303 was suddenly confused. Is it a garbled code? But why is it 01? As a programmer, he naturally knew that the code was garbled. But what he couldn't understand was why there was a 01 after the garbled code. Forget it, never mind. Although he was a little confused, 303 couldn't care less. He also started entering instructions immediately. /kill A1/4 AENSE plus or minus 01. As soon as 303 finished inputting the command, he saw him in front of him fall down. The words "you killed A1/4 AENSE plus or minus 01 were also displayed in the lower left corner of the screen. So simple. Seeing the system prompt, 303 was a little confused. He didn't expect that the big devil him who had more than 20 G of folder feedback could be killed easily by his own command. At this moment, the players on the side all looked incredulous when they saw this. What the hell? Seconds. Hiss, this GM killed him in 1 second. I thought there was going to be a big battle, but I ended up getting killed in seconds. No way, no way, I take back what I just said to Bibo Ran. In the minds of the players, him had already become a god after his stop with the Eternal Guild. His strength and his methods make the players shudder. Originally everyone thought that a war was about to break out, but I didn't expect that him was in the hands of GM and couldn't even last a second. Before the two of them even fought, him was killed instantly. Although players had foreseen this ending, the process happened too fast. Some players couldn't accept it. Could it be possible that him is faking his death? Indeed, didn't the Yuan Guild think that him was dead before? Indeed, but if him wants to fake his death, doesn't that prove that he is afraid of the GM? It's hard to say. Him is just a statistic, right? Su Yuan was also a little surprised to see the clone being killed directly. At this moment, the voice that appeared in my mind before appeared again. Go kill him. You can tell that the voice is very angry, but he is very confident. After hearing this voice, Su Yuan revealed a barely noticeable smile. It's done. Hearing this voice in his head, Su Yuan felt relieved. Just as they were about to set off, 007, who was standing by, saw what was happening and seemed to realize something. My king, what happened? Su Yuan shook his head when he saw this. I'm going to go out for a while, you just stay here. Upon hearing this, 007 did not dare to disobey Su Yuan's order. Although he was a little worried, he still nodded. Yes. At this moment, the barrage in each live broadcast room is uniform. The screen is full of question marks. He was killed instantly. Are you kidding me? Isn't him the Demon King? It's the same feeling as when I'm reading a novel and it's getting exciting, but then the next page shows the protagonist suddenly dies and the book ends. I don't believe it. I can't accept it. This ending is indeed too outrageous for the players. But considering that him is facing the GM, this matter doesn't seem so outrageous. At this moment, the players of the Eternal Guild saw him's body slowly disappearing below. They couldn't tell you how happy they were. FK, GM is awesome. Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing so hard, what kind of devil is this him? Isn't it just game data? The GM beat you up and made you call me daddy. What a bullshit Demon King him, he can only bully players like us. He will be defeated instantly when facing a GM. GM, when will you let us down? Yeah, we're almost dried up there. Seeing this, 303 was about to rescue these players. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of me. Seeing this, 303 thought he was dazzled and even rubbed his eyes. When I saw the man's appearance clearly, I was completely stunned. Him. At this moment, the him who had just been killed by himself, the him whose body he saw slowly dissipate with his own eyes, now appeared in front of him again. 303 was certain that the him just now was not the same him that appeared in front of him now. Although the two men looked and dressed exactly the same, 303 could clearly feel that the him in front of him was different from the previous one. 303 didn't understand it before, as players said he brought a sense of oppression as soon as he appeared on the stage. Now that I have seen the real person, I can finally experience it personally. It seems that I am here. Although 303 didn't know what was going on, he was very familiar with the game data and could guess a thing. I guess what I just killed was just him's clone. Fortunately, I had carefully studied the more than 20 of information before. 303 also has a general understanding of him's skills. Him's skills are all derived from the original monsters in the game, and then given more powerful effects. Like the explosion at the beginning. There is also teleportation, which comes from Xiaohei, and the spider silk naturally comes from the spider. So it is not difficult to guess that him has the ability to clone himself. The clone skill comes from slime. In this way, the garbled code 01 just displayed is easy to explain. It seems that 01 is his clone. As soon as him appeared, the members of the Eternal Guild who had been shouting and clamoring just now shut their mouths tightly. Him just glanced at them and scared many players so much that they called the disconnection service directly. This is enough to show how much psychological trauma him has caused to them. At this moment, although they didn't dare to say much, they were silently praying in their hearts that GM could kill him again. When the players on the side saw him appear again, they felt like they were on a roller coaster. I knew it. I knew him wasn't dead. So this is the same trick him used against the Yuan Guild before. I hope I won't be killed instantly again. Can I at least hold on for a few seconds? Funny. I feel like GM may not be a match for him. I also think that him will never fight a battle that he is not sure of. Whenever he shows up, it is definitely a pure harvest game. Maybe it's blind self-confidence. At this moment, the players on the scene and in the live broadcast room were having a heated discussion. Most players think that there is no suspense in this battle, and the GM will wipe out him. But there are still a few players who think him will win. Because judging from previous events, him has always been a very cautious person. He never fights a battle he is not sure of winning. Him won all 3 wars known to players. Every time he appears, the battle is absolutely a crushing one. That's why players have confidence in him. When 303 saw him appearing in front of him, even though he was a game administrator, he didn't know why he still felt a heavy sense of oppression. The look in him's eyes didn't look like something that could be conveyed by data. The more 303 looked at it, the more nervous he felt. He began to hint to himself. Isn't it just a piece of data? I found the code, and I'll just wipe it out anyway. 303 originally wanted to play with him's original body again. But that feeling of oppression was too suffocating. After looking into his eyes, I felt scared for some reason. It's as if he can sense the deepest fears in your heart. After 303 avoided him's sight, he immediately began to scan him for data search. Soon, a minute passed. Seeing the no data information prompt in the lower left corner of the screen, 303 panicked. He had clearly already conducted a physical search on him's body, and had clearly scanned him. But the search results are always no data information. 303 experimented several times and his hands were sweating. But the result is always no data information. 303 was completely stunned when he saw this. How so? Clearly, the clone 303 just now was able to search for the code, but the original body could not find anything at this moment. At this moment, the entire battlefield was silent. The players were all confused when they saw this. Hello? Am I stuck? Oh my god, I thought I was stuck. Excuse me, what are they doing? Staring at each other affectionately. Is this a war between strong men? Let's have an inner drama before the fight begins. By the way, can you two tell us your inner thoughts? It's a bit boring for us to be alone here. At this moment, 303 was obviously panicked. If him cannot be wiped out, then you can only kill him in the game using skills or weapons. However, even if 303 is in administrator mode, the possibility of killing him with skills or weapons is too low. What we know now is that him is immune to fire damage, immune to dragon's breath, and immune to projectile damage. In other words, ranged damage is basically useless to him. I can only attack at close range, but how easy is it to attack at close range? Him can teleport, fly, and manipulate obsidian. It's not that easy to beat him. Just when 303 was brainstorming, him suddenly showed a weird smile. Huh? Can't you find my data information? As soon as him said this, 303 was shocked. How could he know? At this moment, 303 looked at him as if he saw a ghost. He never thought that he would be threatened by a monster generated in the game. Moreover, this monster seemed to be able to see through his own thoughts. He even knows about data information. Isn't this AI having thoughts? Because the entire battlefield was so quiet, him's words were heard clearly by the players nearby. When the players heard him's words and saw 303's expression, their scalps went numb. Did I hear correctly? What data did he just say? You heard wrong. He didn't say data information, but, can't find my data information. Look at the GM's expression, it seems like he was right. It seems so. When the GM saw the first him just now, he killed him immediately, but this one hesitated for a long time. The first one, I guess, is him's clone, and the GM was searching for him's data just now. Hiss. In other words, GM just used him's clone's data to kill the clone. He just wanted to do it again, but found that he couldn't find him's data. Oh my god, brother, you've revealed the truth. Although things happened very quickly, him and 303 only said one sentence. Many players have already guessed what happened. Moreover, 303's expression clearly showed that him had hit the nail on the head. At this moment, all the players felt goosebumps all over their bodies. They never thought that him could suppress the GM in the game with just one sentence. This is the game GM? The game manager? The person in charge of the game? I was completely dumbfounded by him's words. If even he can't do anything to him, then who else can be him's opponent? Next, him said I can't find my data information. The amount of information is also huge. In other words, him knows that the way GM can restrain him is by finding data information to erase him. So he hid it in advance, or he already knew that he had no such thing as data information. If that's the case, then what kind of existence is he? Born from the game, with human consciousness and powerful strength, and no data information about him can be found in the game. When the players thought of this, they suddenly felt a chill. What on earth is he? Born from games but not data. This question is beyond the scope, I really can't answer it. Then there is only one possibility, he is God. Although it's ridiculous, the word ridiculous has always surrounded him since he was born. At this moment, 303 was under tremendous pressure. As an administrator, I was actually threatened by a monster born in the game. Where does he put his face? Although 303 wanted to get back at the rim, he couldn't do it. His only hope of winning now is to find him's data information. But obviously, he couldn't find it. What on earth are you? Before 303 could say anything, he saw him's eyes, which were emitting white light, scanning him from head to toe. Then the entire screen went black. Only one line of information is shown above. System error null. Then the game console crashed. After leaving the game cabin, Mo Zhang sat inside for a long time and was still unable to recover. How so? The system error null is not uncommon. However, this kind of low-level system error will never occur in the administrator game cabin of 0 Point Company. Mo Zhang naturally wouldn't think that there was something wrong with his game console. Looking back now, there is only one possibility for this problem. That is, him had forcibly invaded his own system? This caused a system error? Thinking of this, Mo Zhang got goosebumps all over his body. What the hell is this him? As a programmer, Mo Zhang is still very confident in his understanding of data. But at this moment, he began to doubt himself. Do you really know that much about the data? Can data really generate consciousness? Or is him not data at all, but an ideology? If it's the latter, then this would directly become a supernatural event. The more Mo Zhang thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, and he was about to tell Old Wu about it. Unexpectedly, we met head-on, and it was like we were running towards each other in both directions. Old Wu saw Mo Zhang leaving the game cabin and asked, "Is it settled?" Mo Zhang shook his head violently. "He's not even data? There's no way I can delete him." When Old Wu heard this, he was about to start cursing but was interrupted by Mo Zhang. Mo Zhang also told the whole story. If you don't believe me, you can go watch the restored video. Usually when carrying out this kind of mission, the video would be restored, and Mo Zhang also wanted to prove that he was not lying. After hearing this, Old Wu also fell into deep thought. Although Old Wu is not very familiar with Mo Zhang, those who can enter 0 Point Company are all capable people. It was impossible for Mo Zhang to talk nonsense about such a thing. And him's affairs have indeed always been very strange. Old Wu frowned when he thought about this. "Copy your video and I'll report it to the higher UPS." Mo Zhang was about to copy the file when he was stopped by Old Wu. "By the way, did you save Yang Hui's man?" After hearing this, Mo Zhang shook his head in confusion. Do you still want to save them?" When Old Wu heard this, he felt the fire in his stomach rising. To put it bluntly, the mission this time is actually to calm the anger of Yang Hui's people. After all, the consortium above Yang Hui is still very powerful. The consortium also took the initiative in this matter, so they must give an explanation. Even if him is not solved, at least Yang Hui and the others should be released first. Old Wu also didn't expect that Mo Zhang had been in there for such a long time and was sent out without doing anything. UTM. After thinking about this, Old Wu swallowed the swear word that was about to come out of his mouth. Now is not the time to curse, we need to solve the problem first. He took the video back up and walked towards the high-level office with heavy steps. GM303 disappeared before he could even finish his words. But him is standing here alive. At this moment, even a fool could react to what was going on. When the players saw this, they immediately felt as if their faces were being slapped and burning. So, him defeated GM in 1 second. What the hell is this high-end game? It's all about instant kills. GM is in invincible mode, how can he not be killed instantly? I don't think he was killed instantly, maybe he was kicked out of the game. At this moment, the players present and in the live broadcast room were all confused when they saw the current situation. The plot changed too quickly, and I had no idea what was happening for a while. All I know is that GM appeared, then him disappeared, and then suddenly him appeared again, but GM disappeared again. Originally, the players were looking forward to an unprecedented war, but they didn't expect that the entire battle would only take 1 second. The most outrageous thing is that the one who stood till the end of this battle was him. In fact, after players saw the GM coming, they were all looking forward to this battle. But everyone already has a conclusion in mind. The result is naturally that GM removed him. Although him is indeed very strong and he has his own thoughts. But no matter what, he is also a product of the game. The GM has the right to manage the game, so no matter what. Players didn't think him could win this battle. Even those players who like him, although they say that him will not fight a battle without confidence, since he has shown up, he must be sure to win. But I still have doubts in my heart, deep down I still think that GM will win more. But the reality was beyond everyone's expectations. The GM was actually kicked out of the game by him. At this moment, more than a minute has passed since GM 303 was kicked out of the game. The entire battlefield was in complete silence. It wasn't until they saw him disappear from the spot that all the players went crazy. Huh? What did I just see? Does this make sense? Huh? Even the GM can't handle him. This game will be dominated by him from now on. Is there a possibility that the GM didn't lose, but the game console ran out of power? Why don't you just say that there was a power outage at the company at midnight? Do you believe it yourself? No, the things about him before were already outrageous enough, but today's thing is totally beyond the scope. Surrender to the enemy? I'm going to surrender to the enemy? There's no way to play if I don't surrender to the enemy. All the players were shocked by what they just saw. It has to be said that the players in the game Minecraft have a very high acceptance of him. From the time Steve encountered the white-eyed monster to when he became him, and before what happened today. Although him has taken away batches of players, the quitting rate caused by him is not very high. Since the discovery of him, only the top members of the Yuan Guild have quit the game. Although many players will go to the official to report this problem to him, but their actions are also a preventive measure. Even though they knew about him's existence, they had no intention of quitting the game. After all, the game world is so big, how can it be easy to meet him? Furthermore, those who gave feedback were actually very conflicted. They want to see him, but they don't want to see him. Players have been playing the game for so long and have never seen a conscious monster, and such a thing actually exists in this game. To be honest, if I'm not curious, then it must be fake. They must all want to see this magical being, but they were afraid to see him, because currently they can only learn about him from various live broadcasts and forum posts. And every time a post like this comes out, the players who stand against him are all desperate. Although many players have not experienced it personally, there is a suffocating feeling of being completely suppressed by him. But I can see that many players have already experienced it. So this is where they are struggling. In fact, for ordinary players, they hope that him exists more. Ordinary players don't have any concerns, they just enjoy the game. Even if you encounter him and get killed, so what? You can still be resurrected and the resources in the game can be obtained again. The presence of him can also increase the mystery of the game. But for those big guilds, they definitely don't want him to exist. The existence of him will threaten their interests. And the players are also very clear that him basically targets guilds with large numbers of people. Once him takes action, the entire guild will collapse in an instant. All previous efforts have been in vain. Refer to the previous Yuan and the current Eternal Glory Guild. Yuan was better off, at least he quit the game voluntarily. If it were like Eternal Glory, being trapped in the game, unable to live or die, that's really despairing. At this moment, the players of the Eternal Guild who had just seen what happened were filled with extreme despair. GM is their last hope. They thought that by finding GM, they could escape. But they didn't expect that him would destroy their last hope. Only at this moment did they finally empathize with the players of the Yuan Guild. The players of the Eternal Guild all looked like wilted eggplants. Is there nothing else you can do? I've been playing games for so long, but this is the first game that has given me so much knowledge. Thank you, 0 Point Company. Is the only way out this time. At this moment, Tianheng looked at everyone in the guild. The hostility in his eyes was completely eliminated by him, and only helplessness and embarrassment were left in his eyes. Boss, didn't the consortium say it would solve the problem? The consortium above Eternal Glory is still very powerful. This time, it was because of the intervention of the consortium and the presence of a folder of more than 20G that 0 Point Company took it seriously. No matter what, 0 Point Company will still sell it to the consortium to save face. But Yang Hui didn't expect that even the game officials couldn't solve this problem. Yang Hui thought about this and shook his head. I don't know. I guess 0 Point Company is in a mess right now. Is there an explanation for this matter? Yang Hui naturally knew that this explanation could not be to erase him's existence. But since the higher UPS consortium has spoken, 0 Point Company will definitely do something. As for what kind of explanation they will be given, Yang Hui has no idea. After Su Yuan left the Eternal Guild's headquarters, he did not go back to find 007 and the Ender Dragon. Instead, he teleported to a nearby grassland. At this moment, the sun is setting. Su Yuan had his back to the setting sun, his dark shadow stretching long on the ground. There was no wind, but the black shadow was swaying slightly. There seems to be a powerful force hidden inside, as if waiting to be unleashed someday. Su Yuan looked at his own shadow and smiled. It felt good just now, didn't it? As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, he immediately felt an evil aura rising up. It has been trying to invade Su Yuan's consciousness, but has not been able to find a breakthrough. After sensing these auras, Su Yuan continued. Don't bother, it's useless. After hearing Su Yuan's words, the breath seemed to stagnate for a moment, and then surged up again. Continue to try to invade Su Yuan's consciousness. Seeing this, Su Yuan simply sat down and slowly wasted time with it. Finally, after more than half an hour, the breath finally calmed down. At this moment, that familiar voice sounded in Su Yuan's mind again. You know I exist. Although the voice was still deep and fierce, the surprise in the tone could not be concealed. Hearing this voice ringing in his mind again, Su Yuan also smiled. What do you mean by your existence? You are nothing but my shadow. Hearing this, the voice in my head was instantly enraged. At this moment, Su Yuan's shadow cast on the ground gradually began to distort. You are not qualified to use this body. I am the master of this body. After hearing this, Su Yuan looked at his own distorted shadow on the ground with interest. Really? Do you think you occupied this body just now with your own strength? After hearing this, the shadow on the ground instantly returned to its original state, as if what Su Yuan said was right. After the shadow was calm for a moment, ripples began to appear again. After a moment, the voice appeared in my mind again. The voice uttered 2 words with some disbelief and trembling. It's you? Seeing that he seemed to understand what he meant, Su Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Su Yuan was about to continue speaking when he was interrupted by the voice in his head. So what if it's you? This body will be mine sooner or later, and you are only worthy of being my shadow. When Su Yuan heard this, he laughed and shook his head. Really? If you could do it, you would have done it a long time ago, right? Aren't you good at data hacking? What? Did you find that thing is useless to me? Having said this, Su Yuan looked thoughtful and then continued. Oh, you are also good at digging out the most fearful things in people's hearts and using them to attack. What? Can't you see what I fear most? As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, Shadow regained his composure. After a long time, that voice finally sounded in my mind again. You, how do you know? This time the voice was no longer as fierce as before, but it was a little more panicked and helpless. Obviously, Su Yuan was right. Hearing the change in the voice in his head, Su Yuan knew that he was probably right. From the moment that voice appeared, Su Yuan already felt that something was wrong. Later, after thinking about it carefully, I figured it out. Since the Death Knight has already appeared, him's other subordinates should also appear one after another. When dealing with the Eternal Guild, Su Yuan felt for the first time the joy that evil can bring to people. It was after that the voice appeared in my head. Su Yuan knew without guessing that the voice belonged to the Dark Lord, Null. The zero-value Null is also him's subordinate, because he is completely black and has the same eyes that emit white light as him. Therefore, there are also many fan works claiming that he is a monster formed by the dark side of him. He holds the Sword of Annihilation, which can cause annihilation and great damage when he slashes at the enemy. He controls the power of fear, can see through people's hearts, and then deal a fatal blow to them from the deepest and most fearful place in their hearts. He can invade the system and cause a null system error prompt. As the dark side of him, he is also an extremely evil being. A total world-weary devil. When faced with anything that you don't like, the only word you have is kill. After Su Yuan discovered that the zero-value null had been formed, he was not sure how to summon its entity. So Su Yuan was not in a hurry and could only study it slowly. But I didn't expect that after that, I would be able to feel a dark aura gradually rising every day, trying to invade your consciousness. However, due to its limited power, it has never succeeded in its invasion. Su Yuan knew without thinking that it was the zero-value null that was trying to invade his body. Just when I was thinking of a way to solve this problem, I discovered GM303. After GM303 killed the clone, Su Yuan felt really unsure. Because Su Yuan didn't understand himself, he didn't know whether he belonged to the game data or not, and whether he would be erased by GM303. Just when Su Yuan was at a loss, the voice of the zero-value null sounded in his mind again. When Su Yuan heard the sound of null, he immediately knew what was going on. The zero-value null was originally created by Su Yuan's evil thoughts. It can be said that they have the same origin. Although he is sinister and cruel, he is not a reckless man. Like Su Yuan, he will not fight a battle without confidence. Now that he had spoken, Su Yuan was confident that there must be a way for Null to deal with GM303. Since Su Yuan himself currently has no skills in hacking data, he poses no threat to GM303 in the battle. Therefore, when facing GM303, Su Yuan directly let the zero-value null invade his consciousness. Let the zero-value null invade GM303's system and kick him out of the game. Then Su Yuan took back the consciousness authority. After hearing Null's surprised voice, he probably thought that he had successfully invaded Su Yuan's consciousness. It was also because of the battle against GM303 that Su Yuan gained a deeper understanding of himself. Null can see through people's hearts. After his consciousness was taken over by Null, Su Yuan was able to know GM303's inner thoughts at that time. Su Yuan himself does not exist in the form of data, so GM303 cannot find Su Yuan's data information. But the clones should be able to find data information. After all, the clone is evolved from the monster skill data of the slime in the game. Although it is garbled, the data source can still be found, so it will be erased. But Su Yuan's true self will not be destroyed by GM303. It was precisely because of this information that Su Yuan got the chips to tame the zero-value null. Because it has no data information, the zero-value null cannot control itself by invading the data. Furthermore, the zero-value null is the dark side of Su Yuan. How can we see through Su Yuan's heart? And at this moment, he has no entity yet. It is equivalent to Null facing off against Su Yuan. 2 of his 3 skills were wasted, and 1 was not upgraded. How can we fight this? It was completely suppressed. So after this incident, Su Yuan took the initiative to communicate with Null. Because at this moment, the zero-value null no longer poses any threat to Su Yuan. Su Yuan's current task is to make the zero-value null obey him, and then find a way to summon its entity. This way, Su Yuan has nothing to worry about. What bothers Su Yuan right now is how to obtain a skill with a zero value of null. Su Yuan thought that after killing GM303, the creative mode would be turned on or something. But I didn't expect that. I was thinking too much. I killed GM303 but got nothing in return. Not to mention the skills, not even the kill value is given. However, GM is not a product of the game, so it is still reasonable. If the zero value is null, Su Yuan would definitely not be able to kill him. After all, he is a member of the Undead Legion. The only way to acquire his skills is to wait until he is truly tamed and then slowly study it. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuan decided to first find a way to deal with the rebelliousness of the zero value null. The zero value null is my dark side, and also a smart guy. Although he couldn't see Su Yuan's inner thoughts clearly now, it would be hard to say what would happen if he evolved into a physical body. Thinking of this, Su Yuan leaned down and was about to touch the shadow below with his hand. The moment the hand touched the shadow, a system prompt appeared in front of him. Vital signs detected? Consume 10 million fear points to activate vital signs. After seeing this message, Su Yuan suddenly realized. So this is how the fear value is used. In other words, a fear value of 10 million must be collected to activate the entity form of zero value null. Since the zero value null is equivalent to being summoned by Su Yuan, then I guess you should be able to gain his skills after you summon him. However, this is just Su Yuan's guess. The details can only be known after he is summoned out. After knowing the summoning method of zero value null, Su Yuan has a big bargaining chip. The decision on whether the zero value null is born lies entirely with Su Yuan. After thinking about this, Su Yuan opened the fear value mall. I haven't looked at it for just a while, but my fear value has already risen to over 1 million. The speed is still very fast. This fear value should be the degree of fear that players have towards him. So even if Su Yuan did nothing now, his fear value was already increasing rapidly. At present, Su Yuan also has a goal. As the fear value increases, you also have to temper your temper towards the zero value null. It is obvious that the zero value null is still rebellious and has been thinking about occupying Su Yuan's body. This problem is easy to solve. The zero value null was created by Su Yuan's evil thoughts. Su Yuan only needs to keep calm, not kill, and not have evil thoughts to suppress his growth. The evil thoughts will slowly disappear, and the power of null will also disappear with the evil thoughts. By then, the zero value null will make it clear who is the boss. Su Yuan's top priority now is definitely to tame the zero value null. After all, GM303 has already appeared, and if nothing unexpected happens, the physical 303 should also appear soon. Although Su Yuan knew what entity 303 was afraid of, this killer move could only be executed when he had the same strength as him. Therefore, it is necessary to capture null and obtain its skills. It seems that my skills need to be upgraded comprehensively. Fortunately, Su Yuan was in a sense in a god's perspective, and was able to prepare in advance when facing these monster minions. Otherwise, they might really catch us off guard. During this period, Su Yuan must be fully prepared before the show. If he could win the battle against Entity 303, then Su Yuan would have no worries in the game. If he could subdue Entity 303, perhaps Su Yuan would also be able to gain the invincibility he had when he had 4 lives. In this way, there is indeed no one in the game who can match him. Let's go to the Eternal Guild first to collect the kill points. After thinking about this, Su Yuan decided to go to the Eternal Guild first to collect the kill points that had been sitting there for a few days. Su Yuan knew very well that these people could not stay here forever. After all, they are players and they will eventually log off or quit the game. If a large number of players quit the game at that time, Su Yuan would not get any benefits and would have wasted so many kill points. Anyway, this group of people have been tortured long enough, and maximizing their benefits is the best option at this moment. At this moment, in the meeting room of 0 Point Company, several senior executives looked anxious. On the other side, several top programmers hired from outside the company sat together watching a video. At this moment, several top programmers looked embarrassed. They watched the video over and over again, but remained silent. Several senior executives finally couldn't help but ask, "Brother Zhang, what's going on? Yeah, why don't you say something? Is it complicated? Can him solve this?" Seeing this, Brother Zhang finally turned off the video. From the time he started watching the video until now, his brows have never relaxed. I've been in this industry for so many years, this is the first time I've encountered something like this. This question. If you want to wipe out him, the only way is to stop the service. Brother Zhang was speaking the truth, and he had learned a lot this time. He didn't expect that the game could generate an autonomous ideology that had nothing to do with data information. In simple terms, a real life form appears in the game. This is no longer something that can be solved by typing code. Him does not have any data information. If you want to make him disappear, there is currently only one way. That means the game is shut down. Without this game, there would be no him. But it is definitely impossible for 0 Point Company to implement this plan. They spent 10 years on research and development. How could they just shut down the server so easily? When the senior executives heard this, they were all shocked. What? Suspended service? Brother Zhang, stop messing around. You know how much effort we put into this game. Is there really no other solution? Brother Zhang just shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. Even if you invite the world's top hackers, the result will be the same. It's not about the data at all. If you really don't want to shut down the server, you can actually solve the problem in other ways. Brother Zhang can be considered a leader in the industry, although he really can't erase him. But the current problems are still easy to solve. Brother Zhang has also read the various complaints submitted by players. In fact, players' demand is not to remove him, but to get an official explanation. After all, it's because players feel that they are not strong enough, and the monsters are too powerful. Moreover, although all players know about him, few players have actually encountered him. Brother Zhang also looked at the quit rate, which can be said to be very low. So the player's pain point is not him itself. Instead, they want an official explanation. In addition, players also complained about their own poor strength. So this problem is easy to solve and it doesn't have to revolve around him. Just consider the needs of the players directly. Improving the gameplay, distracting the players, and then comforting the victims is enough to solve the problem. As for him, 0 Point Company does not need to regard him as a cancer. On the contrary, 0 Point Company should market him intentionally or unintentionally. Among so many games, is there any game that can have a being like him? If the marketing is done properly, there is no need to worry about the quitting rate, but instead we should consider whether the server can sustain the situation. After hearing what Brother Zhang said, the senior executives were all a little confused. Seeing this, Brother Zhang continued. Well, you should first appease the emotions of Yonghui's upper consortium. We need to find someone to take the blame for this matter. They won't care too much. They just want an explanation. If you give them a way out, they will just go along with it. Then the game will be shut down for a day to do an update. First, make an official guide and put all the monster information on it. Then apply the free battle mode you made before, and then add a good mod for the players to improve their technical level and divert their attention. Let them focus on studying the game. Then issue an announcement that him has been removed. That's about it. I have to say, Brother Zhang is still as good as ever. As a good friend of Notch, the founder of Minecraft, the opinions he gave are still very pertinent. Originally, the company's top management wanted to ask Notch to deal with this matter, but Notch had been on vacation for a long time and had not been in charge of the company's affairs for a long time. Therefore, the senior executives dared not to alarm him. After all, this matter has not yet harmed the interests of the company. Although the game has a quit rate, it is within the normal range. So we invited Notch's good friend, Brother Zhang, to come at midnight. Brother Zhang is a top programmer and also understands game operations. His advice was indeed very pertinent. To put it bluntly, how many people have actually seen him? Even if someone saw him, only the president, vice president, and other high-level members of the Yuntang Guild had quit the game. Other ordinary players can continue to play. Therefore, most ordinary players don't care about the existence of him. The reason for feedback is to follow the trend. Since everyone is reporting this issue, the authorities will definitely take it seriously. If the official solves the problem by then, they will definitely give some small benefits to the players who gave feedback. Many players also gave feedback with this mentality. As for Yonghui's guild, Brother Zhang also knew what happened. They asked for it, provoking him. They can't blame others for that, but they themselves don't want to take the blame or lose face. That's why we found the company and asked them to provide a solution. So this problem is easy to solve. Just meet the demands of ordinary players, and then find someone to take the blame for Yonghui and the others. As for him, since there's no way to solve his problem, we might as well make him more mysterious. Market it as a gimmick in the game. This is also the reason why Brother Zhang gave that and issued an announcement after the update saying that it had been removed from him. After hearing what Brother Zhang said, the senior executives thought for a moment. Then he asked Brother Zhang, add a free attack mode? Notch didn't recommend adding it before, but he said we can add it in the later stages. In the early stages, it will allow players to experience a different kind of game fun. After all, there are only free mode games on the market now. Our game stands out precisely because it is different from others. The free battle mode here is similar to the setting of Fanfic. Now is the era of holographic mode games, and basically all kinds of games are high freedom attack modes. This also makes games like Minecraft stand out. Players also find it novel, so it attracts a lot of players. This is also the reason why the top management is worried, as they have developed a high degree of freedom attack mode. When I showed it to Notch, he didn't object, but said it would be better to put it off until later. By launching it so early, the top management is afraid that the game will lose its novelty. After hearing what the senior executives said, Brother Zhang couldn't help but be a little surprised. Then he couldn't help but shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seems like you really don't understand Notch. Didn't Notch tell you his original intention for creating the game? Upon seeing this, the senior executives looked at each other in bewilderment. The game Minecraft has never used limiting the player's freedom of attack as a selling point or novelty point. The original intention of this game is its name. This is the player's world. They can do anything here. There is no main storyline, no missions, and even no guides. He doesn't want players to chase fame and fortune in the game. He wants players to find their own comfort zone, so that they can find a place to relax in this noisy real life. That's all. That was his original intention. After saying this, Brother Zhang thought for a moment and then continued. He initially didn't recommend you join the free battle mode because he wanted players to explore the world and explore what their hearts wanted. But now, with the emergence of him, players' needs have changed. Their goals have also changed, and we can't say whether this is good or bad. The only thing we can do is to try our best to meet their needs. Furthermore, even if a free battle mode is added, it will not affect the essence of the game. It will just make players' attacks smoother and freer, giving adventurous players a better experience. It will not have any impact on other fishing parties, construction parties, and farming parties. After hearing this, the senior executives suddenly felt as if they had been enlightened. I understand, Brother Zhang. I really know how to thank you. Luckily we have Brother Zhang, otherwise we would really be. The senior executives were just flattering each other when Brother Zhang smiled, waved his hand, and stood up to leave. But he was stopped by the higher UPS again. The senior executives kept hesitating, as if they wanted to ask something but didn't dare to. Seeing this, Brother Zhang sighed. Anything else? Just tell me. When the senior executives saw this, they looked at each other, and then finally spoke out. Then why did we announce that him has been removed? When Brother Zhang heard this, he felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart. Notch, no wonder you're going on vacation. There is really no one who understands in this company. Brother Zhang was complaining in his heart when suddenly his cell phone rang. Brother Zhang saw that it was a push message. Surprise! AI has thoughts. Life forms appeared in the game Minecraft launched by 0 Point Company. Brother Zhang also breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the news. This news came at the right time, so I don't need to explain anymore. Brother Zhang directly handed the phone to the senior executives. Upon seeing this, all the senior executives were so surprised that they were speechless. After seeing this push message, they finally understood. The news about him has spread from within the game to the outside world, which is good news for game promotion and traffic generation. I get it. Him is not a hazard of the game, but a marketing point. Indeed, which game can have something like him? It's only us. The generation of conscious life forms in the game is enough to set off the entire internet. Seeing that the senior executives finally understood, Brother Zhang wiped his sweat. He also didn't know why Notch was so fond of this group of people. But this cannot be blamed on Notch, as senior executives are generally various shareholders. It's normal that they don't understand these. After sending Brother Zhang off safely, the top management immediately began to arrange for updates. It has been filed in the free battle mode and mod game. If you want to update, it's still very fast, just upload it directly. 1 day is enough. After the senior executives saw Brother Zhang off, they immediately found Old Wu. The game will be updated for all servers, with the free battle mode added, and then a mod of appropriate strength will be added for the players. You can come up with a few alternatives for us to choose from. First, let's release a notice to stop all server updates. After hearing this, Old Wu was about to leave, but was stopped by the higher UPS again. By the way, who was the person who handled the him incident before? Old Wu thought about it and said, it's a young man named Mo Zhang. After hearing this, the senior executives nodded. Tell him not to come tomorrow. After hearing this, Old Wu was a little stunned and was about to say something on Mo Zhang's behalf. But the senior executives were already busy with their own things and no one paid any attention to him. Seeing the attitude of the senior executives, Old Wu couldn't help but sigh. It seems that I can't keep it. Old Wu has been in this business for a long time, so he naturally knows that there is no such thing as favoritism in this business. In fact, Mo Zhang just didn't understand the order of priority in this matter. If Mo Zhang enters the game and focuses on rescuing the players first, then there may be room for maneuver in this matter. After all, Mo Zhang did save the players. As for what him would do next and then kick him out of the game, he couldn't control it. But if this is the case, then the consortiums and companies above Yonghui will have no way out. So Mo Zhang did make a pretty good choice for the company. I had clearly made choices that were beneficial to the company, but I was still ruthlessly fired. This is the workplace, no one cares about the thoughts and opinions of the people at the bottom. When Old Wu thought about this, he also felt a little guilty. If I had told Mo Zhang in advance and asked him to put saving people first, the outcome might have been different. I hope he can learn from his mistakes in the future. After Old Wu left the meeting room, he came to Mo Jiang's workstation. The distance was obviously not far, but it took Old Wu a long time to walk. But he finally walked in front of Mo Zhang. Seeing Old Wu coming, Mo Zhang also looked curious. Minister, what's going on? I heard that the top management invited Brother Zhang here. Is the matter resolved? Seeing Mo Jiang's innocent face, Old Wu felt a little reluctant. But he knew very well that he had to be the bad guy. Old Wu calmed down and said in a cold voice, you don't need to know any of this. You don't have to come tomorrow. After hearing what Old Wu said, Mo Zhang was full of question marks. Old Wu didn't want to say anything more. If Mo Zhang knew that he was the scapegoat, he would probably be even angrier. It would be better to be fired without any clear reason. After thinking about this, Old Wu continued. Don't you understand? You didn't complete the task assigned to you. You're fired? There are still 3 days left in this month. Your salary will be calculated as 1 month's salary. Go to the finance department to collect your salary and you can leave. You don't need to submit your resignation. After Old Wu finished speaking, he left before Mo Zhang could continue speaking. As soon as Old Wu left, the programmers around him looked at him with regret. Oh my god, Brother Mo was fired. Fortunately, I was not given this mission. I heard that the financial group above the Yonghui Guild is very powerful. This matter actually made Brother Mo take the blame. Mo Zhang is still very respected in the company, mainly because of his excellent skills, and he gets along well with his colleagues. Although colleagues felt sorry, they knew that they were well aware of the rules of the workplace. Mo Zhang stood there in a daze for a long time, unable to recover. It wasn't until the finance department came to him and handed him the salary slip that he responded. Here is your payslip. Your salary has been transferred to your account and will be in your account within an hour. After the finance manager left, Mo Zhang began to quietly pack up his things. He didn't make any noise or quarrel, which was to save his own dignity. But his hatred for the company was already buried in his heart. Damn, what a shitty company. You won't let me have an easy life? No one can have an easy life. As soon as Su Yuan teleported to the Eternal Guild's headquarters, he heard the players of the Eternal Guild having a heated discussion. Everyone has seen the announcement just now, right? The game will be shut down for updates in an hour. We are saved. Will we really be left behind after the update? Of course, this is a server suspension update. Is our consortium so powerful that they would shut down the game server for updates to let us down? What the hell are you thinking? That's definitely not the case. It seems like they're going to update a new battle mode. The players of the Eternal Guild were discussing, and when they looked up they saw him. AFK. Hi. Before the players of the Eternal Guild could react, they only heard a series of loud bang 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 noises. It takes less than 5 seconds. The entire layer of obsidian was covered with all kinds of equipment. Although Su Yuan might be able to use these equipments, his backpack is limited. The main reason is that there are other players here, and Su Yuan can't set up a collection device here. So does he still want the Demon King's card? After thinking about this, Su Yuan simply gave up. After killing the group of people from the Eternal Guild, Su Yuan also teleported away. After teleporting to 007 and the Ender Dragon, I saw that 007 and the Ender Dragon were having fun. Su Yuan, however, became a little worried. Su Yuan heard what the players of the Eternal Guild said just now. The game will be shut down for a major update soon. This is also what Su Yuan is worried about. Su Yuan has no data information, so if the service is stopped, it should not affect me. The Ender Dragon is a product of the game and does not have any autonomous consciousness or anything. So Su Yuan is not worried. Su Yuan's main concern is 007. 007 is a conscious life form that evolved from the fusion of game products. Logically speaking, he should still retain the data information in the game. Just like Su Yuan's clone skill, although it evolved through the slime skill. But GM303 was still able to search for his data information. Su Yuan is very worried that 007 will be erased after this update. At this moment, 007, who had been playing with the Ender Dragon, suddenly became immersed. Small bug, don't play for now. 007 came to Su Yuan while talking to himself. Although he didn't know what happened to Su Yuan, he could see that Su Yuan was worried. Upon seeing this, 007 half knelt in front of Su Yuan and said, "My king, you promised me that I would always follow you. No matter what I face, I will do the same and always stay by your side. I will follow you forever. My king's will is what my heart desires." After hearing what 007 said, Su Yuan finally put his worries aside. 007 was able to evolve into a Death Knight all thanks to his faith. Initially his belief was Su Yuan, but after they broke up, his belief changed from Su Yuan to the little bug that Su Yuan gave him. He endured so much torture, and he was able to hold on thanks to his faith. Su Yuan also believes that his beliefs will continue. After thinking about this, Su Yuan didn't think about it anymore. Then the system was turned on. Having just killed more than 60,000 players from the Eternal Guild, they also provided Su Yuan with considerable kill and fear values. Now Su Yuan's kill value has directly reached more than 70 million. A little less than I expected. Originally Su Yuan thought that the Eternal Guild could provide a lot of kill value, but I didn't expect it to be so much less than I imagined. But it is understandable. The players on Kang Glong's side were basically wiped out by the Ender Dragon several times and their kill count was reset to 0. In the later period, he was busy preparing for the war and had no time to repair his feat, so he could basically not provide much kill value. As for the players from the Eternal Guild, they have been feeding 007 basically every day recently. These kill values only gave Su Yuan a lot of power at the beginning, but not much kill value was accumulated later. Only the people from Yonghui provided some kill points to Su Yuan. Although it is not as much as Su Yuan expected, with this kill value, there is no problem in starting Epic Siege 3. After the server is launched, let's first launch Epic Siege 3 to test the waters. Comments. Previous Su Yuan said he doesn't know what content the game will update. But it did happen that GM303 was directly kicked out of the game. The game will definitely do something about it. If they don't send anyone else to try to wipe them out, they will definitely think of another way. Maybe they are trying to kill me by shutting down the server, or maybe they are trying to strengthen the players. Or maybe they are trying to add mods or game monsters to deal with me. Su Yuan didn't know any of these, but what he was sure of was that since the official had taken action, it certainly couldn't be just a simple service suspension for maintenance. We'll definitely update something. The reason why we chose to launch the mod after the update is that we are afraid that if the game is rolled back, it will not be fun anymore. Su Yuan also has a preliminary plan at the moment. After the server is opened, start Epic Siege 3 first, then Su Yuan will take 007 and the Ender Dragon to find a place near the sea to stay temporarily. Go fishing, farm, build houses, and raise pigs every day and enjoy the fun of the game. It's not that Su Yuan wants to take a vacation, his purpose is to stay away from killing and temper his null temper. The zero-value null Su Yuan is bound to materialize him. But you need to be absolutely sure to materialize him, otherwise you will harm yourself. This is the most important thing at the moment. No matter how the official updates are made, the chances of threatening Su Yuan are currently very small. The only thing that can threaten Su Yuan now is Entity 303. Su Yuan also believed that he would be able to see him soon. Therefore, Su Yuan must be absolutely sure of defeating him before meeting him. Anyway, after starting the Epic Siege, you shouldn't have to worry about getting kill points. As soon as the official update news was released, it caused heated discussions among players. At this moment, the forum is full of players' speculations about this update. Shock? The official service suspension update is to erase him? GM versus him, GM dies, official server urgently stops updating, a bit intriguing. The game will be shut down soon, come in and discuss the issue about him. Family members, him is going to be all over the internet, and I can even see news about him on other websites. Do you want him to be erased? Or to stay in the game? Come in and vote. Although the topic was the game's server suspension and update, the players' conversations were still centered around him. As soon as the GM was sanctioned by him, the official announced that they would update. Are they planning to shut down the service and erase him? Isn't that difficult? Doesn't him have any data? It will only be useful if the service is permanently shut down, right? Stop the service and reset the data, maybe it will help, but we definitely won't be happy about that. Does the official suspension of updates mean that they don't have the ability to deal with him? We'll have to wait until the update is complete to find out. To be honest, I don't want him to be erased. This game has so many topics because of him's existence. Indeed, him doesn't affect ordinary players like us. We can still enjoy the fun every time. Ahahaha. Real name boycott official removal from him. Although players are afraid of him, they don't want him to be wiped out. Because him has become a highlight of the game and a hot topic. Many players have also noticed that discussions about him are no longer limited to the game. Information about him appeared on many other websites. The name him has slowly begun to spread throughout the entire internet. An hour passed quickly. The game has also started a countdown to shutdown. Service suspension countdown 0003. Service suspension countdown 0002. Service suspension countdown 0001. As the countdown ends, the entire game world closes. Su Yuan only felt a black screen before his eyes, and he didn't know how much time had passed. He finally woke up. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in an infinite dark space. There is nothing here but endless darkness. Is this the status after the service is suspended? Seeing the endless darkness, Su Yuan couldn't help but start to ponder. What is your purpose in entering the game? With the support of the Demon King system and him's appearance. Undoubtedly, the system is to make itself develop towards the discovery of the devil. But if you want to grow into the Demon King him, then you will have to sacrifice blood along the way. Although Su Yuan is facing the players, they can be resurrected. But faced with a huge disparity in strength, players will also collapse. Just like the members of the Yuntang Guild before, Su Yuan also heard that most of them have quit the game. If the killing continues and players quit the game one after another, the game will inevitably be shut down one day. If the game is shut down, then what is the point of all Su Yuan's efforts? Is it necessary for a person to spend his whole life in this endless darkness? Then Su Yuan would probably go crazy. But if he doesn't continue killing, his own strength won't improve. Even if the game is preserved, he may not be able to save his life. After thinking about this, Su Yuan couldn't help but have a headache. My goal is not to eliminate all the players, but in order to be able to survive well in the game. But the players don't think so. Although now no one would think that him is a product of a game boss or something like that. But they certainly can't coexist peacefully with him. The purpose of players playing games is simple, to complete the game. They will try every possible means to capture him. Even if they don't have the strength now, it doesn't matter, they will develop quietly and then build up their momentum. Su Yuan was struggling with these questions when he caught a glimpse of a faint light in the distance. Is it the exit? Seeing this, Su Yuan hurriedly flew in that direction. In the endless darkness, Su Yuan didn't know how long he had been flying. Finally, we are getting closer and closer to the light. When he came near this place, Su Yuan found that the source of light was not an exit. It turned out to be a transparent cube shining with white light. As soon as Su Yuan got closer, he saw that the block had moved instantly. Seeing this, Su Yuan hurriedly followed. When I got closer again, the block had moved again. After several attempts, Su Yuan finally found the pattern. Before the block was about to move again, it predicted where it would move to and teleported directly there. He grabbed the cube in his hand. At this moment, a system message popped up. Do you want to spend 100,000 faith points to unlock the block permissions? Something that costs faith points. Cube authority. What's this? Su Yuan suddenly felt puzzled. I opened the system panel and took a look at my faith value. At this moment, my faith value has reached 130,000, which is enough to activate it. After thinking about this, Su Yuan chose yes without hesitation. Yes. Block permissions have been enabled. The transparent block has been put into the backpack. Please go to the game world to activate the right to use it. Seeing the system prompt, Yuan glanced at the backpack bar. Sure enough, the transparent square appeared. After placing your hand on the block does not give any information. Not even a name is shown. Strangeness. This transparent block is really strange. You know, it is still very difficult to obtain faith value. Something that is obtained with 100,000 faith points should not be useless. For a moment, Yuan thought that this block would be a command block. But it has nothing to do with the appearance of the command block. Next, having a command block is equivalent to being able to use commands in the game. There's no way this ability is worth only 100,000 faith points, right? That's too cheap. 100,000 faith points are not easy to obtain. But as for faith points, Yuan did nothing and accumulated more than 100,000. So based on this price, Yuan can be sure that it has nothing to do with the command block. It seems that we can only know what it is after the server is launched. After the system prompts, the transparent block can be enabled and used after entering the game. Then we will know what use it has. After thinking about this, Yuan didn't think any more and continued to explore in the endless darkness. Try to find the second transparent block. The official service was shut down for one day, and players could not enter the game, so they started surfing the internet. Many players never open the game forums, let alone go to other websites. You can see various discussions about him. The name him has also gone beyond gaming and invaded the online market. This is naturally the result of 0 Point companies behind the scenes operations. Although those senior executives don't know much about games, they still know how to operate and promote them. They don't even need to promote the concept of the game, or how many years it took to develop, the game's features, and so on. Just a simple marketing of him will definitely attract a lot of people who are curious about him and will enter the game. Once him becomes popular on the internet, the rate of game withdrawal and abandonment will definitely decrease. This is an era of chasing traffic. Once something becomes popular, if someone doesn't know this, they will be called old-fashioned. How can they not even know this? If you want to have topics to talk about with people around you, you must understand these traffic products. This is a special way of attracting traffic for 0 Point company, and they spent much more effort on this matter than just that. After Brother Zhang left, the company's top executives immediately held a meeting to perfect some details for the next game launch. The first thing is to set up a game strategy website and name it Minecraft Encyclopedia. On this website, all the information in the game is divided into 10 categories. Items/blocks, creatures/entities, biomes/communities, enchantments/spells, natural generation, world dimensions, buffs/debuffs, multi-block structures, game settings, and hotkey bindings. These major categories are further divided into many smaller categories. Directly explain all the data in the game clearly. The monsters' spawning conditions, attack mode, attack power, dropped items, etc. are all created. This website is indeed as its name suggests, it can be called an encyclopedia of games. With this website, players can skip the novice period directly. However, although the content on the website is very detailed, it only provides some basic data of the game and does not provide any actual strategy. There are no guides in the game for things like pedicure sheds, monster spawning towers, and redstone technology. Therefore, there are still many things for players to explore. The playability of redstone alone is already very diverse. The official is not worried that players will lose interest now that they have a guide. On the contrary, having a basic strategy can also stimulate players' interest in the game. As for the addition of mods, after discussion between the senior management and Lao Wu, they decided to set the first mod added to the game as the sword mod. However, at the strong suggestion of Lao Wu, the senior management decided to temporarily delay the time of adding mod. After all, after the game has been significantly updated, players can explore many places through the game encyclopedia. In addition, with the addition of the free attack mode, players also need to adapt to the new gameplay. If a new weapon mod is added, the amount of information will be too large at once and players will find it too complicated. So it's not too late to add it after the players get used to it. Next, the official also added a PvP mode. This is also to allow players to shift their attention from him to other players, and to enrich the gameplay. In addition, the official also added a video incentive activity on the forum. Encourage more players to post strategy videos, which will also promote the development of players faster. I have to say that these senior executives are indeed capable. This set of operations greatly meets the needs of players. It also makes the game more exploratory. The day passed quickly. 1 hour before the game was launched, the official announced the update. Official announcement. Dear players, the game is scheduled to be updated and maintained at 12 o'clock on March 2nd. The update has been completed and the client will be reopened at 12 o'clock on March 3rd. Updates. 1. Added free attack mode. We try our best to restore the behavior patterns in real life in the game. Players can adopt a more free attack mode. The game can capture any of your actions. Holding any object in the game can cause a small amount of damage. Any item in the game can be thrown, tossed, etc. More operations are waiting for players to explore on their own. 2. Added PvP mode. We have added a PvP zone to the game. After entering the zone, you can switch to PvP mode. 3. Him has been removed. Him has been removed in this update. Please enjoy the game. As soon as the official announcement was released, players gathered together. After seeing the update, the players were all very excited. What the hell? Free attack mode? Cool. Fights can be more diverse. I've been complaining about this attack mode being too limited, only being able to swing and slash, and it's not fun to play. This is much better. Holographic games are indeed more suitable for free attack mode. Thank God, PvP is finally added. Removed him? Really? Really removed? Did they reset the server? Impossible? If the server is reset, some of our data will also be reset. If that happens, the authorities will definitely issue an announcement. What's going on? I came from an external site and downloaded the game specifically for him, and now they're telling me that him has been removed. I just came here too, just to see him. The official update notification specifically stated that him was removed. This also makes the players a little uncertain. Players are all aware that this official update is actually intended to address this him issue. Now that the update has been completed and an announcement has been released saying that him has been removed, players have to start questioning the authenticity of this matter. Is him really removed? An hour passed quickly. Players also entered the game while watching the countdown. After entering the game, players began to experiment with the latest free combat mode. Soon, they discovered that this free combat mode was really free. What the hell? This free battle mode is awesome. Throwing coal blocks can cause damage. Indeed. Can you believe it? The cube can be thrown to deal damage. Although it only deals 1 point of damage. It's quite free indeed. I just threw my friend out and was able to deal damage. Funny. Have you noticed that the speed of switching between inventory screens has also become much faster? It's so smooth. Important discovery? It seems that I can use dual weapons now. I can use items in my left and right hands at the same time. Bend over, do splits, somersaults, everything is possible. Awesome. Just as the official said, the game restores the behavior patterns in real life to a large extent. Basically, anything you can do in real life, you can do in the game. Except for peeing and pooping, of course. This also makes the combat more diverse. After the players became slightly familiar with the fighting method, they immediately opened the forum and started reading game guides. After all, if you want to grow quickly, you definitely need to understand the strategy thoroughly and apply it skillfully in the game. The official is also very considerate and has set up a comment tag for each item data in the Minecraft encyclopedia. Players can express their opinions and uses of items in it. Not long after the website was launched, several items and creatures already had over 9,999 review tags. They are ender pearls, lapis lazuli, enchanted books, iron golems, villagers, etc. Among them, the comment tags about villagers are the most, followed by ender pearls. What the hell? There are such things as villagers in this game? I've never seen them before. This villager is so awesome. I can actually use emeralds to exchange for various items with them. Emeralds are so useful. I almost lost some while mining before. I guess emeralds will become currency in the future. Hiss. I feel like in this game, whoever has enough villagers will be the most powerful. Can't villagers reproduce? I feel like if I find 2, we'll never be short of supplies again. I feel like this ender pearl will be a consumable item in the future. Being able to teleport is so powerful. It seems that the enderman will suffer in the future. I used to think that enderman was hard to beat, but now that I have a guide, I think it's just a matter of water. Since the information in the encyclopedia is very detailed, the player's intuition is also very sharp. They all quickly discovered the point. Trading among villagers is an essential part of rapid development. There are so many things that villagers can trade, ranging from various crop seeds to various diamond sets, enchantment books, weapons, etc. You can trade with them for only emeralds. It is not difficult to obtain emeralds. They can be dropped by mining or killing vindicators and evokers, or they have a chance to appear when opening boxes. Although vindicators and evokers are not easy monsters to fight, they can be refreshed continuously. In other words, as long as you kill these monsters, emeralds will be produced. So emeralds are not a scarce resource. At least it's much easier to get than diamonds. After all, with the large player base, mining in the game is still difficult, as the number of minerals in each area is limited. Although minerals will regenerate, the generation time is extremely slow. Therefore, villager trading will definitely be a necessity in the future. Next is the Ender Pearl. Players have all seen him's teleportation ability. Even if they have not seen him's teleportation ability, they have all seen the Enderman's teleportation ability. If you have teleportation, you can use it whether it is attacking, defending, or escaping. This thing can be considered a small artifact. After seeing this guide, players can be said to have forgotten all the problems of him. It was a wrong investment after all. At this moment, the players' thoughts were surprisingly consistent. Brothers, put everything else aside and come with me to find the villagers. Go find a village. Kidnap a few villagers and take them home. What the hell? There's a village near my home? There are some idiots there? I'm going to go and tie them back right away. There was an immediate craze for finding the village in the game. Owning villagers is equivalent to owning most of the supplies in the game. Just take the villagers home and train them slowly. Later, you only need to get enough emeralds to graduate on the spot. All of a sudden, all the major guilds and individual players began searching the entire map for villages. After the game was launched, Yuan, who was in endless darkness, only felt a strong sense of tearing. Then he fainted. When I opened my eyes again, I was already in the game. My king. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? The first thing I heard was 007's concerned voice. As soon as Su Yuan opened his eyes, he saw 007 and the Ender Dragon in front of him. I finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that they were getting along well. Su Yuan thought for a moment, then asked 007. What happened in the last 24 hours? Su Yuan definitely couldn't tell 007 about the server shutdown. Even if he did, 007 wouldn't understand, so he could only ask him this. After hearing this, 007 was confused. Haven't I always been with you before? After hearing 007's answer, Su Yuan finally understood and then shook his head. Yeah, it's okay. 007 They should not be affected by the closure of the game. But they cannot perceive the status of the game after it is shut down. Judging from this, they should still be products within the game. Although 007 has developed consciousness, he is ultimately a fusion of the zombies and wolves in the game. It is estimated that after the zero value null appears, the status will be different from 007. However, Su Yuan is not worried that 007 will be erased. If the game GM intervenes, Su Yuan will just solve it himself and will definitely not let 007 show up. Seeing that 007 and the Ender Dragon were safe and sound, Su Yuan felt a little relieved. The next step is to find out the official updates. Then we will study transparent blocks and taming null values. Fortunately, Peng Peng established a guild nearby, so it was very convenient to find out the situation of the players. After thinking about this, Su Yuan summoned a clone, and then controlled the clone to teleport to the vicinity of the Peng Peng Guild's headquarters. Then he hid among the rocks and slowly moved into the station. At this moment, the voice of Null appeared in Su Yuan's mind again. Interesting. This world has changed. Su Yuan couldn't help being a little surprised when he heard the voice of Null in his head. The zero-value null is, to some extent, a product of this world. It was born out of Su Yuan's evil thoughts. Compared to 007, it should be able to perceive some fluctuations in this world more deeply. Ever since Su Yuan talked to Null last time, Su Yuan has been ignoring Null. The zero-value null never appears again. However, this time, after the game was shut down, the zero-value null suddenly appeared and said these words. Su Yuan was also very curious about what changes had taken place in this world. But Su Yuan will definitely not ask about the zero-value null. This guy is still a rebellious person. Even if I ask him, he won't tell me. After thinking about this, Su Yuan ignored the zero-value null. Instead, he controlled his clone and eavesdropped on the news at the guild headquarters where Peng Peng was. The official is the same. We have almost finished researching the synthesis list before releasing the guide. Isn't it all in vain? Having a strategy isn't necessarily a good thing. If everyone knows the strategy, it will probably be even harder to obtain supplies in the future. After the update, supplies are indeed important, but I feel that skills are more important. After all, the free battle module has been added. This way, the gap between high-level players and ordinary players has widened greatly. Indeed, we need to practice our combat skills. Is it true that the official said him has been removed? We are still relying on him as our backer. You still have time to chat here? The president told us to go out and search the village and bring back more villagers. A few words from the players in the Peng Peng Guild summarized all the update information. Hearing what the players said, Su Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised. The strategy guide has been released and the latest free battle mode has been updated. When Su Yuan heard the words free battle mode, the first thing he thought of was the MC fan animation annoying villagers. The battle mode in the animation is different from that in the MC game, and it can be said to be very free. It basically restores the fighting mode in real life. Any action in real life can be performed. There is nothing you can't do, as long as you can think of it. Almost all items in the game can be used as weapons. For example, Steve's enchanted door, fishing rod, and so on, which are very classic in the animation. Blocks in the game can also be thrown as weapons. In short, it is a combat mode that is closer to reality. This also makes players' combat methods more flexible. Is it going to develop into a fan village? In Fan Village, him, as one of the gods of creation, can only represent the power of one side. In the world of Fancan, there are many forces in the game world. United Creatures Guilds, Villager Kingdoms, Hymns, Player Factions, and more. These forces basically have members with demigod-level strength. Each force has its own goals and what they think is the right way. It is because of these different goals that the war spreads to the entire game world. The cause of all this is ultimately due to the awakening of consciousness of the animals and creatures in the game. Different camps, different demands, and different concepts have led to a war involving multiple forces. Among these forces, the most typical one is the Villager's Kingdom. To put it bluntly, the birth of the Villager Kingdom was due to the wanton killing and plundering of players. And at this moment, the world where Su Yuan lives seems to be developing in this direction. Su Yuan didn't know what the official guide was. But we can learn from the players that these guides definitely explain the role of villagers. There is no doubt about the importance of villager trading to the rapid development of players. Now, players all know the importance of villagers. Then they will certainly burn, kill, and loot the village. Because in the eyes of players, villagers are just unconscious NPCs. They exist to provide convenience to players. That's true, Su Yuan also liked to do this when he was a gamer. Almost every one of his save files has devices such as the villager exchange and the villager discount machine. But the world is clearly different. It has spawned the existence of 007 and the zero value null. If the villagers become aware of the situation, they will find ways to resist. Then a kingdom of villagers will inevitably be born in this world. This will also give rise to the Biological Union Association, the Player Resistance Camp, the Drowned King, Mustard, and other entities. Also, the zero value null says that the world is different. Although Xu Yuan doesn't know whether the zero value null means that the world is different after the game update, or whether something is growing in this world. But Xu Yuan still prefers the latter. The zero value null does not belong to the game data, so it should not be too sensitive to updates to the game data information. So, he should be referring to the changes in the game world rather than the official updates. When Xu Yuan thought about this, he couldn't help but get excited. Do we want to witness the formation of the Fanfic world? As a him in this game world, Xu Yuan is not as good as the god level him in the Fanfic world. But Xu Yuan is a prophet. He knows the development and progress of the rural world. If he wants, he can intervene and manipulate the development of the entire world. Interesting. After thinking about this, Xu Yuan suddenly felt the fun. It would be interesting to be able to watch the development of the whole world as a bystander. If only I could get more perspective. If Xu Yuan wants to observe the changes in this world, he must gain more perspectives. Now he can't hack into the network and can't know the player's information. You can't know the various changes in this world. If you want to witness the changes in the world, you must have more eyes. After thinking about this, Xu Yuan immediately thought of the clone skill. The clone can also provide vision for Xu Yuan, but the current level of the clone is level 5. Can only provide Xu Yuan with an avatar. Xu Yuan tried to upgrade his clone to a higher level. Clone LV6, consume 5% of HP, summon 5 clones, the clones inherit 60% of the original body's abilities. Example, if the main body's explosion skill level is LV5, the clone's explosion skill level will be reduced to LV3. Consume 1,500,000 kill points to upgrade. Only 5. Although there has indeed been a qualitative change, 5 clones are obviously not enough to explore the trends of the entire world. After thinking about this, Xu Yuan suddenly had an idea. Yeah, mod. Xu Yuan had planned to enable the Epic Siege 3 mod as soon as the server was launched. What can be confirmed now is that after turning on the mod, the kill value of the monsters in the mod can be provided to Xu Yuan. I just don't know if I can provide Xu Yuan with vision. Forget it, we have to open it anyway, so let's give it a try. Do you want to consume 20 million kill points to activate mod, Epic Siege 3? Yes. Open successfully? After Xu Yuan started Epic Siege 3, detailed information about this mod immediately popped up in front of him. Epic Siege 3. Monster perception range tripled. Crawlers can self-destruct through walls, the power of the self-destruction is enhanced and flames are generated. Crawlers can ride on other monsters. New high-voltage crawler. Beds are disabled, can only set respawn points. Skeletons shooting is more accurate. The Enderman can teleport away the player who attacks it. Zombies will infect players, and a zombie will be generated at the same place when the player dies. Zombies and skeletons will chase players on boats. Zombies will place and ignite TNT. Zombies can dig and place blocks. Monsters will treat villagers the same way they treat players, can destroy villages. Monsters can lock onto their attack targets and will not be disturbed by other players. Monsters will try to dodge the player's attacks. Spiders spin webs to trap their prey. Monsters will swim underwater. Animals will fight back when provoked. Although Xu Yuan is already familiar with the information about the Epic Siege mod, but after seeing this information again, I suddenly felt as if it was destined. In the Epic Siege mod, the autonomous behavior of these monsters' evolution is so similar to the behavior of the monsters in Fan Village. Forget it, let's wait and see what happens. What is going to happen will happen, and Xu Yuan can't avoid it. What Xu Yuan has to do is to ensure that this world will continue to exist, so that he will also continue to exist. Xu Yuan doesn't care about other things. After opening the mod, Xu Yuan immediately turned on the mod system. But I found that the monster's perspective was not displayed in the mod system. Okay, I was thinking too much. Xu Yuan took it for granted, thinking that after turning on the mod, he would be able to see the perspectives of all monsters. However, even though he knew that he couldn't get the monster's perspective, Xu Yuan still turned on the mod. After all, the kill value in the future will be obtained by mod. We'll figure out a solution to the field of vision problem later. Xu Yuan was no longer concerned about the field of vision. By the time he upgraded his clone skill to the top level, he would probably be able to have quite a few clones. It should be enough. After thinking about this, Xu Yuan took 007 and the Ender Dragon and teleported to the nearby ocean area. No matter how the world changes, Xu Yuan's top priority is to tame the zero-value null and summon it out. Xu Yuan brought 007 and the Ender Dragon to a shallow beach in the middle of the ocean. After collecting some supplies, they built a simple shelter on the shallows. When building blocks, Xu Yuan also clearly felt that placing blocks in the game was much smoother than before. It seems that the free combat mode is still very popular. In the future, if players have fast enough hand speed, they can quickly build blocks in front of them to defend against ranged attacks like Fanfic did. After completing all the preparations, Xu Yuan also gave 007 a fishing rod. You have to take care of your own meals these days. After 007 took the fishing rod, he couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. The next second, he took a leap into the sea and began to swim and catch fish like a dog. Okay, master, I love water the most. 007 had just gone into the water and was swimming for a while. He seemed to be swimming quite well, but the next second his whole body began to sink. Gulp gurgle, little bug, you, gulp gurgle, I can't swim. Gulp. Su Yuan couldn't help but hold his forehead when he saw this. It seems that both 007 and Little Bug are not familiar with this body, so they need to work it out. Seeing 007 and Little Bug playing with each other, Su Yuan felt much better. Then he looked up at the Ender Dragon beside him. You have to take care of your own food, too. Seeing this, the Ender Dragon nodded, and immediately flapped its wings and flew up, beginning to search for its target on the sea. Seeing the Ender Dragon's reaction, Su Yuan was stunned for a moment. When did it understand what I said? Su Yuan snatched this Ender Dragon from Yonghui by using his deterrent power to seize control of it. In the previous battle, Su Yuan never let the Ender Dragon take action. So after the Ender Dragon belonged to Su Yuan, it did not kill the player. Naturally, primary consciousness will not evolve. When Su Yuan was here before, he was also controlling the Ender Dragon, so he was always by Su Yuan's side. After thinking about this, Su Yuan suddenly felt something was wrong. No, when I was fighting GM303 before, I didn't have time to control it, but it didn't run away. When facing GM303 before, Su Yuan teleported his real body over. At that time, Su Yuan didn't have time to care about the Ender Dragon, and didn't think too much, so he just teleported over. Therefore, when Su Yuan fought GM303, the Ender Dragon was out of control. Although 007 can control monsters, he should not be able to control boss-type monsters like the Ender Dragon. So, during that period of time, the Ender Dragon was out of control. It could have left, but it didn't. Su Yuan hadn't noticed the problem until he accidentally gave the Ender Dragon an order just now, and it actually understood and took autonomous action. It seems that this dragon is not simple. Although Su Yuan is not sure what this Ender Dragon is, but from this point we can see that it is not simple. But it can't speak at the moment, so Su Yuan probably won't be able to get anything out of it. It seems that if we want to figure it out, we have to wait until the zero-value null is tamed. After all, the zero-value null has the ability to see into one's heart. Then the secret of this Ender Dragon will be revealed. After the Ender Dragon flew to the surface of the sea, it immediately started playing with 007. Seeing this, Su Yuan also found a place to sit down. Then he took out the transparent cube from his backpack and began to study it. After taking out the transparent cube, Su Yuan also tried to place it on the fine sand in front of him. After being placed, the transparent block did not change at all. There are still no comments on the block. Seeing this, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel puzzled. System, what is the use of this transparent block? Unable to figure it out on his own, Su Yuan decided to ask the system for help. Detecting no information to display. The two system messages also surprised Su Yuan. Su Yuan didn't expect that even the system didn't know the purpose of this block. It seems that I have no choice but to study it slowly by myself. At this moment, on another ocean, inside the monster spawning tower originally created by Su Yuan. After the two monsters, Creeper and Whitebait, were refreshed, although they were trying hard to swim towards the edge, they could not hold on for long and were washed down with the current. But the zombies in the monster tower seemed to value their lives more. They kept trying to swim against the current towards the edge of this strange-shaped cage. There was still a roar coming from his throat, as if he was communicating something. Roar, 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 roar. After seeing the Whitebait and Creepers around couldn't hold on and fell down, the zombies began to swim towards the edge of this strange-shaped cage even more desperately. But even if they had swam to the edge, it was useless because their bodies would still be washed by the current towards the deep pit in the middle. I don't know how long it took. They also don't know how many monsters were born here and they have seen them go. They also warned these monsters not to be defeated by the water currents. Tell them that there is a bottomless abyss underneath that deep pit, and the monsters that were washed down never came back. Even so, it cannot prevent the extinction of life. There will always be monsters that can't hold on and fall down. Because they are zombies, they have no sense of pain and no feelings, so they don't feel tired even if they keep repeating the same actions. But this cannot happen to other monsters. They also want to survive, but their bodies will become tired and weak. They will eventually fail. Seeing the lives slipping away one by one, several zombies couldn't help but start thinking, haha, ha ha ha, is there any point in us continuing like this? Do I have to swim back desperately for the rest of my life? Haha, ha ha ha, I want to know what the outside of this stone box looks like. Ha ha ha, ha ha, then let's try to destroy this stone box. At first, they just relied on their instinctive consciousness to survive. Gradually, seeing those lives passing away, they couldn't help but start to think about the meaning of survival. They were born in this stone box and they can hear sounds coming from outside the stone box. There is the sound of wind, the sounds of strange animals, and occasionally the sound of rain. This also makes them curious about what the world outside is like. Why were they born in such a place? Is the meaning of their existence just to swim desperately against the current to survive? They are not willing to be like this, they are not willing to live like this for the rest of their lives. After several zombies communicated with each other, they all had new goals. They swam against the current towards the edge of the stone box. After touching the edge of the stone box, they stretched out their hands and pounded the wall hard. This cycle repeats itself over and over again. A plain somewhere in the game world. In an ordinary small village, there is a quiet and peaceful scene everywhere. The villagers were busy farming, chatting, and daydreaming. Although there were not many people in the village, it was well maintained. Inside a house in the village, two villagers were seen huddled together, looking into each other's eyes, with hearts constantly appearing above their heads. Hee hee. Not long after, a little life was born. He seemed to be born a little different. Although it looks no different from other little villagers. But the color of his clothes is different from everyone else's. Born with a green robe. Mom. Dad. Two dads. He is not like other villagers who can only communicate by humming. He seemed to be able to understand more languages. He is not like other stupid villagers who are happy every day and don't think about anything. He thinks about many things. It was as if as soon as he was born, he began to wonder why he had no mother but two fathers. He seemed to be born with something special, as if he was born with a mission. Soon after the game was launched, players immediately began to take action. The basic paths of the players are surprisingly consistent. Players are basically divided into two waves. One wave is wandering around the world looking for a village. One wave began to try to enter the end of the world. After the game released the guide, players are well aware of the importance of villagers and ender pearls. Players will definitely compete for these two resources. Many guilds that have made rapid progress have already reached the end. There are many end portals throughout the game. Although every portal can teleport to the end. But the end island in each area is not the same. Logically speaking, there should be an ender dragon on every end island. But players have discovered that although they are in different end islands, there are no ender dragons on these end islands. Originally, after entering the end, there is no portal here. Only after killing the ender dragon will the portal appear. After these main islands were free of the ender dragon, the teleportation mechanism of the end also changed. When players open the end portal, a portal identical to the one in the main world is generated in the end, like a nether portal. However, the players didn't care much about these things. After all, they didn't know what the end of the world was like before. Next, they were given the task of collecting ender pearls. Their purpose of coming to the end was to kill the enderman. On a certain end island, a group of players were seen standing in a pool and killing endermen. They are members from the Nirvana Guild, and the guild leader is Steve. After the incident at the Triumph Guild, Steve reunited with his friends. My friends lived up to my expectations and developed the guild quite well. After all, they were the first people to know the strategy of pedicure sheds. After Steve joined them, he became the president. Afterwards, he led the guild members to develop steadily. Of course, he has also been keeping an eye on him's movements. After the game was updated, although the official said that him was removed, Steve still remained skeptical. But no matter what, game updates are indeed good things for players. With the free battle mode and strategies, players will grow much faster. After the update, Steve knew the importance of villages and ender pearls. But he didn't spend too much manpower on it. Only a few people were sent to collect. He put all his focus on the free battle mode. Because he knew very well that villages and ender pearls were just auxiliary items. If you want to truly improve, you must work hard on free combat. Therefore, only a small group of people were sent to the end of the world this time. The players of Nirvana Guild were chatting while killing endermen. Can this enderman also pass through the end portal? I don't know. What's wrong? Look at the enderman standing on the portal frame. Seeing this, the player looked over there. Sure enough, I saw an enderman standing near the portal, holding a grass block in his hand. From the grass block in its hand, we can tell that it must have come from the main world. After all, there is no way grass blocks can exist in this end of the world. The enderman does not seem to notice that the players are looking at it. It brought the grass block with it and teleported to the edge of the end island. Then he loosened his grip and threw the grass block into the void. The players of Nirvana Guild were a little surprised when they saw this. Does enderman have such a setting? So it comes over to throw the cube into the void after it gets it. The players of Nirvana Guild were all shocked when they saw the behavior of this enderman. Endermen do have a setting of hugging blocks. In the past, some players were curious about where the blocks they were holding ended up. But they didn't expect that this magical scene was seen by them. After the enderman threw the grass block into the void, he teleported again and came to the end portal again. Then he stepped directly into the portal to the end. When the players saw this, they all found it very novel. It seems that this enderman is also a worker. This enderman has a bad taste. He brought the cubes from the main world here and threw them away. Do you think it's possible that they can empty the main world? Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha, that's hard to say. I guess it will be about the same in a few hundred years. Damn it, is this their century-long mission? Trying to empty the main world. Maybe this is the conspiracy of the Enderman clan? Funny. Alright, focus on your work. The behavior of the Enderman just now was just a small episode when the players of the Nirvana Guild were working. They didn't take it to heart. The players of the Nirvana Guild continued to swing their swords and kill the Enderman in front of them as usual. But something strange soon happened. After a player chopped down an Enderman, the next second, he was suddenly and inexplicably teleported out of the pool. Before the player has time to react, he is immediately attacked and killed by the Enderman he just defeated. The other players, as long as they defeated the Enderman, had almost the same experience as the player just now. The players of Nirvana Guild were all stunned when they saw this. What's going on? How come they were suddenly teleported out of the pool? Did you accidentally use the Ender Pearl? How is this possible? It was these Endermen. It was these Endermen who teleported them away. The players of the Nirvana Guild soon discovered that these Endermen seemed to have learned some kind of skill in an instant. Originally they could only teleport by themselves, but from the beginning, they suddenly learned to teleport away players who attacked them. Originally, players could attack Endermen without getting hurt in the water, but now, this method no longer works. What's going on? What the hell is going on? At this moment, similar situations are happening all over the game world. Players found that these monsters seemed to have evolved, and their perception distance had increased a lot. The skeleton's arrows are slightly more accurate than before. The crawler can actually self-destruct through the wall. Not only does the power of the explosion increase a lot, but it also produces flames after the explosion. The zombies that could originally be killed without taking any damage by building 2 blocks higher suddenly became much smarter. They can actually place and mine blocks. There are also zombies that pick up TNT from somewhere, place it at the players' homes, light it, and then run away. Monsters can even predict players' attacks and dodge them. What's even more outrageous is, those animals actually learn to fight back. At this moment, the World Channel was flooded with players' complaints. What the hell? Can you believe I was chased by a zombie on a boat for 5 minutes? Damn it, did the authorities secretly change the monster data? This skeleton has auto-aim installed, right? It's outrageous, it can hit the target every time. This is outrageous, isn't it? It blew itself up across the pedicure shed, and the explosion also produced flames. My friend was just killed by a zombie, and then he turned into a zombie right there? Are you playing Resident Evil here? Hehehe, what do you mean by that? Can you believe that I was just pushed to death by a pig? Now that someone has said it, I dare to say it too. I was killed by a chicken, shooting rotten eggs, smiley face. I want to ask you, have you ever seen an alpaca machine gun? This is the first time I've been drowned by saliva, and it was an alpaca? Who understands? Ha 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 ha, even though it's tragic, it's really funny, but I started crying while laughing. Official, secretly changed it, right? Deliberately gave the walkthrough, and then secretly changed the monster attributes. Players originally thought that they would be able to speed up their development after having a strategy. However, they did not expect that these monsters, which they had previously been able to deal with by simply building a pedicure shed, would now become a stumbling block to their rapid development. The changes in the monsters were indeed unexpected, but the players did not expect that these were related to him. They all think that this should be done by the official. After all, once the official guide is released, players' development will be accelerated a lot. If everyone develops and graduates quickly, the game will become unplayable. At this moment, the monsters finally rose up and sang. They all chased after the players and beat them up. As for Su Yuan, he has been constantly reminded to obtain kill points since the start of Epic Siege 3. Seeing the rapidly rising kill value, Su Yuan also regretted it. I regret not accumulating enough kill points earlier to activate the mod. Now there is no need to worry about the source of kill points, but the growth of fear points and faith points has stagnated. But it's understandable. Su Yuan also heard from players that him was removed after the game was updated. And after that, Su Yuan never showed up again. Many players probably thought that him was really removed. In this way, Su Yuan will naturally not be provided with fear value and faith value. It seems that I still need to show up appropriately. The fear value must continue to accumulate. After all, the 0 value null depends on it for its birth. As for the faith value, it should also be a very important value for development. After all, that transparent block is exchanged for faith value. Su Yuan was thinking about this when he saw 007 slowly swimming towards him from the beach. After reaching the shore, he shook off the sea water on his body. Then he wagged his tail and came towards Su Yuan. As soon as it came closer, Su Yuan immediately noticed something was wrong and pinched its mouth the moment its tongue stuck out. Only after pushing 007 away did Su Yuan let go of his hand. 007 was also shameless and continued to stick to Su Yuan's feet and act coquettishly. Owner, how long are we going to stay here? I'm tired of eating fish. I want to eat spicy noodles, pig's feet, beef tongue. As 007 spoke, haze flowed all over the floor. It was obvious that the body currently occupied was a small bug. After hearing what 007 said, Su Yuan looked at the beach in front of him and thought for a moment. How about getting some grass blocks and raising some animals? As Su Yuan was thinking, he saw a block of sand in front of him suddenly turn into a grass block. And that square of fine sand was exactly the square where Su Yuan had placed the transparent block before. Seeing this, Su Yuan stood up excitedly. So this is how the transparent block is used. After Su Yuan came to this beach, he has been studying the purpose of the transparent block. Although its specific purpose has not been studied. But Su Yuan still came up with something. The difference between this transparent block and other blocks is this. It can cover other blocks, just like the fine sand in front of it. It can completely cover this fine sand block without any restrictions. It can also cover all media such as water, wood blocks, magma, and even air. And it can be placed in any area without any restrictions. For example, if Su Yuan wants to put it in the air, it can stand directly in the air without the need to lay blocks on the ground as a foundation. The same goes for wanting to put it in water. And it is also very simple to recycle, just touch it lightly and it is recycled. It's like turning on creative mode. This is just the information Su Yuan has discovered about this transparent block. Before, after Su Yuan covered it on the fine sand in front of him, his thoughts were interrupted by 007 and the others. Then I forgot that I put the transparent block there. I have to say that 007 did Su Yuan a great favor. If it weren't for his words, Su Yuan wouldn't have started thinking while looking at the fine sand in front of him. This transparent block will not change because of Su Yuan's thinking. Su Yuan wouldn't find any specific use for it either. Thinking of this, Su Yuan touched 007's head and then smiled. You want some spicy noodles, right? Hearing Su Yuan's words, 007's tail almost shook out a phantom, staring with two watery eyes, his tongue hanging out long, and a lot of saliva hanging from it. I want to. Seeing this, Su Yuan looked at the transparent block in front of him that had turned into a grass block, and then muttered to himself. Carrion. I saw the grass block in front of me changing immediately and instantly turned into rotten meat. 007's eyes widened when he saw this. Surprised face. Master, you are awesome. The master can actually make spicy noodles. Master, I also want to eat pig's feet, chicken legs, ox tongue, bones. PRPRPRP. 007 was about to put the piece of rotten meat into his mouth as he spoke, but was stopped by Su Yuan. Go play over there first. After hearing Su Yuan's words, the originally lively 007 suddenly became calm. It seemed that 007 had taken control of his body. Yes. Seeing 007 leave, Su Yuan also sat down and began to concentrate on studying the transparent block in front of him. Water, magma, stone axe, diamond vein. Su Yuan has been reciting various in-game products in his mind. The transparent block in front of him kept changing its shape according to Su Yuan's guess. Seeing this, Su Yuan expanded his thinking a little more. Puffer dolphins swimming in lava. Eggs grow on leaves. Half watermelon and half pumpkin combination. Su Yuan also randomly combined the items in the game in a square, originally wanting to try out the possibilities. But I didn't expect that these things would actually appear on the square in front of me. Su Yuan's heartbeat quickened as he saw the transparent block in front of him constantly changing into various strange combinations according to his imagination. It seems my guess is correct. Seeing that the transparent block would change according to his thoughts, Su Yuan's heartbeat quickened. As expected, this block should belong to something like a domain. Everything within this area can be changed at will according to Su Yuan's consciousness. Anything that exists in this game world should be able to appear in this field. It's like the domains of several creation gods in Fan Village. In their territory, they are invincible, and they can drive and change any shape of all the blocks in the territory at will. Moreover, this block is opened by Su Yuan using faith value. Things like faith value are actually very mysterious. Just like the settings of gods in some animations, they need people's faith to become powerful. The more people believe in them, the stronger they become. If no one believes in a god, his power will gradually disappear. The same goes for this transparent block. The more faith points Su Yuan gains, the larger the area he can actually control. Perhaps this transparent block can be upgraded. After thinking about this, Su Yuan looked at the transparent block and said silently in his heart, upgrade. Sure enough, an information panel appeared in front of him. Transparent block LV1, area 1x1x1. Consume 100,000 faith points to upgrade. The information panel that appeared in front of him confirmed Su Yuan's guess. This transparent block can indeed consume faith points to upgrade. In other words, the more faith points Su Yuan gains, the larger the space of the block will be, the larger the area you control. Imagine if Su Yuan could just upgrade it to a size that filled the entire game world. Doesn't that mean that the control of the entire world is in Su Yuan's hands? If this is the case, then the game shutdown will not affect me, because this transparent block was obtained by Su Yuan in the endless darkness after the server was shut down. In other words, this transparent cube can also exist in that endless darkness. If it is big enough, then after the server is shut down, the world in the transparent cube will belong to Su Yuan. It should not be affected by the service suspension. That is to say, if 007 and the others were also in this transparent block, even if the service is shut down, Su Yuan can still bring them into the space under his control. This transparent block is equivalent to the origin block of Su Yuan's true home. If that's the case, there's really no need to worry about the service being discontinued. Su Yuan was not sure whether his guess was correct. I can only say that theoretically there should be no problem. After all, this transparent block was discovered after the service was shut down. What is certain is that it will not be affected by the service suspension. The other Su Yuan is not sure. If you want to put it into practice, you can only wait until the next service shutdown. However, no matter what, this transparent block is of great significance. Su Yuan definitely needs to expand its area. Even if it wasn't for preparations to shut down the server, Su Yuan would still upgrade it. This game world is likely to develop into the world of Fanfic. In the world of Fanfic, there are too many powerful beings such as creator gods and demigods. If those creator gods appear in this game at that time, or if the authorities intervene in some way, with this transparent cube, Su Yuan can also compete with them. It can be said that with this transparent block, Su Yuan truly began to develop in the direction of the creator god. It seems I have to work hard to collect faith points. Su Yuan was finally able to easily obtain the kill value and thought he could have a good rest. But I didn't expect that the kill value is only a threshold. Currently, kill points can only help Su Yuan strengthen the skills he has acquired in the game. Although these skills are indeed enough to face the players. But if you encounter those demigod level beings in Fan Village, it would probably be quite difficult. At present, Su Yuan's ability can only be regarded as the ability of an avatar of him in the annoying village. If you want to become stronger, you still have to rely on faith. But the value of faith is so illusory. To put it bluntly, this thing relies on the worship and admiration of the players. Su Yuan has always appeared in front of players as a villain. Although there are players who admire and respect Su Yuan, they are still a minority after all. The increase in faith value is still too slow. From the time Su Yuan spent 100,000 faith points to obtain the transparent block to now, after such a long time, the faith value has only increased by a little over 20,000. It's really not good enough. How can I obtain this faith value faster? Su Yuan was also a little distressed. Him originally stood on the opposite side of the players. Previously, the values that could make Su Yuan grow included kill value, fear value, etc. All of them can only be obtained by killing or torturing players. Now suddenly a faith value pops up. Does Su Yuan need to be kind-hearted and do good deeds? But if that were the case, the fear value would not increase. Then the zero value null will not come out? This is obviously somewhat contradictory. After thinking about this, Su Yuan couldn't help but have a headache. It's difficult. After thinking for a long time, Su Yuan finally made a decision. The current priority is to tame the zero value null. After all, Entity 303 is a threat that is bound to happen right now. Su Yuan definitely needs to materialize the zero value null. As for the faith value, we can only wait until the zero value null comes out. Although the current game is indeed developing towards being boring, but it also takes a lot of time to develop. So there is still a lot of time left for Su Yuan. Faith value can only be studied and collected slowly in the future. As Su Yuan was thinking about this, the sound of null rang in his mind again. Why are you here? Why waste time? You don't deserve this body. Just by listening to the sound, Su Yuan could feel the anger of null. But this anger was mixed with a hint of panic that was barely noticeable. Su Yuan has been in a lazy fish mode these days, fishing, basking in the sun, petting wolves, petting dragons, etc. It can be said that I live a very carefree life. Although during this period of time, Su Yuan could still feel the dark aura in his body trying to invade his consciousness. But that aura was obviously much weaker than before. That breath is the source of power of Null. Naturally, Null was the first to notice that his power had weakened. But he never showed up, seemingly waiting to see what was happening. Now it seems that he finally couldn't help it. He himself knew very well that if Su Yuan continued to act like this, he would disappear over time. So he got anxious. Hearing the sound of Null, Su Yuan was able to confirm that his method of taming Null was effective. However, Su Yuan didn't like what Null just said. Judging from his tone, he seems to have no intention of giving in. If that's the case, Su Yuan doesn't mind leaving him alone for a while. After thinking about this, Su Yuan ignored the zero value Null. Then he lay down on the beach, closed his eyes and enjoyed the sunbathing. Seeing that Su Yuan ignored him, Null suddenly became anxious. Hello, I know you can hear me. You coward? Why are you hiding? You were born to kill. Go torture those people. Hello, let's go kill people together. Just like before. Isn't it also fun to hear their screams? Have you forgotten that feeling? I know you wouldn't be used to someone suddenly taking over your body. How about this? We can each take half of the day. Just like the wolf cub beside you. How about that? We worked well together when facing that 303 before. We can coexist. Have you forgotten? Well, you did have this body longer. Half the time each may not be fair to you. Then I'll make a concession. You take 6 and I take 4. Hello. You take 7 and I take 3. Is this okay? Don't go too far. 82? It can't be any less. Sigh. 9-1, okay. 9-1. Say something. Obviously, Su Yuan's method is still very useful. When the zero value Null gets anxious, it is obvious that it talks a lot more. His voice kept ringing in Su Yuan's mind. Although Su Yuan thought it was a bit noisy, this was exactly the effect he wanted. If you want Null to obey you, you must let him know who has the final say. A whole day. The sound of the zero value Null keeps ringing in my head. At first, the zero value Null was quite strong. He kept scolding Su Yuan, blaming Su Yuan, and teaching Su Yuan how to do things. Later on, I saw Su Yuan was just playing badly and ignored him. His tone finally softened a bit. Started to discuss with Su Yuan. He said that this body could be shared with Su Yuan. From the initial 50 to 50 to 82 to 91 at the end. Throughout the whole process, the zero value Null is indeed slowly giving in and yielding. but he never realized that this body did not belong to him. Seeing that Su Yuan had been ignoring him, Null finally couldn't help himself. You've been hiding here all this time, aren't you afraid of being forgotten? Hearing the words Null, Su Yuan finally smiled. This is the voice of the zero-value Null. This is actually what he thinks in his heart. What he feared most was being forgotten. Elements such as fear, darkness, and evil thoughts make up the zero-value Null. He is also more powerful with these elements. What he feared most was being forgotten. Once people forget their fear, or rather, their fear is not caused by Su Yuan, then the zero-value Null will disappear. Therefore, once players forget Su Yuan, the zero-value Null will no longer exist. Hearing the question from Null, Su Yuan finally responded. Is this what you feel? As soon as Su Yuan said this, the zero-value Null seemed to have come true. The whole person fell silent, and no one spoke for a long time. And Su Yuan's face was filled with smile again. Think carefully about what the meaning of your existence is. After Su Yuan finished speaking, Null never spoke again. He seemed to be touched by Su Yuan's words, and finally calmed down and started to think. The zero-value Null was created because of Su Yuan's evil thoughts. To a large extent, he is another Su Yuan. His way of thinking is actually very similar to Su Yuan's. He can figure out a lot of things with just a little guidance from Su Yuan. It was only because of his evil thoughts that he had always wanted to take control of this body. After all, how can a creature that has already developed consciousness be content to be just an ideology? It is also impossible not to desire a body of one's own. He himself naturally didn't know that he was able to evolve into a physical body. So he has always been obsessed with this body, and Su Yuan had taken the initiative to let him occupy his consciousness once before. Let him experience the feeling of having a body of his own. This also made his obsession even stronger. It was this strong obsession that clouded his mind. This also meant that he never took the time to think about what the meaning of his existence was. He just wanted to become stronger, strong enough to snatch the right to use this body from Su Yuan. It was not until Su Yuan stopped killing that he realized that the strength of his abilities was not up to him. These are all controlled by Su Yuan. Only when Su Yuan continues to kill and generates evil thoughts, and players become afraid of Su Yuan, can he gain power. Once Su Yuan calms down and does nothing, the source of his strength will disappear. That's why he was anxious. But the solution he first thought of was to take over Su Yuan's body. But he didn't have the ability to do so. It was because of this that he began to realize that he might not be that powerful. It seems that all his abilities were given to him by Su Yuan. If Su Yuan wanted to, he could take it back easily. Until Su Yuan asked him what the meaning of his existence was. The zero-value Null was also stunned. He never seemed to think about it. What is the meaning of my existence? Existing just to take over this body? If that's the case, then why haven't I succeeded despite working so hard? I was born in the form of a shadow. The shadow will follow the real body all its life. Wherever the body is, there the shadow will be. Whatever the main body does, the shadow will follow. The main body controls all the actions of the shadow. A shadow can have many forms. It can be stretched very long or shortened, but all its forms are dependent on the entity. After thinking about this, the zero-value Null seems to have realized something. So, am I destined to follow him forever? At this moment, he finally realized that he seemed to be born to follow Su Yuan. Why is it a shadow? Why? Although he was aware of this problem, the fact was hard for him to accept. The zero-value Null is very powerful, and he has been aware of his own power since his birth. It was because of this that he couldn't accept this cruel fact. I am so powerful, but I am just a shadow. One has to follow someone else's shadow all his life. He didn't want to accept his fate, but he had no power to change it. This is the most painful thing about Null. At this moment, the zero-value Null is like a deflated ball. There is no longer the arrogance I had before. Now he is like standing at a fork in the road. There are two roads before us, one is dignity and the other is life. If you choose dignity and maintain your pride, then you may cease to exist. If he chooses life, he will have to give up his dignity and accept his fate of following Su Yuan all his life. Why do I have to make a choice? The zero-value Null is, in a sense, not an adult. So he couldn't choose to have them all. He has to make a choice in this matter. Although it is difficult to make a choice, in his heart, he has already made the choice. He values his life, otherwise he would not have tried to negotiate with Su Yuan. In fact, he had already abandoned his pride and dignity when he negotiated with Su Yuan to reduce the ratio from 50 to 50 to 91 to 1. It's just that he hasn't realized this problem yet. But he would figure it out. What he didn't know was that after he made his choice, Su Yuan would give him a huge surprise. After communicating with Null, Su Yuan felt that he could not hear Null's inner voice. But he could clearly feel that the breath in his body became very chaotic. The disorder of the breath indirectly proved the inner fluctuation of Null. The character of the zero-value Null has always been arrogant. Su Yuan also knew that after he had pointed it out to him and realized the problem, it would be difficult for him to accept and face the reality. But once he faced reality, put aside his pride, and began to accept that he had to depend on Su Yuan, only the zero-value Null can be truly reborn. Because only in this way can Su Yuan materialize him. When a person is completely desperate and accepts the fact, when you give him what he wants most, then he will truly be convinced by you. This is why Su Yuan spent so much time trying to figure out the Null value. I want the zero-value Null to be completely convinced of myself. All his rebellious tendencies must be broken, and then Su Yuan must reassemble him personally. It looks like we're almost there. Su Yuan has spent so much effort on the zero-value null, and now he finally sees the results. I believe it won't take long before we can successfully tame the zero-value null. After the game was updated, Su Yuan opened the Epic Siege mod. This also changes the nature of the game slightly. Compared with other games, the game Minecraft is relatively simple. Of course, this is assuming that players have not set foot in researching redstone. After all, there were no guides released for the game before, so players knew nothing about redstone. I had no idea that this game could beat many other games just with its redstone feature. But after the official release of the guide and the update of the free battle mode, the operability of the entire game instantly became stronger. Plus the Epic Siege mod strengthens the monsters. This also makes the game more difficult. Plus the official deliberate propaganda. This also makes the game's audience a little wider. Some players who like operations were not very interested in this kind of game at first, but after seeing the game's promotion again, they all joined in the game. This also caused the popularity of the game to soar. In a rental house, Mo Zhang has been holding a grudge since being fired from 0 Point Company. He has been watching the game's developments. I thought that 0 Point Company would suffer a wave of game withdrawals because of the him incident. Unexpectedly, the popularity of the game is getting higher and higher. 0 Point Company was not affected in any way by this incident. What's even more hateful is that Yang Hui's group made such a big fuss at the beginning, saying they wanted to quit the game and so on. As a result, after the update, everything was as normal as before. I contacted the official website to change the game name and guild name, and continued to have fun in the game. In other words, Mo Zhang was the only one injured in this incident. The more Mo Zhang thought about it, the angrier he became. It turned out that he was the only one who had to take the blame for the whole thing. After thinking about this, Mo Zhang immediately stepped into the game cabin and began to edit rows of codes. Removed him, right. Okay, I'll add another him to the game that will never be removed. Although Mo Zhang did not think this matter through at the beginning. We should save the people from Yang Hui Guild first. But the task that old Wu gave him before was to solve the him problem. I never told him that the key point was to rescue the people from Yang Hui Guild first. Besides, Mo Zhang is a programmer, not a waiter. Do we need to prioritize customer service when fixing a program? Programmers are responsible for program issues. Since when do even programmers need to treat players as gods and give them priority in service? Moreover, after Mo Zhang went in, he also thought about rescuing Yang Hui and his group. It's just that Mo Zhang wants to solve him's problem first. Otherwise, even if they were saved, if him was still there, wouldn't it be in vain? There is actually nothing wrong with Mo Zhang's idea. In fact, no matter who is in charge, the result will be the same. Whoever is assigned to do this task will be the one to take the blame. If anyone is to blame, it's just Mo Zhang's bad luck. But it was obvious that Mo Zhang was extremely dissatisfied with 0 Point Company's behavior. But in reality he had no way to shake 0 Point's position. If you want to take revenge on 0 Point Company, you can only do it in the field you are good at. The reason why 0 Point Company fired him was that he lacked ability. Mo Zhang wanted to let them see whether he was really incompetent or not. I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm going to show you what a truly great hacker is like. Mo Zhang's main job is hacking. He is the best at creating viruses and invading data. Moreover, he had worked at 0 Point Company and was well aware of the company's protective network. For him, hacking into the game system is as easy as breaking into his own home. After Mo Zhang thought of this, he immediately started editing the virus code. His idea was simple, which was to massacre players in the game and cause chaos. Ruining the reputation of the game will cause more people to quit the game. If you don't have a good life, others won't have an easy life either, especially those senior executives of the company. After several hours of hard work, Mo Zhang finally edited a powerful code virus. This code virus is more special than other viruses. A general game virus is a string of code that will cause the game to crash when implanted into the game. But the virus is easily removed. The code virus created by Mo Zhang this time is more like a virus derived from the game's source data. To put it simply, Mo Zhang created a game NPC-level code virus and implanted it into the game. This virus has a physical body, and Mo Zhang can control it in real time. It is equivalent to Mo Zhang directly becoming a part of the game. Mo Zhang also specially made a body for this entity. Imagine that it is the same image of GM303 as when I entered the game before. However, he also made himself a weapon that looked like the Grim Reaper's scythe. His goal is to become the god of death in this game and reap the lives of players. The reason why he used the image of GM303 without any hesitation was that he wanted to let the company's top executives know that Mr. 303 is back. After making the virus shape, Mo Zhang thought for a moment. Then a signature was added to the body. Entity_303. Seeing the image he had created, Mo Zhang nodded with satisfaction. Add a few more abilities and you're done. After thinking about this, Mo Zhang thought about it carefully. Data intrusion is definitely necessary so that we can hack into the player's computer. Then I'll create my own 303 virus. The skills must be cool and have destructive power. Then control the flames that can melt everything, burn wherever you go. Invincible must be arranged. Only after Mo Zhang equipped himself with these skills did he finally smile with satisfaction. Although this virus does not have as many fancy skills as him, but every skill is a killer. Data hacking skills are enough to deal with administrators in the game. Controlling the fire that can melt everything is enough to deal with all the players in the game. Plus the invincible skill. You can walk sideways in the game. Another few hours of hard editing. Mojang finally finished the work. Seeing the perfect code virus he created, Mojang's desire for revenge became even stronger. It's finally ready to be launched. Mojang skillfully hacked into 0 Point Company's game database. After avoiding all interception systems, the entity_303 virus was immediately released. The moment the virus was released, the entire data network seemed to resonate, and a powerful electric current rushed towards Mojang's brain. Mojang felt a darkness before his eyes. I don't know how long I slept. When he woke up again, he found himself in the game world. Seeing the environment in the game, Mojang couldn't help but feel a little confused. I haven't even logged in yet, how come I came in directly? Just now, Mojang only released the virus and did not log into the virus's source code. Under normal circumstances, it will not directly invade the game. But at this moment, for some unknown reason, he directly invaded into the game. Mojang thought about it and was about to quit the game. After trying for a long time, he found that there was no such thing as an exit button. What's going on? Mojang became completely panicked. System interface. Quit. Quit the game. Forced exit. He kept trying to call up the system interface, but nothing came out. What on earth is going on? Mojang suddenly panicked. At this moment, he could clearly feel things that he could not feel when he was a GM before. He couldn't explain what it was specifically, but he can feel this world. It's very real. This world is exactly the same as the world after entering the game cabin. But it is alive, it is not some code product. Thinking of this, Mojang's heart beat faster. He didn't know what had happened, maybe a program error or something. But at this moment, the only thing he wanted to do was to leave this world. As Mojang was thinking, he saw a little white cat wandering around not far away. Seeing this, Mojang immediately walked into Xiaobai's search range. Maybe the program is messed up. Maybe I can go back if I die. After Xiaobai found Mojang, he immediately aimed his bow and arrow at Mojang. And Mojang had no intention of dodging. After a few arrows, Mojang's health was finally reduced and he fell to the ground. Mojang felt a darkness before his eyes. When he woke up again, he saw the scene around him and completely collapsed. Why can't I get out? When Mojang saw that the scene around him was still in the game, he completely collapsed. What on earth is going on? Mojang knew very well that he was now in the game world of Minecraft. But he couldn't understand why he couldn't get out. If you log in normally, you will definitely be able to call out the system interface. But no matter how Mojang exhaled, there was no response. Moreover, he could clearly perceive that this world was different from the holographic game world after entering the game cabin. This world is real, just like the real world. It really exists? Could it be traveling through time? Although time travel is ridiculous, but Mojang witnessed the appearance of him in the game. It seems that time travel is not as ridiculous as imagined. Moreover, this is the only explanation for why Mojang is in this situation right now. Mojang was originally at a loss, but when he thought that he might have traveled through time, he instantly became excited. Crossing. Golden Finger. System. Although Mojang doesn't read novels very often, he reads quite a few comics. Nowadays, many comics also have the protagonist traveling through time, then obtaining a system and becoming invincible from then on. Basically, the default settings are bound to the crossing and carrying systems. After Mojang thought of this, he immediately started calling the system. System, system, call out the system. Bind system. Hello, system, are you there? Mojang talked to himself for a long time but didn't get any response. Then the whole person wilted. AFK, isn't it the setting in novels that the protagonist is bound to the system after traveling through time? Mojang was not wrong in his guess, he had indeed traveled through time. And after traveling through time, the system will indeed be bound. But what he didn't know was that he was not the protagonist of this world. Naturally, there is no way that a system can be bound to him. After roughly guessing the current situation, Mojang also went through 2 minutes of psychological preparation. Then he happily accepted the fact that he had traveled through time. It's great. I don't have to go to work, I don't have to look at my boss's face, and I don't have to take the blame. No need to earn money, no need to take out a mortgage, no need to live frugally. The most important thing is that I don't have to think about what takeout to order every day. I'm free. I have to say that Mojang's self-regulation ability is still very strong. The main reason is that there are indeed too many unsatisfactory things in real life. Young people today have too much to bear. A house you can't afford, a job that doesn't make you money, and a sleepless night. All kinds of pressure make people breathless. I feel confused every day and don't know what the meaning of life is. In this fast-paced society, most of the people are just living. Few people can truly enjoy life. Even a programmer like Mojang who is able to enter 0 Point Company can earn an annual salary of more than 300,000 yuan. But life is still tight and I still can't afford to buy a house. Even if I could barely save up enough for the down payment and buy a house, you will have to pay off your mortgage for most of your life. Mojang really didn't want to continue this kind of life that had no hope and could be predicted at a glance. Besides, he had just been fired. I have to face the problem of finding a job again. Even if someone like Mojang, who has no background, finds a job. When I go to the next company, there is no guarantee that I won't become the scapegoat again. Thinking about it this way, time travel is indeed a good thing for him. At least in this world, things are not so materialistic. You don't have to struggle all your life for a house. At least in this world, Mo Jong can do whatever he wants. Live your life for yourself as you please. After thinking about this, Mo Jong felt relieved instantly. Since you can't go back, just go with the flow. Just think of it as God giving me a chance to live again. This really has become my world. Mo Jong was thinking about this when he suddenly felt something was not right. Huh? I seemed to be dead just now. Didn't I design an invincible skill for myself? Mo Jong then remembered that he had once set an invincible skill for this body, but he was just shot to death by a skeleton. Did the skill fail to take effect? After thinking about this, Mo Jong slowly raised his hands and then said silently in his heart, "Flame." The next second, 2 flames slowly began to burn in the palms of his hands. Then it slowly gathered into a fireball the size of a palm. Seeing this, Mo Jong raised his hand and fired one of the fireballs. The fireball immediately burst into flames after it touched the ground. The moment the flames touched the soil on the ground, the soil melted away. The flame continued to burn, melting 3 layers of soil before it slowly showed signs of going out. Seeing this, Mo Jong became even more confused. Why did the fire skill work but the invincibility skill didn't? Mo Jong was also a little confused. Since I can use fire skills, it means that the skills I designed before are effective. But he was shot to death by the skeleton just now. Apparently his invincibility skill was not effective. Mo Jong thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure out what was going on. Forget it. Anyway, I can be reborn, which is equivalent to being invincible. Now that he can be reborn, the invincible Mo Jong doesn't care too much. Moreover, I have such awesome skills, which player can hurt me? Not to mention the monsters in the game. Mo Jong knew the statistics of the monsters in the game very clearly. Even without powerful skills, Mo Jong would not be defeated by those monsters. After thinking about this, Mo Jong gradually felt relieved. Although I was not bound to the system after traveling through time. But fortunately, I had the foresight to design so many powerful skills for myself. It can be considered as a golden finger that I added to myself. With these golden fingers, you can definitely walk sideways in this world. However, the time travel interrupted Mo Jong's plan to a certain extent. The reason why Mo Jong created the virus was to take revenge on 0 Point Company. But at this moment, I have traveled into the game. If I mess up the game, what if the game is shut down? Would I then cease to exist? After thinking about this, Mo Jong was troubled for a long time. Finally he made a decision. Never mind. Let's vent our anger on Yang Hui's group first. To put it bluntly, this matter was caused by the pressure from the consortium above Yang Hui, which forced 0 Point Company to find someone to take the blame. Mo Jong had long been unhappy with Yang Hui and his group. This time I have traveled to the game, and it's time to settle the accounts that need to be settled. Fortunately, Mo Jong had previously edited a data intrusion skill for himself. I just don't know if this skill has taken effect. After thinking about this, Mo Jong also said silently in his heart, "Data search. ID, Yang Hui." After Mo Jong used the data search skill, information about Yang Hui immediately appeared in his mind. ID, Yang Hui changed ID, Yang Hui on March 3rd. IP address, XXXXXXXX. Coordinates, XXXXXXX. After seeing this information, Mo Jong finally smiled. Hey, you said that if you had quit the game, there wouldn't be so many problems, right? Although Mo Jong has programmed himself with many powerful skills, there is always a loophole. The only thing he forgot to do was to program himself skills like flying and teleportation. Although he has the ability to invade data, he currently doesn't know what's going on. Mo Jong cannot directly teleport to Yang Hui's coordinates. In other words, to cover such a long distance, Mo Jong can only take bus number 11 or walk. There is always a loophole? How could I forget about flying and teleporting? Mo Jong regretted it very much, but there was nothing he could do. The road to revenge is long and arduous, so just take a few steps at a time. Fortunately, the scenery in the game was very nice, so Mo Jong just treated it as a tourist walk. Mo Jong randomly fired fireballs at the ground while walking towards the direction of Yang Hui's coordinates. Wherever he passed, there was no grass growing. Mo Jong hummed a little tune while enjoying the pleasure brought by destruction. Little did he know that in the distance, an Enderman holding a diamond mine was following him. The Enderman holding the diamond mine followed Mo Jong for a while before finally stopping. Then, he teleported and disappeared into the main world. At this moment, inside the Nirvana Guild's headquarters, players were gathering in the square, lining up one by one and walking to a launcher. It seems like he is training something. Today's training content is building blocks. As everyone knows, the monsters are getting stronger now, and the pedicure shed can't handle them at all. If you want to fight against them, you can only improve yourself. An arrow will be thrown out of this thrower. What you have to do is to build blocks in front of you to block the arrow before it hits you. Today's test distance is 15 blocks. If you can't even withstand this distance, then you don't deserve to be in Nirvana Guild. Start training. After Steve finished speaking, he turned on the transmitter. The players immediately started training. Steve has been digging into the free battle mode since the game was updated. because he knew very well that with the free combat mode, what would make the difference in the game would no longer be auxiliary things like equipment. It's a personal operation. So Steve has also been working on some personal operating techniques. Every time he developed some skills, he would train his subordinates in batches. The most useful combat technique he has developed so far is building blocks. As long as your hand speed is fast enough, you can block most of the long-range damage. Steve himself has been practicing hard recently. Now he can block arrows thrown within 5 blocks of the launcher. It's enough to imagine how fast his hands are. Steve was watching the players training, but was suddenly interrupted by a message from Yi, the captain of the player team that had been sent out earlier. Boss, we were wiped out by the Enderman in the end of the world. Seeing Yubian's message, Steve replied immediately. What's going on? Yi quickly told Steve what had happened. Steve wasn't surprised to hear what happened. Although Steve hasn't been out recently, he has been following the World Channel. The players have also reacted and the monsters have become much stronger. This is also the reason why Steve is eager to train the players in the guild. Okay, got it. The Endermen are not so easy to deal with now. You should come back for now. Steve was about to close the dialogue box when Ely's message came again. That's right, boss. A strange thing happened in the end today. Don't Endermen often move blocks? Today we saw an Enderman throw the grass block he moved to the overworld into the void. Although Yiro was not one of the first people to follow Steve, Steve still valued him because of his good personal ability. The reason why he was sent to be the team leader is because Yi is a very careful person. Steve also often teaches these team leaders who go out to be more careful and pay more attention to strange things. This was also the lesson Steve learned when he faced him before. As long as you pay attention, everything has a traceable path. Yi also remembered Steve's instructions. Seeing Yi's message, Steve thought for a moment and then replied, "Then don't come back for now, just observe over there for a while. Report to me immediately if anything happens." Although it is easy to provide just a humble message, but Steve still kept his eyes open. It won't hurt to be more aware of everything. After receiving Steve's message, Yuan replied immediately, "Good." After closing the shutdown dialogue box, the players were immediately organized to enter the End Island again. After arriving at the End Island, Yizi and his teammates climbed up to the top of the obsidian pillar. The view from up here is better, and you don't have to worry about getting beaten after making eye contact with Xiaohei. Brother Yu, why did the boss ask us to stay here? To watch these Endermen throw cubes. You're the only one who talks too much. We do whatever the boss says. When has the boss ever let us suffer any loss? It won't go wrong to observe more. Maybe you can find the trick to spawn Endermen. The players were chatting. After a while, an Enderman holding diamond mine was seen appearing in the portal. What the hell? Diamond mine. Damn it, I was wondering why there were so few diamond mines, and all the feelings were taken away by the Enderman. It should be random for the Enderman to hold these things, right? Maybe it's just luck. Why don't I have such luck? The Enderman holding the diamond mine teleported to the edge of the End Island. Then he let go and threw the diamond mine into the void. When the players saw this, they sighed. What the hell? What a waste of resources. Stop it, that's a diamond mine. Damn it, Enderman, do you know what you are doing? Players originally thought that diamond ore would drop into the void like grass blocks before. Just at the moment when the diamond mine fell into the void, the diamond mine did not fall down, but suddenly disappeared. It's like being absorbed by the void. Yi Rong was stunned when he saw this. He even rubbed his eyes, fearing that he had seen it wrong. Did I see it right? Was the diamond mine absorbed? When the players heard Yubian asking questions, they were also a little stunned. You saw it too. I thought I was seeing things. I just know it didn't fall. What is going on? Although Yurong was quite far away from the Enderman, but a few people were still very sensitive to the diamond mine, and the moment the Enderman dropped the diamond mine, everyone's eyes were following the diamond mine. With so many eyes staring at that place, it's impossible to be wrong. It was easy for everyone to be sure that the diamond mine had indeed been absorbed into the void. This is also what everyone finds strange. They had seen Enderman moving grass blocks into the void before. After it was moved in, it was still placed in the void, but the grass blocks fell directly down. But this time the diamond mine was absorbed. This is obviously a problem. Who knows what unknown things are hidden in this void? Yi was just about to tell Steve about this. The Enderman below has new strange behavior. All I saw was the Enderman's mouth opening and closing into the void, looking like it was being attacked. There were some unknown noises coming out of his mouth. It seemed as if it was communicating with the void. It was easy for everyone to see this and observe the void carefully. However, no movement was seen in the void. Then he looked at the Enderman again. It acts as if something is communicating with it. It's just easier for them to not see it. What did it say to the void? I don't know, but I feel that the void is definitely not simple. Could it be him in the void? Didn't the official say him was removed? It was removed, but not completely. His consciousness remained in the void. Then he relied on the Enderman to help him rebuild his body. That does make sense, but can diamond mines be used to reconstruct the body? It's easy for people to guess but still can't figure it out. This void and this Enderman are not simple. There must be something in this void. And this Enderman is definitely conscious. It can communicate with the void and complete certain tasks. This also makes it easy for them to think that this void may be related to him. After all, him is able to control monsters and give them thoughts. After the Enderman communicated with the void for a while, he teleported to the portal frame and stepped into the portal. Seeing the Enderman leave, Yi also sent a message to Steve. He told Steve everything he had just seen and heard. After seeing the message sent by Yi, Steve also fell into deep thought. Could it really be him? Although the official update announcement stated that him was removed. Furthermore, since the game was launched, no one has mentioned where they have seen him. This also made Steve believe the official words to some extent. But he was still in a state of half belief and half doubt. After all, Steve also watched the live broadcast of him's match against GM303. What impressed Steve most was what him said. Huh? Can't you find my data information? And after him said this, GM303's eyes looked as if he had hit the nail on the head. From this point alone, it can be determined that him has no data information. Since there is no data information, how can it be erased? Although Steve doesn't know much about program data, but the basic logic of thinking is still there. You can't erase something that doesn't exist in the first place. So Steve never really believed the official words. But him has indeed not appeared since the update. Steve didn't know what the reason was. Now that the void has appeared, I naturally think of him. After thinking about this, Steve also replied easily, "We can't take care of this matter. You guys come back first." Regardless of whether this incident was done by him, these are areas that Steve cannot currently reach. Even if Steve wanted to take care of it, he didn't have the ability to do so, so he simply stayed away from it. Focus on developing yourself. After seeing Steve's message, Yi also went home with his friends. That night, all I saw was a plane brightly lit by fire. Mo Zhang was setting fires along the way while heading towards the Yonghui Guild's headquarters. I was walking along nicely when suddenly an Enderman jumped out and blocked the road ahead. Mo Zhang was just about to go around it and move on, but he saw the Enderman in front of him suddenly opened his mouth. A strange noise came out of his mouth. Hey, you are good. When Mo Zhang heard the sound made by the Enderman, goosebumps instantly covered his whole body. Oh my god, my god. I raised my hand subconsciously and saw a fireball flying towards the Enderman in front of me. At this moment, the Enderman in front of him seemed to be stunned by Mo Zhang's reaction. It didn't even realize that Mo Zhang would attack it. The fireball hit the Enderman's face in an instant. Horse babble. With a scream, the Enderman was instantly melted by the fireball thrown by Mo Zhang. Seeing this, Mo Zhang couldn't help but touch the back of his head. This. I really didn't mean to. Mo Zhang was also frightened by this Enderman just now. The main thing is that the babbling sound it makes is so scary. Coupled with the way it speaks, plus the atmosphere at night. Anyone would be afraid. Mo Zhang also raised his hand subconsciously, but unexpectedly a fireball blasted out. At this moment, seeing the corpse of the Enderman, Mo Zhang exclaimed belatedly. Hiss, did it just speak? What the hell? Can the Enderman talk? I have traveled through time, so the Enderman's speech doesn't seem so strange, huh? I have to say that Mo Zhang's acceptance level is extremely high, but what he said made sense. Even a being like him appeared in this game, and Mo Zhang himself traveled through time. It seems reasonable that the Enderman can talk. After thinking about this, Mo Zhang patted his forehead. Ouch, it seems to say hello to me. Why did it just come to me? Mo Zhang then remembered that the Enderman was greeting him. As a result, he was accidentally killed. Mo Zhang instantly began to regret it. This is the first talking creature he has encountered in the game? This journey was boring enough in the first place. If I hadn't killed that Enderman by accident, maybe I could have kept him company? However, what Mo Zhang cared about most at the moment was why this Enderman was looking for him. Thinking of this, Mo Zhang squatted down and poked the torso of the Enderman that had almost melted. Can this still be saved? Mo Zhang's actions were all seen by an Enderman in the distance. After looking at Mo Zhang deeply, it teleported and disappeared into the darkness. Mission, failed. After Su Yuan asked Null the question about the meaning of his existence. The zero-value Null has not appeared for a long time. Su Yuan was not in a hurry and continued to endure. Fortunately, hard work pays off, and Su Yuan finally made it. The voice of the zero-value Null finally sounded in my mind again. I see. At this moment, the sound of the zero-value Null has changed greatly from before. At first, the sound of the zero-value Null gave people a very overbearing feeling. Just like the domineering president in female novels. Every time I communicated with Su Yuan, I did so in the form of commands. This time, his voice clearly lacked the arrogance it had before. There was a sense of vicissitudes and compromise in the voice. Perhaps the ideological struggles of these days have worn down his pride. After so many days of mental torture, he finally convinced himself. Between the two options of dignity and life, he chose the latter. After all, if you have the Green Mountains, you will not be afraid of running out of firewood. The zero-value Null is a smart person, and he will not fail to understand this. After hearing the sound of zero-value Null, Su Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. After so many days of hard work, I finally made it through. Understand what? Su Yuan continued to pretend to be ignorant. All I heard was Null sighing and then speaking. I am your shadow, destined since birth. The meaning of my existence is to follow you. Su Yuan was also very pleased to hear the zero-value Null. He finally figured it out. However, the tone of the zero-value Null is very depressed. It can be seen that although he has accepted the reality, he feels that life seems to have lost its meaning. Now is the bottom of Null's life, this is the most lost time for him. But he will soon be reborn. It is indeed difficult to accept fate. But you've already gotten through the worst of it. Congratulations, you have successfully passed my test. As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, Null was stunned. Test? What test? Su Yuan did not reply with Null, but opened the system interface and took a look at the fear value. It's only over 3 million. The last time Su Yuan watched it, his fear value was over 1 million. So many days have passed, and Su Yuan's fear value has only increased by more than 1 million. The growth rate can be said to be quite slow. It seems that the players also believed what the official said and are about to forget him. Since the zero value Null has already surrendered, there is no need for Su Yuan to cultivate his character anymore. Go out and show your face, then gain some fear value. Su Yuan stood up and stretched. He twisted his neck left and right to stretch his muscles, then looked at 007 and the Ender Dragon. You stay here, I'm going to go out for a while. Seeing this, 007 nodded in response. Yes. The Ender Dragon also nodded towards Su Yuan in response. After leaving the island, Su Yuan first controlled his clone to find out about the situation of Peng Peng's guild. Before this, Su Yuan had always had his clone lurking in the Peng Peng guild's headquarters. It is to collect more information from players. Now that Su Yuan is about to leave, his first choice will definitely be Peng Peng and his guild. These days, 007 also talked to Su Yuan about Guan Peng Peng. Peng Peng can be said to be the necessary factor in facilitating the integration of Little Bug and 007. It was because of Peng Peng that Su Yuan found the headquarters of the Eternal Guild. So Peng Peng also helped Su Yuan a little. However, Su Yuan had repaid Peng Peng's favor before. After all, there were so many supplies in the Eternal Guild's base, and the equipment dropped by the Eternal Guild players all fell into Peng Peng's hands. Peng Peng also became the president of the guild. Su Yuan and Peng Peng are now even. Su Yuan is not a saint, and it is impossible for him to interrupt his plan just for a favor. If you want to gain fear value this time, the closest choice is naturally to go to Peng Peng's guild. However, Su Yuan is not going to kill them all. Just kill some random players and let them spread the news. After thinking about this, Su Yuan also teleported to the vicinity of the Peng Peng Guild's headquarters. Although Peng Peng obtained a large amount of supplies from the Eternal Guild, but things haven't been so good lately. Although the official cannot release a guide, the free combat system has been updated. But the monsters also became stronger. Peng Peng is not a gamer who is good at operations, and most of the players in the guild are independent players. Although they were fully equipped and had abundant supplies, they still couldn't withstand the attacks of monsters at night. Peng Peng has finally realized how difficult it is to be a president. Recently, Peng Peng has also followed suit and arranged for players to find villages and kill Endermen. But none of them had much effect. In addition, the official announcement that him had been removed also made Peng Peng's credibility as the president increasingly weaker. After all, the players originally came to Peng Peng because of the friendship between Peng Peng and him. Now the official said that him has been removed, and him has never appeared again. Plus, Peng Peng isn't very good at managing a guild. This also makes the guild's state precarious and faces the possibility of collapse at any time. Peng Peng is also working hard to maintain the order of the guild. For this purpose, he basically holds a large meeting every 5 days and a small meeting every 3 days. Basically, he will call players together every few days to discuss the development issues of the guild. Today is no exception. Peng Peng also gathered the guild members in the square. As everyone knows, monsters have become more cunning recently. The usual pedicure shed strategies are no longer effective against them. The purpose of today's meeting is to brainstorm. For each monster, let's discuss how to deal with them. Peng Peng was speaking in the center of the square, but the players below were all lazy and had an unwilling look on their faces. I shouldn't have come here impulsively. Indeed, although the guild's supplies are okay, the president. You can't blame him. He was just an ordinary player before. It's not that easy to manage a guild. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have come here. Now that him has been removed, I don't know what the point of staying in this guild is. Indeed, if I stay in this guild, my future development will definitely not catch up with other guilds. Why are we so miserable? We finally have him as the guild leader, but in the blink of an eye, he was removed by the official. Players were discussing the issue of him being removed. After all, this guild was established because of him. Just when the players were discussing enthusiastically, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the center of the square. When the players saw what this person looked like, they were all dumbfounded. What the hell? Him. Wasn't he removed? Him suddenly appeared in the center of the square, which caught the players off guard. They didn't know whether to be excited or scared. Although players know that Peng Peng and him have some friendship. But Peng Peng and him's friendship only lasted until that live broadcast, and him did not kill Peng Peng. But Peng Peng didn't actually talk to him that time. Therefore, players cannot be sure that him will not hurt Peng Peng. But everyone saw that Peng Peng chose the Eternal Guild headquarters as the guild headquarters. This is equivalent to Peng Peng telling everyone that him will not hurt him. After all, him knew the location of this station. It would only take him a few minutes to wipe out everyone in the base. Because of this, the players felt a little more at ease. But at this moment, him suddenly visited and came directly into the base. The players' hearts were in suspense again. Him was not removed, so the official is lying. Maybe it was removed but him was reborn. So what does him want to do here now? To prove that he has not been removed. Does he need to prove anything to us? Then why did he come here? To chat with us. Looking at his eyes, he doesn't look like he's here to chat. Although the players in the guild were unsure, they did not choose to run away. Deep down in their hearts, they still felt that him would not do anything to them. After all, if him wanted to do something, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Furthermore, many players in the guild admire him. The name of the guild is Demon King Reserve. When Peng Peng established the guild, he also stated that he was recruiting players who like him and the Death Knight. Although some players come here for the guild's supplies, most of them are actually fans of him. This time they finally saw him in person, so naturally they couldn't move. Him's sudden arrival scared Peng Peng. However, him's sudden visit brought Peng Peng a surprise. The most fundamental reason why the guild is in danger is that the official announcement removed him. Players all thought that him was indeed removed. This guild was originally established because of him. The removal of him is equivalent to the guild losing its backbone. The players were naturally distracted. At this moment, him's sudden appearance is equivalent to a slap in the face of the official. This way, the players can unite again. Peng Peng was very happy when he thought of this and was about to say something to him. But all I heard was a loud bang. Then everything went black, and I knew nothing. I don't know how long it was before Peng Peng woke up. He glanced around, and the scene around him was still the guild headquarters. But it was in tatters, as if it had been bombed. And at this moment, him has disappeared. Peng Peng couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw this. What's going on? If Peng Peng heard correctly, the loud noise just now should have been an explosion. And him has explosion skills. In other words, him just used the explosion skill to attack everyone in the guild. Peng Peng is the person closest to him. With such a close-range explosion, Peng Peng would definitely die. Although Peng Peng had set up a resurrection point using a bed, that location was in the basement of the guild's residence. If you die, you will definitely be resurrected in the basement. But at this moment, Peng Peng was still in the place where the explosion had just occurred. Peng Peng was wondering when he was suddenly interrupted by a scream. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a group of players from the guild not far away looking at him with fear on their faces. President, what's going on? President, you turned green. This isn't some kind of guild master, this is a zombie. President, is this, infected? Look, the others who were killed by him are now the same as the president. Hiss, run. This group of players was standing at the very edge of the square and were also affected by the explosion. But he was not killed by the explosion and still had half of his health left. They were witnesses to everything that happened. They were on the outskirts of the square, although they couldn't see what was happening inside. But they knew that him was coming. While they were discussing heatedly, they heard a loud bang. Then I saw that everyone in the area of about 100 squares in the center of the square fell down at the same time. They haven't realized what's going on yet. I witnessed with my own eyes that the skin of those who fell to the ground began to gradually turn green. When the sky turned completely green, all the people who had fallen to the ground stood up, and it made a zombie-like roaring sound from its mouth. When the players saw this, they immediately got goosebumps. MJGZNDKWMZCYNTI3 New Jersey M2NZA4OJQ equals. The plot of Resident Evil was played out right in front of them. At this moment, they didn't dare to stay any longer. After confirming that the players killed by him had turned into zombies, they ran away one by one. After hearing what the group of players outside said, Peng Peng raised his arm and looked at his skin. When I saw my skin turn green, I was stunned. He turned and looked at the other players who were killed in the explosion. Their skin all turned green. They look no different from zombies. The only difference may be that their skin is intact and not rotten. At this moment, these players, like Peng Peng, are all in a confused state. Seeing this, Peng Peng thought for a moment. Then he seemed to understand something. I see. Him must have accepted us, so he turned us into zombies, so we can follow him. When Peng Peng met him for the first time, him did not attack him. And Peng Peng and 007 are also friends, so Peng Peng concluded that him would not hurt himself. That's why the guild was established at the former site of the Eternal Guild. This time him's visit and attack were sudden. It must be because him accepted me. That's why these people in the guild were turned into zombies. When Peng Peng thought of this, he instantly became excited. He has long wanted to stop being a human being. No, he has long wanted to be a monster. It's really tiring to be a player. In addition, the monsters have become much stronger now, making the living environment even more difficult. After becoming a monster, at least those monsters will not attack me anymore. No need to worry about food. After thinking about this, Peng Peng immediately looked at the players who had been turned into zombies and shouted. Him accepted us. We will be his first believers. We can follow him forever. CES. President, have you lost your mind? What kind of believers are these? Do I have to worship a cult just to play a game? Is the president crazy? Does he really worship him so much? Him is just a monster in the game? And he has believers. Do they really think he is a god? After hearing what Peng Peng said, many players felt that his idea was a bit outrageous. Although there are indeed many players who like him, they are not his believers. After all, this is a game. Although him is indeed different from other monsters, he is still a monster in the game after all. Many players just see him as a charming villain. There's really nothing wrong with liking villains. But when it comes to following and believing in him, players still think it is a bit too exaggerated. Although it is indeed not easy for a player to survive in this game world. Being a monster might indeed be a lot easier. But where's the fun in a game like that? Furthermore, if you become a monster, you will become an enemy of all players in the game. Although the game now has a PvP mode, the players are still relatively peaceful at the moment. There were no incidents of fighting or snatching. If it turns into a monster, then everywhere will become a battlefield. Furthermore, players may not necessarily look at them in any particular way. It is understandable that these players think this way. After all, everyone is different and everyone has different views on things. Everyone has their own choices. After this group of players expressed their opinions, they began to discuss how to return to their original state. If I die again, will it return to its original state? I don't know, how about giving it a try? Can you touch me? If you can, let's touch each other. It doesn't seem possible. I have a bucket of lava in my box, I'll go get it. Huh? Goodbye? Lava burn is too painful, right? It's okay, I just pinched myself, I didn't feel anything. After one of the players found a bucket of lava, the group of players eventually died bathing in the lava. After their death, they did not reappear in the same place. It seems that the resurrection was successful. Seeing this, Peng Peng did not stop the players' behavior. Everyone has their own choices, and Peng Peng can't force them to do something they don't want to do. For Peng Peng, it would be easier to become a monster. Moreover, after becoming a monster, Peng Peng is one step closer to the little bug. So Peng Peng accepted this change, and he will continue to work towards seeing little bug again. This road may be lonely, but Peng Peng is not afraid. As long as you have faith in your heart, you will succeed. Peng Peng looked around and saw that a small number of players were standing still and not moving. Seeing the hesitant expressions on the players' faces, Peng Peng asked everyone, "Don't you want to change back?" After hearing Peng Peng's words, the players first looked at each other and then nodded. Isn't it the pursuit of variety when playing games? I kind of want to experience the feeling of being a monster. Indeed, this opportunity is rare. It seems that only him killing us can make us like this. Anyway, I think being a monster is pretty good. Those monsters probably won't attack us, and we can attack the players together with them. It feels pretty exciting. I've always liked him anyway. Maybe I can get in touch with him by becoming a monster, so why not? The main thing is that I don't feel any pain and I don't have to eat. This is exactly what I want. This group of players, like Peng Peng, do not mind becoming monsters. They are all games anyway, and him is giving them a variety of ways to play. This opportunity is rare, and they want to experience it well. In addition, the group of players who had just taken a lava bath also helped them with the experiment. After death, you can be resurrected as a player again. At worst, you can just revive it when you get tired of playing. Furthermore, after becoming a monster, you can better understand the habits of those monsters. Maybe we can figure out a way to deal with them. If you think in this way, it is indeed worthwhile to invest. Peng Peng was also very pleased to hear what the players said. It seems that this road is not lonely, there is still someone to accompany me. After thinking about this, Peng Peng couldn't help but laugh at himself. I didn't expect that we would become the Demon King's reserve team. After hearing this, the players all laughed. Ha 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 ha, indeed. It seems that you, President, are really farsighted. Now the Demon King's reserve team has become real. President, you must work harder to make the guild flourish. Although Peng Peng's leadership ability is a little poor, but Peng Peng is very nice to all the players and doesn't act like a guild master. This is also the reason why players have been reluctant to leave the guild after the official announcement removed him. In fact, many people have become friends with Peng Peng. Now that everyone has chosen to survive as monsters, it would definitely be better to stick together. So they will still recognize Peng Peng as the president. Peng Peng was also somewhat moved when he heard what the players said. I have to admit that I am a terrible president. After all, I just started late and have no experience, so I can only copy others. But after the official update, you can no longer follow the same approach, you have to explore everything on your own. Peng Peng is also exhausted every day. Fortunately, the players still recognize him as the president. Thank you everyone. We can be said to live and die together this time. Let's work hard together in the future. Although as a player, I was not a qualified guild leader, but I will work hard in the future. Hearing Peng Peng's words, the players also smiled knowingly. Okay, stop being sentimental. Let's quickly research whether there are any special advantages. Aren't our advantages that we don't feel pain, don't need to eat, and don't have to be afraid of monsters? There should be more than that. Didn't they use lava buckets before? Maybe we can use other things. Look, even though the backpack is gone, the shortcut bar is still there. Really? This way we can bring stuff. We are zombies, and we can still wear equipment. Holy shit, look at me, I can do a reverse bend. FK, brother, your waist is great. New discovery? The free battle mode still works on us. FK, so this zombie has basically no disadvantages except that the backpack is a little smaller. After Peng Peng and this group of players accepted the fact that they had become monsters, they began to study the advantages and disadvantages of being monsters. After all, this is a brand new experience and role for them. If you want to develop quickly, you must understand yourself well. Peng Peng and the players experimented for a long time and finally summarized some advantages and disadvantages of monsters. As a monster, it has many advantages. First of all, it has no satiety, and comes with 2 points of armor and night vision effect. After all, they are zombies, so they have inherited some of their characteristics. Then the monsters outside will not attack them. Now they can go anywhere they want, of course, as long as they avoid the players. Furthermore, because they are zombies, they can still wear equipment. There is also an inventory, although only a quick bar. If you have an inventory, you can use items and equipment, but you cannot craft items. However, they don't really need to make items at the moment, and the supplies in the guild are still there, so they can just take whatever they want. Also, they can still use the free battle mode. And after becoming zombies, their limbs became more flexible, and they could perform some twisted movements that they couldn't do before. For example, reverse bends, although it seems to be of no use at the moment. The most important thing is that their perception ability has improved. They had basically no perception before, but after becoming zombies, they inherited the perception of monsters. These are the advantages that Peng Peng and his team have discovered so far. I have to say, there are indeed many advantages. But there are also many disadvantages. As undead creatures, it goes without saying that they are afraid of light. But this is easy to solve, just wear a hat. Anyway, Peng Peng and the others will definitely wear equipment. Next is a more important point. They can no longer log into the forums or post in any channels. This is actually understandable. After all, they have become zombies and are no longer in the same camp as the players. If you can also speak and steal information from other players, that would be too outrageous. However, this also means that they can no longer communicate with each other online. Finally, there is one drawback that cannot be ignored. That is, they only have one life. If this life dies, they become a player again. In other words, the zombie identity experience card can only be used once. Apart from these, Peng Peng and his team have not found any other shortcomings so far. Another more important thing is, they currently have no way of knowing what their growth path will be. As players, their growth path is to find better equipment and enhance personal strength. But as zombies, they can indeed develop equipment and enhance their personal strength. But unlike the players, they do not have the opportunity to be resurrected all the time. As long as they die, all previous efforts will be in vain. Therefore, if they want to maintain their identity as monsters, they must be more cautious than when they were players. After Peng Peng and the other players summarized these, they had a general understanding of their new identities. The future development path still needs to be studied slowly. Everyone, put on your equipment and bring as much necessary supplies as possible. We definitely can't live here anymore. After all, there are only a few players who accept their identity as monsters after being infected. Most players chose to resurrect, and some were not killed in the explosion. They witnessed how things unfolded. They will definitely release this news by then. Someone will definitely set foot here at the guild headquarters again. It is definitely not safe for Peng Peng and the others to stay here. After hearing what Peng Peng said, the players immediately started to clean up. Just when Peng Peng and his friends were busy moving. At this moment, the game forum was once again flooded with Him's news. Surprise! Him recreates the old site of the Eternal Guild. Him was not removed. The official lied to us. Him turns into a zombie king. Players killed by him will be infected and turned into zombies. What is it like to see the people him killed resurrect as zombies? I just experienced the feeling of turning into a zombie. These posts were naturally posted by the players in the Peng Peng Guild. After seeing these various posts, players clicked on them one after another. The content of each post is similar. Basically, him suddenly appeared in the square when the guild was in a meeting. Then there was an explosion, taking away a large number of players. As a result, after the players died, their bodies slowly turned green and then resurrected as zombies. The difference between these posts is nothing more than that. Some people turned into zombies themselves, while others saw people around them turned into zombies. After seeing these posts, the players on the forum were all excited. I said it, even the GM can't do anything to him, how could him be removed? The authorities are such a rip-off? They lied to us. Has him become stronger again? Can he actually infect players? Hiss. After the update, can't zombies also be infected? That is, after killing the player's corpse will turn into a zombie, but the main body will still be resurrected. Oh yeah? Could it be that him is the one who made the monsters stronger this time? It's possible. Him's infection is more advanced and can directly infect the main body, but zombies can't. So what is it like to become a zombie? I heard you can still speak human language. Is him recruiting followers? Can I apply for registration? It's really possible. Isn't Peng Peng a loyal follower of him? As soon as him came out, he turned Peng Peng and his guild into zombies. Ah, really? I want to sign up too. I want to become a zombie. Under these posts, most players are afraid that him can turn players into zombies. But there are still many players who want to experience the feeling of being a zombie. After all, becoming a zombie is equivalent to having him as a backer. At least him won't hurt them. However, the conditions for becoming a zombie are still too harsh. He must be killed by him himself. This also led to many players spontaneously forming groups. I want to be a zombie. Is there anyone who wants to find him together? Me. I was just about to head over to the guild near Peng Peng. I also want to try what it's like to be a zombie. Take me with you. After killing some players from the Peng Peng guild, Yuan came to the beach again. I was just about to open the system to take a look at the fear value. but I found that there was an extra interface in the mod system. Huh? The infected person's control interface. Su Yuan remembered that there was no information on the mod interface before. Now there is an additional infected person control interface. Infected. Seeing this interface, Su Yuan was suddenly confused. After entering the interface, I saw that the interface was divided into two areas. One is the infected person control interface, and the other is the semi-infected person control interface. Some players' IDs are displayed below both interfaces. As soon as the interface was opened, a system message popped up. Consume 100,000 faith points to activate the control mode. Control mode, the infected can be controlled. The higher the control level, the greater the degree of control and the longer the control time. Current control level, 0. After seeing this information, Su Yuan took a look at his faith value. The total has now reached more than 120,000. Originally Su Yuan wanted to keep it to upgrade the transparent block. But Su Yuan was somewhat curious about what the control mode was like. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuan decided to activate the operation mode first and see. Do you want to consume 100,000 faith points to activate the control mode? Yes. Control mode activated? Control mode LV1, can obtain vision of infected and semi-infected people. Control time 10 seconds, cooldown 12 hours. Note, the control time is the control time of all infected people. For example, if the control time of A is 2 seconds, the control time of the remaining infected people will be shortened to 8 seconds. After seeing the explanation of the control mode, Su Yuan finally understood. Why is this skill so similar to the skill of the him in the annoying village? The him in the annoying village can also control the player. After killing the players, him will take over their bodies, making them his own avatars, and lurk within the player group. Moreover, the player who is possessed by him will still inherit his previous combat habits. The stronger the player whose body is possessed, the stronger the clone will be. Some clones can also inherit him's abilities. After Su Yuan thought about this, he opened the infected interface again. He was also very curious about the difference between the infected and the semi-infected. After thinking about this, Su Yuan first clicked on the ID of a semi-infected player named Curry. As soon as I clicked on the ID, the scene from Curry's perspective appeared in my mind. I have contacted the Wenaya Guild, and they are willing to accept us. Fortunately, the Wenaya Guild isn't too far away. We'll be there in a few hours, right? Well, if I wasn't concerned about my equipment, I could have been teleported to the vicinity of their guild after I died. The players were chatting, when they suddenly turned around and saw Curry standing there in a daze. At that moment, the players seemed to see two beams of white light emanating from Curry's eyes. The players were stunned when they saw this. Curry, did I see it wrong just now? Why did his eyes glow? Do you want to scare us to death? Why are you hiding behind us and rolling your eyes? Damn, you won't be infected, right? There was definitely something wrong with Curry, and the moment the players turned around, they indeed seemed to see his eyes light up. Just like him's eyes. But in just a split second, the players couldn't be sure whether they were dazzled or not. After hearing what the players said, Curry scratched the back of his head in confusion. Huh? What? I just interrupted you for a moment, what were you talking about? Curry seemed to have no idea what had just happened. He just felt that his consciousness seemed a little vague just now. It's like the feeling when you're in a daze. Curry usually likes to daydream, so he didn't think much about it. Although the players saw that there was nothing unusual about Curry, they were still a little worried. Oh, if you want to be in a daze, just be in a daze. Why are you rolling your eyes? That's right. You scared us to death. We thought you were possessed by him. By the way, are you really Curry? What's your girlfriend's name? Hearing what the players said, Curry couldn't help but roll his eyes. I have a shitty girlfriend. After hearing this, the players finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems you are the real Curry. Hearing you say this, I finally feel relieved. After controlling Curry just now, Su Yuan finally understood what the semi-infected person meant. The semi-infected people were probably injured by Su Yuan, but did not die, so they became semi-infected. They are still players, but they can be controlled by Su Yuan. However, this control mode is not very user-friendly. Looking at the reactions of that group of players, it should be that when being manipulated, the player's eyes will change. This makes it easy to expose the target. Doesn't that mean that the control depends on luck? What if the player is chatting with others? Wouldn't that mean that the player is completely exposed? Su Yuan was thinking when he heard the system voice ringing in his head. The player ID color on the control interface indicates the current status. Red, the player is in an easily exposed environment. Yellow, there are other players around the player, but they are not looking at the player. Green, players are in a safe environment. After hearing the system's explanation, Su Yuan finally understood. Su Yuan had noticed the color of the player ID before, but he didn't expect it to have such a use. After thinking about this, Su Yuan asked the system, when controlling a player, can I turn off the changes in the player's appearance? If the player is always in a rolling eyes state when being controlled, it would be very inconvenient and very easy to be exposed. That's why Su Yuan asked this question. After the control level is increased, the player's appearance changes can be turned off. After hearing the system's explanation, Su Yuan finally felt relieved. To put it bluntly, the faith value is not enough. After learning about the semi-infected people, Su Yuan found an ID with a green name among the infected people and clicked on it. It's so nice to be a zombie. I can wander around freely outside. It's safe. Yeah, I don't know what those people who commit suicide are thinking. Anyway, I don't want to change back. I just don't know if we can infect other players. If we can, our team will definitely grow stronger. After seeing this player's perspective, he saw a group of zombie players all around. Su Yuan finally understood. Probably because the Epic Siege mod is enabled. This gave Su Yuan the ability to infect. In the Epic Siege mod, zombies can infect players. So Su Yuan also inherited this ability to infect. It's just that Su Yuan's infection ability is more advanced. Players killed by Su Yuan will directly turn into zombies and survive. Players who were injured by Su Yuan but did not die became semi-infected. Thinking of this, Su Yuan couldn't help but get excited. No need to worry about fear and faith values. Only when the player has worship and faith in him can Su Yuan gain faith value. Su Yuan also heard what the infected people said just now. Judging from their conversation, players killed by Su Yuan will be infected and turned into zombies, but if they want to escape the zombie state, they just need to die once. Even though these infected people knew the solution, they still chose to become zombies. That means they became monsters voluntarily. So whenever they feel like being a monster is nice, they will provide faith points to Su Yuan, because him turned them into monsters. In this way, Su Yuan only needs to infect as many people as possible. Among these people, there will always be players who are willing to become monsters. As more and more players turn into zombies, Su Yuan will gain more and more faith points. Although Su Yuan still has no way to hack into the network to find out the players' locations, but the existence of semi-infected people can be regarded as making up for Su Yuan's shortcoming. Semi-sensitive people are different from infected people. Their external status is still the player status, so they can mingle normally among the player circle. These players are able to detect other players' information. Among these players, there will always be players who choose to join the guild, just like Curry and others. Once they joined the guild, Su Yuan would have a way to find out their location. By then, we can do it just like before in the Peng Peng Guild's headquarters. Kill some players and save some others. Among the players who are killed, there will always be some who want to become monsters. In this way, the faith value will be there. For the group of players who were not killed but only injured by Su Yuan would give them a chance to escape. But they don't know that they have been infected. Without realizing it, they have become Su Yuan's eyes. Once they enter the next group, Su Yuan can appear again to kill another wave. It is equivalent to an infinite nesting doll model. In this way, Su Yuan no longer has to worry about his faith and fear values. I didn't expect this infection to be so useful. Su Yuan also didn't expect that the most useful skill in this Epic Siege mod is actually the zombies' newly added infection skill. If Su Yuan had known earlier that this Epic Siege mod was so useful, he would have prioritized opening this mod even if he didn't upgrade those skills. But it's not too late to start now. It's just that this faith value is indeed not enough. Upgrading the transparent block requires faith value, and upgrading the control mode also requires faith value. From then on, acquiring faith value became Su Yuan's primary goal. After Su Yuan thought about this, he opened the system list and took a look at the fear value. The current fear value has reached more than 7 million. Looking at the speed at which the fear value is increasing, it won't be long before an entity with a value of 0 null can be summoned. It's finally coming to an end. Sea Monster Tower. Ho ho, ho ho, why are these rocks so hard? Roar, roar. I've plucked all the flesh off my hands, but the wall still doesn't move. Ha. Are we going to be trapped here forever? These days, these zombies have been trying hard to destroy the walls around this stone chamber. Every time I put my hand on it, I can clearly see the cracks. But the next time he hammered it, the crack reappeared. After so much research, they discovered a cruel reality. These stones should be able to be destroyed, but it requires continuous destruction of them with great force. But they can't do that. Because the water was pushing them in the opposite direction, they couldn't stand still and destroy the rocks. Every time I tried for half a day, I could only hammer the stone twice at most. When you come to destroy the stone next time, it will be restored to its original state. The current situation is equivalent to entering a vicious circle. As long as there is water flow, they will never be able to destroy the stone chamber. At this moment, several zombies have begun to feel like giving up. They are also slowly accepting the reality that they can never get out. Haha, haha, I don't want to try anymore. Roar, roar. There is no point in living like this. Only 2 of the 4 zombies stopped. The moment they gave up resisting the water flow, they were washed towards the deep pit in the middle of the stone chamber. Roar, roar, little blue, little green, don't. Seeing that the 2 zombies had given up, one of the remaining 2 zombies, the one wearing red clothes, roared loudly and tried to stop them. But it didn't help. Seeing the 2 zombies fall into the deep pit, the zombie in red also had an urge to give up at that moment. In this strange stone chamber, only the 4 zombies gained consciousness. Only the 4 of them could communicate smoothly. They named each other according to the colors of their clothes. They also worked together to gain freedom and light. But fate is so unfair. They were not given any chance. Although the red-clothed zombie who tried to dissuade them also wanted to give up after seeing his companions leave. But his body still involuntarily struggled to resist the impact of the water. This is instinct, the instinct for survival. The red-clothed zombie was thinking about these things, but he didn't notice that another zombie companion in yellow clothes was slowly approaching him in the corner. The red zombie is still sad about the departure of his companions. Suddenly, I felt a pair of hands on my shoulders. When I turned around, I saw that it was another companion who had not given up yet. Who? You. He thought Xiao Huang came to comfort him and was about to say something. But he found that Xiao Huang was holding his shoulders tightly. Then he exerted force and fell on himself. Before he could react to what was happening, he was submerged by the water in an instant. At this moment, Xiao Wang's words appeared in his ears like a bolt from the blue. Ha ha, ha ha ha. You've always advised us not to give up and to cherish our lives. Ha 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 ha. You've helped us a lot, can you give me a hand one last time? Hearing Xiao Wang's words, he instantly understood what Xiao Huang meant. His actions, coupled with the words he said. It's obvious that he wants me to take the blame. They had discussed together before that there might be ground beneath this deep pit, because they had heard the sound of skeletons falling apart. That's why Xiao Huang did this. He didn't want to die, and the only way he had a chance of surviving was to drag someone down with him. If he just lay on top of other people's bodies, he might be able to avoid being killed by the fall. And the red zombie who tried hard to persuade them and give them hope became the scapegoat. Ho ho, I'm sorry. The red-clothed zombie never expected that his companion, with whom he had been together for such a long time, would actually do such a thing. Xiao Huang was clearly the first person to support his own opinion. When other zombies can't hold on any longer, he will cheer them up. He was always very friendly and everyone liked him. He was also very careful, and he was the one who could hear the sounds of the monsters falling to the ground. The red-clothed zombie never thought that at this moment, it was Xiao Huang who gave him the fatal blow. After hearing what Xiao Huang said, the red-clothed zombie was already somewhat discouraged. But the moment he fell into the deep pit, he instinctively resisted. He instantly grabbed Xiao Wang's body with both hands, and then stepped hard on the stones that formed the deep pit around him. With the help of the recoil force of the stone, he turned over and pressed Xiao Huang under him. Although he didn't want to do this, he had no choice. Only in this way can he survive. If Xiao Huang hadn't done this, he would have been willing to be the one to take the blame. But Xiao Huang's actions undoubtedly betrayed his trust in him. The red-clothed zombie looked at Xiao Huang under him with anger, and was about to ask Xiao Huang why he did this. At this moment, the expression of Xiao Huang under him was somewhat intriguing. He didn't seem at all surprised by the red zombie's fierce resistance, as if he had expected him to do so. Moreover, there was no panic on his face. Even though his body was falling, there was no fear in his eyes. What's even more outrageous is that he actually smiled with relief. Seeing Xiao Wang's smile, the red zombie suddenly understood. Who? You lied to me. He understood instantly that Xiao Huang didn't suddenly change his personality. He has always been kind, and that kindness is not fake. The reason why he did this and said this, it is to sacrifice one's own life so that the red zombie can survive. Because he knew that the only chance of survival if he fell into the deep pit was to have someone take the blame for him. This was something they had discussed before. Little Blue and Little Green once proposed the idea of finding other monsters to take the blame. But it was rejected outright by the red zombie. The red zombie respects every life and he cannot accept surviving by stepping on other people's corpses. So Xiao Huang knew very well that the red zombie would never do such a thing. He also knew very well that the red zombie valued his life very much and he had been trying hard to fight against his own fate. The red-clothed zombie has the best chance of survival among this group of people. He was physically strong, mentally alert, and respectful of all life. If he survives, he will definitely help the monsters who are trapped like them. He will definitely try his best to change the fate of those monsters. That's why Xiao Huang came up with this idea. The red-clothed zombie wouldn't drag anyone down with him, so Xiao Huang pushed him. Because he knew the red zombie very well, he knew that his will to survive in this desperate situation was very strong. Only in this situation would he choose to protect himself. After realizing Xiao Huang's intention, the red zombie immediately prepared to flip over again. But at this moment, Xiao Huang held him tightly. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't turn it over. This also shows that the red zombie's guess was correct. Xiao Huang has the ability to control the red-clothed zombie tightly, but just now he let the red-clothed zombie flip over on top of him. In other words, all of this was designed by him. Even if the red-clothed zombie did not turn over on his own initiative, Xiao Huang would roll under the red-clothed zombie at the last moment and serve as a cushion for him. After the red zombie realized this, he tried hard to turn Xiao Huang's body over while roaring hard. Roar, roar, Xiao Huang, let go, you let go. Seeing that the red zombie understood, Xiao Huang stopped pretending. He smiled with relief. Ha ha, I'm sorry, this is the only way I can think of. Ha ha ha, live well for me, Little Blue and Little Green. Before Xiao Huang could finish his words, the two of them fell to the ground at a rapid speed. Before the red zombie had the time to say goodbye to Xiao Huang fell heavily to the ground. In an instant, there was no breath of life. It was because of Xiao Huang's sacrifice that the red zombie survived. And he wasn't hurt at all. Until his death, Xiao Huang held on to the red zombie's shoulders tightly and never let go. He guarded the red zombie tightly. And he did make the right bet, as his sacrifice brought the red zombie a new life. The red zombie did survive by stepping on his corpse. Hua, hurry up and look, we are free. Ha ha, didn't we agree to see the outside world together? Seeing Xiao Huang's body slowly disappearing, the red-clothed zombie's eyes became a little dazed. He is out, he is free. But little blue, little green and little yellow are all gone. They once agreed that they would take a good look at the world after they got out. They have imagined countless times how wonderful the world outside is. But now all the promises have come to nothing. Now only the red zombie is left. This also made him begin to feel confused. What is the meaning of my survival? With so many companions sacrificed, what is the point of surviving? Just for freedom? Yes, he is indeed free now, but there was no one around him. He didn't know where to go or what to do. Monsters kept falling from the deep pit above the red zombie's head. The first sight they get of the world is also the last sight they get of it. They didn't even have time to think before their lives just vanished. Hear the sound of monsters falling. The red-clothed zombie seemed to understand something. Ho ho, I'm going to help them. He seemed to understand the significance of Xiao Huang sacrificing his life to save his. There must be many monsters like him in this world. They have been trapped in various environments since birth. They have no way to determine their own fate or seek help. After thinking about this, the red zombie finally had a new goal. He is out to rescue monsters and creatures that need help. He wants them to be free and have a new life. Thinking of this, the red zombie looked at the strange stone building above his head. Roar. Let's start with this. Something happened at home and I have to leave in a hurry, so I will stop here for today. In a village on a plain in the game world. The villagers were still doing their usual business. Some were farming, some were daydreaming. There is a peaceful scene everywhere in the village. At this moment, a group of players suddenly broke in, breaking the peace of this small village. A team of people, go search the house and take away everything that should be taken away. Team 2, harvest the crops. Team 3 will be responsible for cleaning up the things outside. Tie up the haystacks, bells, torches, and animals and take them all away. The rest of you are ready to kidnap the villagers. A player with the ID Minjayo was ordering the players in the guild to search the village. They are members of the Jinglan Guild. Like other guilds, their main task is to plunder villages and kidnap villagers. After the game released the guide, villagers undoubtedly became the most sought-after resource in the game. After all, villagers can barter for goods, and with villagers, players will develop more rapidly. After the players of Jinglan Guild entered the village, they all started burning, killing and looting as if they were familiar with the place. Everything that should be taken and shouldn't be taken was taken away in a whirlwind. After more than 10 minutes of sweeping, all the supplies in the entire village were cleared away. Captain, there are 6 villagers in total, please count them. The player said as he gathered the villagers together. Minjayo glanced at the group of villagers, then pointed at the villager wearing a green robe. That's a fool. There's no way to trade with him. Don't bring him with you? After Minjayo drove away the green-robed villagers, he left with the other villagers and players. Seeing Minjayo and his group leave, the green-robed villagers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the backs of Minjayo and the others, his eyes were full of anger and helplessness. Why would they do this? The green-robed villager is different from other villagers. He is born to think about many things. Although he already looked like an adult, he was actually only a few days away from being born into this world. There are many things in this world that he cannot understand. He didn't understand why he had 2 fathers. He didn't understand why these people in the village wouldn't think. He also didn't understand why those people with different words on their heads always destroyed his home. This is his 3rd home. His first home was attacked by zombies late one night. He watched with his own eyes as his family members turned into zombies. Fortunately, he knew how to think and hid in the attic and escaped. The village was destroyed and he had to leave that home. I don't know if I'm lucky or if I'm born with that kind of sensing ability. He soon found another village. The village was bigger than his original home. There are also more villagers in the village. But those villagers were still the same as the villagers at home before. They didn't know how to think. The peaceful days did not last long, as the second home was attacked by a group of people with words on their heads. As soon as they entered the village, they began to sweep away boxes, beds, food, bookshelves. They left nothing untouched. After taking these things, they even took the villagers away. Only he and 2 other villagers in green robes were left. Then a fire burned down the entire village. Although the 2 green-robed villagers escaped with him, they could not escape the attack of the zombies at night and were all infected. He finally found a village again, but history repeated itself. In the end, I was the only one left behind, while everyone else and the village were all taken away by these people. As the green-robed villager thought about this, he took out a pen and a notebook from his backpack. I wrote down this experience in my notebook again. But this time, he wrote a summary under all the stories. Villagers' enemies, people with words on their heads, zombies. He wrote this summary with so much force that the paper was almost pierced. It was enough to show the anger in his heart. But no matter how angry he was, he couldn't do anything. He didn't know how to fight against those enemies. Zombies are very powerful in combat, and recently they have learned to dig and place blocks. The houses in the village are mostly built of stone and wooden planks. These blocks can't resist the zombies' attack at all, and those players are not easy to deal with. They were all fully armed, wearing armor and holding iron swords in their hands. They came in a large group. Their burning, killing and looting are even more terrifying than those zombies. Why can't I do anything? He was in great pain. He didn't know why he was born with the ability to think. How nice it would be if I were born like the other villagers and didn't have to think about anything. God gave him the ability to think, but did not give him strong strength. He could only witness tragedy happening again and again, but he was powerless to do anything. The green-robed villager knelt on the ground, pounding the dirt with his hands and roaring in self-blame. The soil gradually loosened under the pounding of the green-robed villagers. After a while, it fell out and was absorbed into the backpack of the green-robed villager. Seeing the dirt they had pounded off, the green-robed villagers were also a little confused. He was just about to open his backpack and put the soil back, but he saw an oval stone shining with blue light lying in the backpack. Seeing this stone, the green-robed villagers were stunned for a moment. Is this a diamond? Upon seeing this, the green-robed villager immediately opened his notebook and began searching. I immediately found information about diamonds. The man with the words on his head is holding an oval stone that glows blue. He looks very happy. They call that thing a diamond. They said that diamonds are good things and can be used to make powerful armor and weapons. They said some villagers can be exchanged for diamonds, and those villagers are the most sought after. Seeing their past records, the green-robed villagers couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. But at this moment, he was somewhat confused. The group of people with words on their heads called him a fool. They also said that fools are useless, fools have no trading system, and supplies cannot be exchanged from fools. The green-robed villagers had also seen the group of people with words on their heads taking out some supplies and giving them to other villagers. Those villagers who were not called fools would hand those people some different supplies. The green-robed villagers also asked those villagers where the supplies came from, but those villagers couldn't communicate with him. But the diamond that just appeared in the backpack made the green-robed villager a little surprised. Can I also trade and obtain supplies? Thinking of this, the green-robed villager immediately stretched out his hands and began to dig the soil in front of him. After the piece of soil fell, it was immediately absorbed into the backpack. The green-robed villager opened his backpack again, and there was no trace of the mud block in the backpack. But the diamonds in the backpack became too. The green-robed villagers were stunned when they saw this. The dirt turned into diamonds. I can turn dirt into diamonds. The green-robed villager immediately wrote this information down in his notebook. Then he turned to another page and wrote a few big words. Villager armed plan. Since infecting Peng Peng and his group, Su Yuan has appeared in front of the players. Although the growth of faith value has not been particularly significant, the growth of fear value has been rapid. Before long, Su Yuan's fear value reached 10 million. Finally, I've saved enough. I've been accumulating fear points these days. Su Yuan has also been feeling the emotional fluctuations of Null. After Null talked with Su Yuan last time, he never tried to invade Su Yuan's consciousness again. Originally, after Su Yuan killed Peng Peng and his group, Null's strength increased. But he still did not try to resist Su Yuan again. He just stayed there quietly. There weren't a lot of mood swings. It seems that he is slowly beginning to accept the reality and feel relieved. This is undoubtedly good news for Su Yuan. The zero-value Null is very smart, and Su Yuan is also afraid that the zero-value Null will play tricks on him. Pretend to be submissive, then wait for the opportunity to strike. From my observations over the past few days, there should be no such idea of a zero-value Null. After all, he himself didn't even know that he could be reborn. He has slowly begun to accept the fact that he is just a shadow. Thinking of this, Su Yuan leaned down and touched his shadow again. Then a system message popped up. Life detected? Do you want to consume 10 million fear points to activate the life form? Yes. Activation of life form successful. The moment Su Yuan was activated, he saw a large amount of thick black fog emanating from his body. Su Yuan could even vaguely hear the wailing of fear coming from the thick fog. Thick fog slowly poured out of Su Yuan's body, and then slowly condensed in front of him. It takes less than a minute. The thick fog condensed into a human figure that was exactly the same height as Su Yuan. However, this human figure was completely black and his appearance could not be seen at all. He is like an entity formed by Su Yuan's shadow. Do you like this body? As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, the shadow in front of him immediately opened his eyes. Those eyes were exactly the same as Su Yuan's. It also emits a blazing white light. The zero-value Null at this moment can't help but be a little surprised. He looked down at his body. Then he looked at Su Yuan in front of him. His brain suddenly froze. Is this the body you gave me? The zero-value Null does not know what happened, but he could clearly feel that this body of his came from Su Yuan. The power that made up this body was the same power that Su Yuan had given himself after the killing. In other words, the person in front of him, whose body he had once tried to steal, actually used his own power to create a body for him regardless of the past. Hearing the word Null, Su Yuan nodded. Do you like it? After Su Yuan gave a definite answer, Null felt mixed emotions. This body is undoubtedly the biggest surprise in Null's life. These days were indeed difficult after he accepted his shadow as a fact, but he still learned to accept it slowly. When he was about to give up, Su Yuan gave him what he had always dreamed of. Null looked at Su Yuan. He was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Thinking back on what he had done, he suddenly felt ashamed. How many times had he, the ignorant man, tried to snatch Su Yuan's body? But Su Yuan did not take his anger out on him because of this incident. He also fused his own power into a new body and gave it to him. After thinking about this, Null felt even more guilty towards Su Yuan. It was not until this moment that he realized how stupid he had been. If I had recognized my position earlier, I wouldn't have tormented myself with it for so long. You can also get the body of your dreams faster. Why do you have to be so persistent and compete with Su Yuan? At this moment, the zero value null finally made sense. He took a few steps back, then knelt on one knee in front of Su Yuan, just like 007 did before. My king, please forgive my previous recklessness. The zero value null is born with a proud character. Maybe even he himself didn't expect that he would kneel down in front of others. But at this moment, he did not feel ashamed of his kneeling. On the contrary, he felt lucky and proud at this moment. He was willing to follow a monarch like Su Yuan. He was willing to give his life for such a monarch. Before, when he heard 007's words, "What my king's will is what my heart desires," the zero value null once sneered at 007. I feel like 007 has no spine. But at this moment, he finally understood why 007 said that. Only at this moment could he truly empathize with 007. The word null has just been spoken. Several system prompts immediately popped up on Su Yuan's side. Skill acquired, Soul of Fear. Soul of Fear, able to see through the enemy's heart and give the enemy a fatal blow from the depths of his heart. Each use consumes 1 million fear points. Acquired skill, Data Disruption. Data disturbance, causes system error, null data disturbance to the data target. Each use consumes 1 million fear points. Obtained skill, Power of Annihilation. Power of Annihilation, damage causes annihilation effect, which can cause large-scale damage. Each use consumes 1 million fear points. See these skills acquired. Su Yuan finally let down his guard. It seems that the zero value null has been completely convinced. This also proves that Su Yuan's previous conjecture was correct. After taming null, you will automatically gain his skills. Although these skills require the consumption of fear value. But currently Su Yuan's fear value is still growing very fast, so there is no need to worry about consumption. Furthermore, it is impossible for Su Yuan to use these skills anytime and anywhere. These skills are currently Su Yuan's most powerful skills. When I face entity 303, I will take it out to deal with him. Although the zero value null has been tamed, it is a pity that Su Yuan. Although the zero value null brings its own data disruption capabilities, but there was no data intrusion. Su Yuan was still a little disappointed. But it's actually acceptable. After all, with the existence of semi-infected people, it is not difficult for Su Yuan to find player bases. If the zero value null is not provided, Su Yuan can only place his hope on entity 303. After conquering null, Su Yuan became more confident in fighting entity 303. The next task is to accumulate enough faith points. After all, entity 303 is invincible in its fourth life state. Su Yuan does not have an invincible skill yet. If you want to avoid being at a disadvantage when facing the upper entity 303, you have to increase the volume of the transparent block. This way, it's a sure thing. It seems that we need to infect more players. For Su Yuan, the current gains from faith value far exceed the gains from kill value. Therefore, the most important thing at the moment is to obtain faith value. So we must infect more people. But there is no rush for now, as Su Yuan still has one thing that has been puzzling him. That is the Ender Dragon next to you, and now it has grown into an adult. Su Yuan still has control over it. However, ever since Su Yuan discovered that there was something wrong with it, he has never been able to control it again. The Ender Dragon remained the same as before and never left. During this period of time, the little bug has been getting along well with the Ender Dragon. But the Ender Dragon doesn't seem to like 007 very much. Su Yuan also heard from 007 that he had mistaken the Ender Dragon for an enemy and almost hurt it. Maybe this is why the Ender Dragon and 007 don't get along. As they spent more time together, Su Yuan also felt that the Ender Dragon was becoming smarter and smarter. It's like evolving consciousness. But it still can't talk like Bug and 007. This also made Su Yuan more and more curious about the Ender Dragon. It just so happens that I have tamed Null and obtained the Soul of Fear. This skill can reveal the deepest fears in your heart. Although there is no way to know the origin of the Ender Dragon, we should be able to get some information from it. The Soul of Fear skills require 1 million fear points to be used once. Su Yuan just activated the life form with a value of Null, and it still lacks some fear value. Fortunately, the fear value is increasing very quickly. I guess it will be enough in a while. Originally, Su Yuan could have allowed Null to explore the heart of the Ender Dragon. There should be no prerequisites for using the Null value. But exploring one's inner self is actually just reading the picture. There are many details in these pictures, and Su Yuan is also afraid that some details will be missed when the zero value Null is relayed. So it's better to do this kind of thing yourself. While Su Yuan was waiting for the fear value, Null started arguing with 007. All I saw was 007 wagging his tail quickly while speaking to the zero value Null. You black thing, you have no manners at all. Hurry up and call me big brother. As 007 spoke, he glanced at the Ender Dragon beside him and continued. Hey, this is your second brother. After hearing what 007 said, the Ender Dragon instantly raised his head high with a smug look on his face. It can be seen that it is still very satisfied with its identity as the second brother. From 007's actions and tone, we can tell that at this moment, the control of 007's body is in the hands of Little Bug, and 007 did not interfere with the behavior of minor bugs. It seemed that they had reached a consensus on this matter. Null obviously also felt that the control of the body at this moment was in the hands of Little Bug. He looked at 007 and said with disdain, "You recognize a stupid dog as your big brother and a stupid dragon as your second brother. Ranking depends on strength. Do you have what it takes to compete?" Although Null's temper isn't as bad as before, his tsundere nature hasn't changed at all. Although his entity was indeed the third one to come to Su Yuan. But as a shadow, I have been following Su Yuan since Su Yuan existed. It's just that there was no awakening consciousness at the beginning. If we really have to rank them, I must be the boss. When Little Bug heard the words of Zero Value Null, his tail dropped instantly. But he did not give up, and started calling 007. "Humph, just wait. Big fool, wake up. Come and teach third brother a lesson." Little Bug called for a long time, but 007 didn't respond to him. Seeing this, Little Bug became a little scared for a moment. Ahem. Well, the big fool fell asleep. You're lucky, kid. Next time I'll let you know who's the boss. After Little Bug finished speaking, he immediately put the blame on the Ender Dragon next to him. Well, let your second brother take my place today. Before Little Bug could finish his words, the Ender Dragon spread its wings and flew away from the beach. Well, I suddenly remembered that I had an appointment with your second brother to go fishing. I don't want to waste time with you here. See, this is the awareness of being a big brother. Without me, this family will fall apart sooner or later. After saying this, Little Bug disappeared in a flash. Seeing the small bug and the back of the Ender Dragon, Null looked towards Su Yuan. I was just about to complain to him about why Su Yuan wanted to take in two idiots. But due to Su Yuan's prestige, he didn't dare to do so. So I muttered to myself silently, "Two idiots." Su Yuan also found this scene a little funny. I have to say that the little bug did bring a lot of joy to the entire team. 007 also became a lot more cunning because of the little bug. Many times, small bugs become 007's mouthpiece. After seeing the little bug and the Ender Dragon leave, Null came to Su Yuan again. "My king, please let me do something to make up for my previous mistakes." In fact, Null has always felt guilty towards Su Yuan. He also wanted to do something for Su Yuan to make up for his previous mistakes. After hearing the words Null, Su Yuan thought for a moment and then asked, "What did you mean when you said that the world was beginning to change?" Su Yuan still remembers that as soon as the game server was reopened after being shut down, the Zero Value Null popped out this sentence. The Zero Value Null is a product of this world and is more sensitive to this world. Su Yuan has always been curious about the meaning of the Zero Value Null. Hearing Su Yuan's words, Null nodded and replied, "Before, there were not many conscious beings in this world except for players. You, 007, the little bug, the Ender Dragon barely count as half, and there are a few monsters. These consciousnesses are all related to you. Just recently, the time I mentioned, I can feel that there are more consciousnesses in this world." After hearing the words Null, Su Yuan finally understood. The small number of monsters mentioned by Null should be the 520 small zombies, 88 Endermen, and 101 spiders released by Su Yuan before. These monsters, as well as 007 and Null, are all products of the Demon King Su Yuan's system. All due to Su Yuan's awakening consciousness. After the official update, Null sensed other consciousnesses. In other words, other creatures in this world are awakening to consciousness. After thinking about this, Su Yuan was somewhat certain of his previous guess. The world may really be moving towards a chaotic village. But Su Yuan is not worried. As long as he has enough faith value, Su Yuan is equivalent to the creator god of this world. Su Yuan was thinking, but the words of Zero Value Null interrupted his thoughts. And recently, just a few days ago, I sensed a powerful consciousness appearing in this world. That consciousness is somewhat similar to you, and I feel like I've seen it before. After hearing the word Null, Su Yuan was a little surprised. Similar to me? Déjà vu. Su Yuan carefully pondered the words about the Zero Value Null. A very powerful consciousness, similar to oneself, but also familiar to the Zero Value Null. Su Yuan pondered for a long time, and suddenly a figure with similar features appeared in his mind. Entity 303. As early as when GM 303 appeared, Su Yuan had a feeling that he must be Entity 303. But Su Yuan didn't know how he would become Entity 303. When GM 303 appeared, it did not solve the him problem. He didn't rescue Yonghui and his group either. Wouldn't the game company blame him? Even if the game company doesn't blame them, Yonghui and his group are not pushovers. Therefore, this GM 303 is likely to become the scapegoat. Perhaps GM 303 has been fired by the game company. If that's the case, then this plot is exactly the same as the one that's circulating in reality. If GM 303 was fired, he would definitely bear a grudge and want to take revenge on the game company. Then the 303 virus was injected into the game. And according to Null's description, that consciousness appeared 2 days after the game was launched. This timing should also be appropriate. Get fired, hold a grudge, write a virus, and realize your plan. If Su Yuan's guess is correct, that means that Entity 303 has now appeared in the game, and, according to Null, that consciousness is very similar to Su Yuan. In other words, it is very likely that he does not exist in the form of a virus. Because if it is a virus, it is just a string of data. If it's data, it's the same as the players. The Zero Value Null senses consciousness rather than data. Did he travel through time like me? This was the first thing that came to Su Yuan's mind. After all, Null said that the consciousness of Entity 303 is very similar to Su Yuan. If this is true, Su Yuan really needs to prepare well. It would be difficult if he had his own system like me. And Su Yuan also knows the strength of Entity 303's 4 lives. This is definitely a tough nut to crack. Seeing Su Yuan's serious expression, Null immediately added, "Don't worry, my king. Although his consciousness is very similar to yours, his strength is far inferior to yours." Su Yuan was not comforted when he heard the word Null. The reason why the current Entity 303 is not as powerful as himself is probably because it is not yet in the 4th life state. After thinking about this, Su Yuan pondered for a moment, and then asked Null, "Can you sense where he is?" Seeing this, Null nodded and then shook his head. It's rather vague, probably because the distance is too far. After hearing about the zero value Null, Su Yuan felt a little relieved. The zero value Null means that I can sense Entity 303, but it is limited by the distance. Go find him. Don't reveal yourself after you find it, and come back to report to me immediately. Currently only the value Null can find traces of Entity 303, so this can only be done with the zero value Null. Su Yuan also wanted to know the current progress of Entity 303, currently in a critical condition. This way you will know how much time you have to prepare for the battle. After receiving Su Yuan's order, Null nodded. Yes. Then he teleported away from the beach. After Null left, Su Yuan took a look at the fear value. At this moment, the total has reached 1 million. Seeing this, Su Yuan also called the Ender Dragon over. Then used Soul of Fear on it. As soon as he used the skill, the next second, Su Yuan felt a black screen in front of his eyes. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in an endless void. It seems that this is the inner world of the Ender Dragon. Su Yuan slowly explored this void. Not long after, he saw something strange in the void in front of him. I saw blocks of 7 colors appearing in the void. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The purple block is the smallest. The other color blocks gradually become larger. The red block is the largest. Seeing this, Su Yuan slowly approached these blocks of color. All I saw was that the blocks of color suddenly became distorted. Various terrifying faces kept appearing above. Each of these faces is extremely distorted. They seemed to be alive, baring their fangs and claws at Su Yuan and making bursts of roars. Even Su Yuan was shocked when he saw it. The larger the block of color, the more terrifying it is, and the more distorted the face inside it is. Is this the fear in the heart of the Ender Dragon? Obviously, this is what the Ender Dragon fears most. What Su Yuan didn't expect was that these were not concrete things. But if you think about it, you can understand that the Ender Dragon was hatched. It probably has never seen these things. These things should be some fears hidden deep in its heart and in its blood. It has never seen such things before, but it instinctively fears them. What are these blocks of color? Obviously, these things should be hidden in the void. But Su Yuan couldn't understand why there were blocks of color in the void. There is nothing in the void in the original MC. Could it be that there is something unknown in the void of this world? If that's the case, the zero value Null should be detectable. But the zero value Null just mentioned nothing about emptiness. Is it because I have never explored the void? The zero value Null is also the shadow of Su Yuan. He can probably only sense the places that Su Yuan has been to. Su Yuan had never been to the end of the world before. I guess this is why the zero value Null cannot be sensed. After thinking about this, Su Yuan also interrupted the skill. Looks like I have to go to the end of the world. It just so happens that Su Yuan hasn't gotten the first kill of the Ender Dragon yet. Su Yuan will definitely not kill this Ender Dragon. After all, it still has a lot of secrets hidden in it, and Su Yuan has also developed some feelings for it. Thinking of this, Su Yuan patted the Ender Dragon. Come on, I'll take you home. After Su Yuan finished speaking, he was thinking about how to bring the Ender Dragon to the end. After all, to go to the end of the world, you need to find the Nether Fortress and teleport in from the Nether. But given the Ender Dragon's huge size, it is probably unlikely for it to enter the Nether portal. Su Yuan was just thinking about it. When the Ender Dragon heard what Su Yuan said, it immediately became very excited. It immediately bent down and motioned Su Yuan to sit on it. Su Yuan was also a little surprised to see the Ender Dragon's reaction. What? You want to take me back? After hearing Su Yuan's words, the Ender Dragon nodded. Su Yuan didn't waste any time and landed on the back of the Ender Dragon in one stride. After Su Yuan sat firmly, the Ender Dragon spread its wings and flew far away. At this moment, 007 was petrified when he saw the two people gradually going away. Hey, did you forget that there are 2 more people here? The Ender Dragon carried Su Yuan through various blocks at a high speed. Su Yuan does not control the Ender Dragon, but it seems to know how to enter the end. But this is understandable, even though the Ender Dragon was brought to the main world when it was still a dragon egg. But the end is the home of the Ender Dragon after all. This is the memory engraved in DNA. Su Yuan sat on the Ender Dragon, enjoying the scenery passing by quickly below, feeling so comfortable. After being in this world for so long, Su Yuan, after learning the flying skill, often uses it to travel. But I basically don't have the leisure to appreciate the various beautiful sights in this world. Now I can finally take some time off from my busy schedule. The Ender Dragon flew for about 20 minutes. After arriving above a dense forest, it accelerated suddenly. Before Su Yuan could react, he appeared above the end of the world the next second. Is this possible? Although Su Yuan didn't see clearly what happened just now, he clearly felt the fluctuation of space after the Ender Dragon accelerated. Su Yuan guessed that there must be some kind of invisible teleportation space in the air. It may be that only the Ender Dragon can activate it. After the Ender Dragon brought Su Yuan to the end, Su Yuan observed the surrounding situation. After seeing that there were no players on the End Island, Su Yuan let the Ender Dragon fly freely. And I began to explore this void. In fact, when Su Yuan played games before, he didn't like the void very much. MC is a relatively lonely game. This feeling of loneliness is even more obvious in the void. It's quiet and dangerous here. If I stay here for a long time, my whole mentality will probably be affected. Su Yuan always felt this way when he played on the computer before. At this moment, we come to the real void in the game world. This feeling is even more obvious. It's like a huge black hole that seems to be able to suck up everything. Moreover, after coming to this void, Su Yuan didn't know why. I have been feeling a little restless and anxious. I don't know if it's because this piece of void gives people a feeling of being too depressing. Su Yuan has been exploring in the void, trying to find the color blocks that represent the Ender Dragon's inner fear. Flying in the void for several hours, Su Yuan finally couldn't stand it anymore. This void seems to have no end at all. Finding something in this void is more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. There won't be any gain from searching like this. After Su Yuan thought of this, he immediately teleported back to the End Island. As soon as we arrived at the End Island, we saw the Ender Dragon coiled in the center of the island, looking around, looking very uneasy. Seeing this, Su Yuan teleported in front of the Ender Dragon and touched its dragon head. Does this thing in the void scare you so much? Although the Ender Dragon cannot speak, it made a humming sound after hearing Su Yuan's words. It really looks scared. Seeing the appearance of the Ender Dragon, Su Yuan became more convinced that there really was something in the void. However, Su Yuan should not be able to see these things at the moment. Maybe only the Ender Dragon can sense it. Seeing the Ender Dragon's anxious look, Su Yuan was also ready to fight quickly and decisively. The purpose of coming to the end of the world this time is first to see what is in the void. The next step is to get the first kill of the Ender Dragon. If you want to revive the Ender Dragon, you need to restore the Ender Crystal. Su Yuan came to the obsidian pillar and took a look, but he was a little confused. Are the crystals still there? When Su Yuan first arrived at the end, he also noticed that there was no Ender Dragon in this end. Su Yuan thought it was defeated by the players. But when he saw these end crystals, he ruled out this speculation. If you don't destroy the end crystal, you won't be able to defeat the Ender Dragon at all. So, there is only one possibility now. That is, no Ender Dragon is generated on this island. After thinking about this, Su Yuan also felt a little novel. Su Yuan glanced at the Ender Dragon below, thoughtfully. Is it because of this? This Ender Dragon should be the first kill reward for the Young Hui Guild in this game world. Logically speaking, the entire game world should follow the original settings. There should be quite a few Ender Islands. There must be quite a few Ender Dragons as well. Su Yuan also had no idea what the situation was like on the other Ender Islands. At least for now, this Ender Island is not guarded by an Ender Dragon. It is estimated that the probability of the existence of the Ender Dragon in other Ender Islands is not high. If it is true as Su Yuan guessed, it is very likely that the birth of the Ender Dragon in Su Yuan's hand has caused changes in the generation of the Ender Dragon in this world. It seems that this Ender Dragon is really unusual. Su Yuan was thinking about this, but the Ender Dragon seemed to be unable to hold back any longer. It flapped its wings and flew to Su Yuan. He called out to Su Yuan twice, as if urging her to hurry him up. It seems that it really doesn't want to stay here anymore. Seeing this, Su Yuan had no choice but to give up. I guess I can't get the first kill of the Ender Dragon. But Su Yuan doesn't care, as the Ender Dragon's skills don't bring much improvement to Su Yuan. It doesn't matter whether you take it or not. Since the Ender Dragon couldn't take it anymore, Su Yuan wasn't going to stay any longer. Immediately, he arrived on the back of the Ender Dragon. The Ender Dragon spread its wings and rushed into the void. After flying for a while, it looked around. It seemed to be trying to determine if there was any danger around. After making sure, he accelerated and rushed into the invisible portal in the void. The next second, a man and a dragon appeared in the main world. Coming to the main world, Su Yuan clearly felt that the Ender Dragon was in a much more relaxed state. It was like a huge weight of relief. Seeing the Ender Dragon like this, Su Yuan was also very curious. There must be something hidden in this void. It can make the Ender Dragon so afraid. You know, when the Ender Dragon first heard Su Yuan say that he wanted to take him home, it was so happy. But once it entered the void, it began to get scared. The Ender Dragon has always been playful and rarely has any free time. This is also why it gets along so well with small bugs. Even as an adult, he still hasn't changed his playful nature. But after going to the void, the Ender Dragon has been huddled on the End Island, looking around in panic. He even urged Su Yuan to leave the end of the world as soon as possible. You know, that's its home. It can make it so afraid of its own home. There must be something lurking in that void. After thinking about this, Su Yuan couldn't help but touch the Ender Dragon's head. If only you could speak. If the Ender Dragon could talk, Su Yuan wouldn't have to guess so much. After thinking about this, Su Yuan decided to take the zero-value null with him to the void. Let him sense what is in this void. Su Yuan and the Ender Dragon had just left the end. A strange phenomenon occurred at the end of the world. I saw the entire void suddenly began to tremble. It caused the entire Ender Island to tremble for a long time. After about a few minutes, the void returned to peace again. At this moment, some thick purple fog slowly formed in the void. As the fog gathered thicker and thicker, a purple fog ball formed in the void. After the thick fog condensed into a fog ball, it immediately floated in the direction where the Ender Dragon flew away. The purple fog ball seemed to have life, constantly sensing the breath left by the Ender Dragon. After searching in the void for a few minutes, it finally found the place where the Ender Dragon left the end. Then it accelerated and disappeared into the void. The next second, a purple fog ball appeared in the main world. After the fog ball appeared, it immediately sank into the dense forest below. Where the purple fog ball sank, there was a little white cat resting under a tree. After the purple mist ball discovered Xiaobai, it immediately pounced on it. Xiaobai was instantly enveloped by thick purple fog. The purple aura penetrated into Xiaobai's bones in an instant. As the purple fog seeped more and more, when all the purple fog penetrated into Xiaobai's bones, Xiaobai seemed to have been reborn. Then, no one knew where he took out a purple hooded robe from and put it on. After doing all this, it just looked at the bow in its hand and threw it to the ground with a look of disgust. It glanced at a zombie holding a stone sword, then rushed over and cut off the zombie's arm. After taking the stone sword from the zombie's broken arm, a smile appeared on his face. "We must first go to the netherworld to gather strength," it muttered to itself as it searched for something in the forest. It took about 2 or 3 hours to search. It finally found some obsidian in the underground mine. He raised his hand and swung it, and the obsidian in front of him fell directly down. It is a diamond pickaxe that makes people call it an expert after seeing it. After picking up a few obsidians, it directly built them into the shape of a door frame. Then it stood in front of the obsidian and silently recited some strange notes, and the obsidian door frame instantly caught fire. Seeing this, Xiaobai, who was wearing a purple cloak, immediately stepped into the door frame. After a period of dizziness, he finally arrived in the underworld. After arriving in the netherworld, he looked around. There seemed to be some excitement and emotion in my heart. After so many years, this place is still the same as before. It didn't seem like this was his first time here. Although nothing could be seen from his empty eyes, one could hear his inner trembling from his tone. But he didn't sigh for too long. He was able to come to the underworld again because he was given a mission. If this matter is not handled well, I am afraid I will never be able to see the beautiful scenery of the underworld again. After arriving in the netherworld, he quickly and accurately found the location of the nearest Hell Fortress. If you don't know, you might think it has its own navigation. After arriving at the Hell Fortress, he immediately gathered a lot of wither skeletons around him. Although they are all skeletons, these withered skeletons are obviously not of the same species as him. But after these withered skeletons sensed his breath, they all seemed to know him. After coming close to him, the withered skeleton in the lead twisted his own head off. The withered skeleton died immediately after twisting its own head off. The withered skeleton behind him picked up the head. It was handed to Xiaobai, who was wearing a purple cloak. He placed his hand on the withered skeleton's head. A strong purple aura emanated from the palm of his hand. After the purple aura came into contact with the withered skeleton's head, the withered skeleton's head immediately reacted. The purple aura slowly condensed towards the bottom of the head. Slowly it began to solidify into the shape of a body. Probably more than an hour passed. The purple aura finally condensed into a strong body covered in dark colors. Moreover, there is a pair of huge black wings behind the body of this suit. At this moment, Xiaobai, who was wearing a purple robe, had collapsed to the ground. It seems that summoning this body took a lot of his energy. After the body under the withered skeleton's skull has solidified, the eyes on the withered skull finally opened. Seeing this, Xiaobai, who was wearing a purple robe, barely supported his body and asked the reshaped withered skeleton in front of him, "Do you remember your mission, Withering King?" After hearing what Xiaobai, who was wearing a purple robe, said, the withered skeleton whose body had been reshaped looked at him deeply. He did not answer Xiaobai, who was wearing a purple robe, but asked back, "Why did you summon me?" Although the little white creature in front of him, wearing a purple skull, looked strange, the aura it exuded was extremely familiar to the Withered King. It also comes from the Withering clan. He can be considered as the elder of the Withering King. The Withering King had seen him when he was very young, and had also heard of his deeds. He is actually the most capable candidate to become the king of the Withered clan. He was given the title of Dreadlord by his people. This title alone is enough to prove his strength. But many years ago, he suddenly disappeared. I heard that someone saw him in the void. The void and the end of the world have always been separate and dislike each other. So his reputation is not very good, and everyone thinks he is a traitor. But the Wither King had come into contact with him when he was a child. And it was also under his influence that the current Withering King came into being. Therefore, the Withering King did not believe that the powerful Dreadlord would abandon his people and join other forces. After hearing what the Withering King said, the Dreadlord smiled. "Of course I summoned you to defend the safety of the Netherworld. Why would I go to so much trouble to summon you out to chat?" After hearing the words of the Lord of Dread, the Withering King sneered. "Since when do you care so much about the underworld?" Seeing this, the Lord of Dread shrugged. "You're not wrong. I don't care about the underworld, but I have to find a place to retire, right?" Seeing that the Dreadlord looked like he was not doing anything serious, the Withering King turned around and prepared to leave. But he was stopped by the Lord of Dread. "I didn't have to summon you. But by then, these monsters in the underworld will definitely follow me. I just asked you to come out and let you know. After all, they are all your people. After hearing the words of the Dreadlord, the Wither King instantly became alert. It must be no simple matter for the Dreadlord to come to the Nether this time. From the sound of his voice, it sounded like he was going to do something big. What do you want to do? Seeing the Wither King so nervous, the Dreadlord patted his shoulder and smiled. It's just a small battle, there's no need to be so nervous. Fight. After hearing what the Dreadlord said, the Wither King looked at him deeply and then smiled. Have I been asleep for too long? When did the relationship between us in the underworld and the end of the world become so harmonious? Does the war in the End Realm still need us to borrow troops from the lower world? Besides, since the kingdom was divided into 3 parts, each tribe has kept to themselves. Has the End forgotten the promise we made? The 3-part world mentioned by the Withering King refers to the main world, the underworld, and the end of the world. In the beginning, the world was not divided into so many parts. Later, after the rise of various races, war broke out. The war lasted for a long time, and the whole world was filled with the breath of death. It was for this reason that the leaders of various ethnic groups came to an agreement to divide the world into 3 parts. The undead live in the overworld, the wither live in the nether, and the endermen live in the end. The leaders of each ethnic group also agreed with each other not to invade each other's territories. It is precisely because of such agreements that the world order can be maintained. Without the invasion of war, the whole world gradually returned to its original state. It is precisely because there is no war that leaders like the Withering King gradually fell into a deep sleep. However, although each ethnic group has unwritten rules, they still cannot live in harmony. All ethnic groups buried their hatred deep in their hearts for the sake of world peace. The reason why the Withering King asked this is because the Dreadlord is, in a sense, a traitor to the Withering clan. After the war, he abandoned his people and went to the end of the world. He never came back after that. After so many years, he returned to his hometown again. Not only did he not give any explanation, he even wanted these soldiers and people from his hometown to fight for him. The Wither King would definitely not allow this to happen. After hearing what the Withering King said, the Dreadlord was not angered by him, but smiled. Boy, you've been sleeping too long. Don't you sense the aura that doesn't belong to this world? After the Dreadlord said this, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. There is also his scent here. The scent isn't very strong. I guess he's only been here temporarily. After hearing the words of the Dreadlord, the Withering King frowned immediately. He closed his eyes and sensed it carefully. Sure enough, I sensed 2 auras that did not belong to this world. One of them was the breath that the Withering King had felt not long ago, although that breath did not belong to this world. But it fits in very well with this world, as if it was specially set in this world. That aura poses no threat to the underworld. But there was something wrong with that other breath. The aura was very unusual, it didn't seem to be a product of this world. But it blends in well with this world. Moreover, it has very powerful strength. Although the aura he left behind was not much, and it had been a while since he set foot in the lower world. But the aura it left behind made the Withering King feel a sense of crisis. The Withering King could clearly feel that the person who left this aura should be stronger than himself. Who is he? The Dreadlord just shrugged. Have no idea. After hearing the words of the Dreadlord, the Withering King frowned. Are you going to fight him? After hearing what the Withering King said, the Dreadlord did not respond directly to him. Instead, he smiled and gave him a look, letting him experience it himself. Seeing the Dreadlord's expression, the Withering King knew that he had guessed correctly. The Withering King looked at the Dreadlord and smiled playfully. Are those people in the Endland so afraid of him? After saying this, the Withering King snorted coldly and continued. You guys in the End World can fight if you want. What does it have to do with me in the lower world? Even if there are many soldiers in the lower world who believe in you, I will not let them get involved with you in the affairs of the end of the world. Remember your position. You represent the end of the world, not us in the lower world. Although the Withering King felt the pressure of that breath. But this cannot be a reason for the Withering King to lend troops to the Dreadlord. That is naturally because of the side that the Dreadlord takes. He now belongs to the end of the world. And the Withering King was also very clear that the Dreadlord must have been assigned a mission. So, this is totally the war at the end. Furthermore, the plan of the end is quite loud. Send a traitor from the underworld to borrow troops and lead the war. If this battle is won, the Dreadlord was sent by the end of the world and all the credit will go to them. If they lose, they don't have to sacrifice a single soldier, so they can put all the blame on the underworld. The Withering King is not a fool, how could he be fooled? Seeing the Withering King's attitude, the Dreadlord smiled. Do you know why you will become the king of the underworld only when I am no longer in the underworld? After hearing the words of the Dreadlord, the Withering King did not answer him, and naturally did not give him a good look. Seeing this, the Dreadlord continued. You do have the character to be a leader. You love your people deeply and are willing to sacrifice everything for them. But I have to admit that you have no foresight. You only consider the problem superficially. The words of the Dreadlord were unpleasant to hear, and the Withering King was getting a little impatient and was about to leave. The Lord of Dread continued speaking calmly. Do you think this matter has nothing to do with the underworld? He just didn't notice you, the Wither King. I have summoned you now. Do you think he will not be aware of your presence? After hearing the words of the Dreadlord, the Withering King was stunned. After hearing these words from the Lord of Dread, the Withering King finally understood everything. He summons his purpose. the Dreadlord can control the soldiers and monsters in the underworld. If he wanted to borrow troops to fight, he wouldn't have to go to so much trouble to summon the Withering King. Just quietly deploy your troops. But he went to such unnecessary trouble and took great pains to summon the Withering King. In fact, the moment the Withering King was summoned, the two of them had already become tied to a rope. Regardless of whether the Withering King agrees to send troops or not, the Dreadlord will lead his troops to fight. And these soldiers all come from the underworld. How can the Withering King escape responsibility? Obviously not. Therefore, the moment the Dreadlord summoned the Withering King, he was certain that the Withering King would join him. Even if the Withering King doesn't do it for himself, he will join this war for the people of the underworld. In other words, the Withering King had been clearly being plotted against by the Dreadlord since he was summoned.